And finally, the big one of the night, Wolfman 2025. Not to be confused with The Wolfman or The Wolfman. I realized the 2010 one doesn't have a space in it, and it's called The Wolfman. Yes, this is another horror remake from Universal and Blumhouse, another collaboration between them. You know, they just did Nosferatu, which is basically Dracula, and they did like 5 other Dracula movies in the last few years. And I guess they were like, oh, right, we own The Wolfman. We should probably do another The Wolfman. Actually, recently on Patreon, me and Kaylee did the previous Wolfman remake from 2010. It's not great. It's not great. It's the original Wolfman, all right, just with bigger effects, and it's louder, and it's got a wrestling match at the end with the Wolfman and his dad. And spoiler, that's not the last time you'll see that in a Wolfman movie. This comes to you from Lee Winnell, who wrote and starred in Saw. Joey C, I believe we reviewed Saw a few months ago.
Boy, did we.
And then he did The Invisible Man, which is a movie I've still only seen 40 minutes of at a restaurant while it was on mute.
It was pretty good.
And I had it all spoiled for me. One day I'll go and watch the whole movie, but I just been hesitant because the whole thing was spoiled for me. But people really like The Invisible Man. Did anyone here see The Invisible Man from 2020?
Yep, very good.
Okay,
very
it was very good. So yeah, I was excited to see this based off how everyone really liked Invisible Man. I knew it was not going to be the original Wolfman, which is fine because the Wolfman did that. It kind of just told that story again, just slightly different. So I was excited to see a more fresh take because the Wolfman, the original like Universal thing, it's one of the monsters that's not like based off a book, so you do have a little bit more wiggle room to do what you want. Honestly, the best Wolfman remake is Wolf with Jack Nicholson from the 90s. That's a solid one. So yeah, this one is about a guy. His dad is declared dead in the woods. He grew up with his dad in the woods, where we're apparently all going to walk and talk about Goosebumps. He was declared dead. When they were younger, they hunted something in the woods. We get told through an opening text that there is a virus located in this one area of Oregon that'll give you the features of a wolf. So they're already building their own lore. There's no full moon, no silver, no wolfsbane, none of that. It's just a virus that alters your appearance and gives you wolf-like abilities. So he has to go clean this house out now that his dad's clear dead, and he's bringing his family along with him, his daughter and his wife. His wife, who I think is about to be one of the many people who ruins Fantastic Four, because she's the Silver Surfer. Looks just like him, right, guys? But I think of this, I'm actually looking at a Silver Surfer action figure right here, and I'm looking at this lady, and I'm like, nailed it. Perfect. Yeah, their truck gets attacked by a wolf man. He gets bit, and throughout the film, he slowly starts to turn into a wolf man. It's very tragic, like the original. Before we get into the movie, like our thoughts on it, Blumhouse Universal really fumbled this one marketing wise. Months like in October, they just revealed what one of the Wolfmen looked like in their Halloween Horror Nights maze. They had him walking around. Spoiler, he doesn't look as bad as this. Like, this is the theme park costume version. He does look a little bit better in the film. And then they, right before the movie came out, they just released the full transformation sequence, like on YouTube, which was bizarre to me. And it's not doing well critically or financially, which is sad because it's only $20 million to make. The last Wolfman remake was $100 million. So they played it safe this time, and it looks like it didn't pay off. Gil, what did you think of Wolfman?
I thought when it leaned into the horror elements, the suspense of there's a wolf man who can see me in the dark, but I can't see him. And he's absurdly close, but I still can't see him. Yeah. Those moments were creepy. But I also felt the horror elements got pretty repetitive. You'd see the same trick multiple times. One example being when you swoop around to go from the human's perspective to the wolfman's perspective, and you see what he sees and how he can't understand what you're saying. It's all garbled.
I like that.
I thought that was really cool.
Yeah.
I thought they did it a few times, but there was nothing new each time you saw it. It was kind of just like, here's the same thing again. So I thought some of that got repetitive. And then on the other side of it, the thematic elements and the drama, I felt like it was trying way too hard. And it was just too on the nose. Because the Wolfman thing, it's meant to be a metaphor for intergenerational trauma. But it's all spoken aloud several times, like him talking to his daughter. I'm
Yeah.
sorry I'm a little strict on you sometimes. My father was very hard on me, and I don't want to be like that, but sometimes I am like that. It's very spelled out. But when it leans into the horror, when it leans into the body horror especially, like the moments, anytime he's just staring blankly, I found that so creepy and uncomfortable. So it was a very 50-50, like mixed movie for me.
Yeah. Crystal, did you see this one? Great job. Joey C, how did you feel about Wolfman?
What a movie. I really enjoyed it. I am upset to say the first 20 minutes I was very upset because I spilled my slushie. I lifted it up by the lid.
Oh
so
my
I-
God, you just... Sorry, finish telling your story. You just gave me like a flashback to a problem I had with the theater,
No,
but keep going.
I lifted it up by the lid, and this fucking thing's bigger than me, and I spilled it all over my pants. So the lady next to me thought I peed grape juice. So I was a little upset about that. But when I got over that, I fell in love with how they shot it with like a warped lens and used like the blue tint to represent like the wolf vision. That was so fucking cool. And Gil, you mentioned like the loss and the grief and the trauma. I'm sure that was intentional. But while I'm watching it, I'm going, oh, I know a secret. This movie's about trauma. This movie's about trauma. And then I realized every person knew that. So I'm an idiot. But the physical manifestation of trauma with the Wolfman, Gil will make a whole video about it. The transformation, though, was really cool. What really tripped me out, Tony, you always mention how you hate like eyeballs being poked. When this guy like broke his fucking jaw open, I cringed. That was the scariest part of the movie.
Yeah.
Not
Oh
the
my
fingernails? I feel like
No,
that's
not
one
the
that got-
fingernails. The jaw got me, dude. It scared me.
But didn't you find it was kind of funny where it's doing the big transformation, where it's like zooming into each body part as it's changing, and then he's off camera and he stands up and it's like the big reveal of this is the final Wolfman state. And I'm like, doesn't look that different than he looked 5 minutes ago, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm like, you already showed it. Like, I don't
Well, I
know what
think
you were
he's-
trying to accomplish.
I think he's still like it's implied that he will keep changing because the dad looks completely
true.
different. I guess spoiler, the other Wolfman's his dad. Much like the previous remake, it's very obvious who the other Wolfman is. It like couldn't have been more obvious.
It was weird at the beginning of the movie, right before it starts with a flashback, right before it cuts to the present, it just zooms in on the dad's tattoo. And I'm like, they really want us to notice that tattoo.
Yeah, that was a problem. I guess it's more of a problem with this one because literally the last remake did that, and I just watched it again. But speaking of theater experiences, do I have like a prop here? Hold on.
Pause for prop.
Pause for prop. I'll just use like paper or something.
Man, Joey's got his little documentary notebook. I need more props for the next stream.
What is
Documentary.
this, a manual for my mic. Okay, that's fine.
Jesus, Tony.
I want to say 40 minutes. This fucking guy behind me struggled with a bag of candy.
It was
Joey
me.
and Gil, how many quiet scenes are there in this movie, especially in the first two acts?
Whole fucking thing.
Okay. All right, so let's see here. Like this part here. Okay, so they're walking and it's quiet. Just imagine this.
Was it like him being hesitant about opening the candy? Like he didn't want to
was
open it all the way?
He struggled to open the bag.
This is also the
But
same
was he just
point.
like scared of being loud, I guess?
If he was, he would have fucking stopped or went outside and tried to open the bag. Instead, it'd be like, run to the house. They shut the door and everything gets quiet. And then he's like, oh, I'm hungry.
It can't be worse than the bag of pepperoni I brought into the theater. I mean, it had just
and
been not-
someone almost drove into me head on right before I went into the theater because they weren't paying attention to the arrows in the parking lot. So they were driving the wrong way, and I didn't see them because I was like, obviously, the arrows are so big, it will be hard to not see them. I could just turn and not expect to see a car driving into me. Sure enough, there was a car driving into me. And then I had
Tony,
to
how many times do I have to apologize? The arrows were small.
That's why I wear big glasses so I can see
the awkward thing was that I had to stand next to the guy who almost hit me in line. And like I looked really pissed, and he looked like nothing because he didn't even realize he did anything wrong. So yeah, I went in kind of like a bad mood for this movie. I did see it with a friend of mine, and we in 2010 saw the previous Wolfman remake together. I'm like, hey, there's another Wolfman remake. Let's do it again. I thought it was okay, and I feel like that is the most praise this movie is getting. People will be like, it's okay. The stuff we were talking about, the transformation stuff was great. Gil, I could have used more of it because that actually sold the tragedy. Like, he loves his family. He loves his daughter. And there is this thing that is making him a threat to them. And I love that every time you go to his point of view, they look less human. So he relates to them less. He can't understand them at all. I love that. The scene with the spider was incredible.
Ooh, baby.
Where like the whole time, like, oh, is the other werewolf trying to break in? What's going on here? And it's like, oh no, it's a spider crawling. His ears have gotten so good he could just focus in on it. But yeah, nothing else really worked for me. Again, the thing with his dad was very predictable. I did not predict that they were going to have a fucking wrestling match again, like the previous movie. Although, to be fair, unlike Anthony Hopkins, he doesn't like rip his shirt off like Hulk Hogan. That's a thing that happened in the last Wolfman movie. You know, Anthony Hopkins turns into a Wolfman and rips off his shirt like Hulk Hogan. And they literally body slam each other, and this wooden floor turns into a crash pad. It looks like a wrestling ring. Anyway, I didn't really get like what the dad Wolfman was like. I know he attacked them because he's just a Wolfman. He's trying to eat them, but it looks like he's trying to take his son out of there. Like, does he recognize that that's his? Because he's now a Wolfman and it has his scent. I wasn't really sure what was going on there.
I mean, there was that line about like how he was telling his daughter, like, I was supposed to protect you or whatever. So maybe the dad werewolf was like trying to get the son away from the family so he wouldn't hurt them, or what?
Or maybe
I don't
he's just
fucking
like,
know.
Or maybe he's like, I recognize that scent. That's mine. And now that it is a Wolfman, he's like, oh, I probably have a pack or something. I feel like that could have been cleared up. Also, like, why didn't he just like break into the house? I feel like it would have been really easy for that Wolfman to break into the house.
That bothered me. I mean, a couple things bothered me. One, that the Wolfman couldn't break into the house. Like, I did not believe that just the dad holding that front door would have stopped him. But second, if you're afraid the Wolfman's going to break in, the fact that the dad leaves his wife and daughter like 10 feet from the front door in the middle of the living room, surrounded by windows and thin walls, while he goes down to the basement, like, you have a basement, barricade down there.
Yeah. Does the Wolfman... No, they can come out during the day because the very first scene is during the day where there's a third Wolfman that we never learn what his backstory is. I assume it turned the dad.
I assume that's the hiker they mention in the opening text.
Oh,
that could be it.
Okay. Yeah, and apparently this virus is just located to this one forest in Oregon.
I felt like the opening text gave...
Yeah, apparently the Native Americans had an issue with it. And I guess it's just died down a little bit. But yeah, I thought he probably should have turned into a Wolfman a little bit earlier, maybe. And hunted the family a little bit more. I get everything it was trying to do. And the whole transformation sequence I thought was great. The whole, like, him turning was great. Losing his humanity, because that's kind of like, you know, the Wolfman. He's a nice guy. In every version, he's like a nice guy. Benicio del Toro played him like kind of a creep. But he's supposed to be a nice guy, and this thing is making him a monster against his will. That all worked, but yeah, overall... it's missing something. I don't know what it was missing. But like, it needed something more. Maybe like another kill maybe like another person out there.
I think if they found a way, like you were saying before, you could have used more of the transformation. If
Yeah.
they found a way to draw that out more, I think
Yeah.
because that was some of the best stuff in the movie. But I
Yeah.
feel like it's gradual physically, but the mental side of it, it kind of felt like he can understand and communicate with his family until he can't. There wasn't
Yeah.
a lot of transition there. If they somehow drew that out more, and it's like we're in the house in close quarters with someone who's maybe turning into a monster, but he's still our dad somewhat. Like that was the good stuff in the movie. If they could have
Yeah.
found a way to draw that out more.
It had a very zombie movie vibe because they're guys turning, they're stuck in a house. It reminds me of that famous zombie movie, Hack the Living Dead. I wish I could add myself to this film on the outside. Here's my question. Would you have liked this more if it was its own werewolf thing and not a remake of Wolfman?
I don't think so, because I don't think I went in like I haven't seen every Wolfman movie, so I don't think I had high expectations for it anyhow.
Do you think
Yeah.
this Wolfman will meet Frankenstein?
I hope so. I'll
Yeah,
play
I think like
Abbott and you play Costello.
yeah, I don't think the dark. Well, it is funny that the Dark Universe brand is still alive. They're just using it for a theme park now.
For a theme park, yeah.
But yeah, I don't think there's any crossover between this and Invisible Man happening anytime soon.
Yeah, I think that might be the one problem. You hear Wolfman, you kind of have certain expectations. If it's just a werewolf movie and this was its own thing, I think people would have been more open to it. Would they have seen it? I don't know, because there was a movie that came out last month called Werewolves. I don't think it did very well, but also I think it might have been super low budget. Did anyone see that Werewolves from last month?
Nope.
With Frank Grillo? I hear mixed things. I either hear like the practical effects are awesome and it's action packed, and then I hear, yeah, that's fine, but the rest of the movie sucks. So I have to go back and check that out. Yeah, I think it's okay. Don't go. I mean, obviously you guys aren't going to the theaters. It's not doing super well. Wait for it to
Keep
hit
doing what you're
streaming.
doing.
Wait for it to hit streaming. Try not to think of it as a remake of The Wolfman. You'll enjoy it more. But yeah, that's all I got to say about it. Anyone else have anything to say about this?
I don't see it in theaters. Got it. Thanks.
I
Yes.
think that Robert Eggers' Werewolf coming out in 2026 Christmas, I think.
Yeah.
I bet that'll be better.
Whatever happened to Werewolf Wednesdays?
Oh, I just brought it back with Kaylee, and we make a joke in the beginning that last year I brought it back, and then I only did one, so I brought it back
It's
again
a once a year thing.
once a year. Apparently,
Werewolf.
we're gonna make it a thing. Let's do the howling, Crystal.
I'd love to.
Yeah. But yeah, that is it for us with the review section. I see one of our patrons in here, and he's got to put his mask on, or else he'll break
Who would
character.
that be?
Could it be? And also, there was another one in here. God Lothos, if you're still around, come back in. Lucha Steve, what's
Hello,
up?
everybody.
Woo! Hey, Lucha.
Hey, Crystal.
What movies on the list did you watch?
Wolfman.
Oh, what did you think of Wolfman?
So can I actually tell my story about Wolfman? Oh, I'll try to make it quick.
Can you tell the story while walking and talking?
In
the woods?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll settle for this. What's your
yeah.
story?
Okay. So occasionally, and it seems to be like a once a year thing with me, just because I'm too lazy to look up what movies they might be. I go see preview screenings of movies, and
cool.
I had gotten this one for. It says it's an upcoming horror movie made by like I forget what it said exactly, but I was like, oh my god, is this Wolfman? I'm so excited to see Wolfman because I love Lee Wanell. I really like his movies. Upgrade's great.
Upgrade
I like
is
Invisible
good.
Man. And so I'm like, oh man, it's gonna suck if I go to this preview screening and it's not the Wolfman because I have to like wait and shit for it.
Mhm.
And first off, they really messed with my ego because they put me in the old person line. And I'm like, because they're asking everybody, oh, how old are you? How many people are in your party? I'm like, oh, 31. So it's like, obviously, I'm one of the young kids, right?
Yeah.
No, I got put with the 50-year-olds. But it's like, Jesus Christ, am I old?
Yes.
And so it just got to the point where I was waiting so long and the movie was going to start in like 10 minutes. I was like, hey, can you just tell me what movie it is? Because if it's not what I think, I'm just going to leave. And they're like, oh, no, we can't tell you. So I'm basically just like, okay, this like has to be the Wolfman or it has to be like something like cool that I didn't think about. Or else like I'm going to be like really upset. And to my happiness, it was in fact the Wolfman.
Oh, good.
And I really enjoyed it. The audience loved it. I like had a great time. And for the last 2 months, I've been, man, I can't wait for this movie to come out. Everyone's gonna really enjoy it as much as I did. And it's probably gonna be like this big hit. It's in January. January has a bad reputation, but sometimes January movies can like really clean up. So it's like,
Yeah.
I can't wait to see what happens. And then the premiere came, or the like. And everyone was like, man, this movie sucks. I'm like, oh. I really liked it. Sorry, one more cool thing. At the screening, I saw Lee Wanell.
Oh.
And I don't think he was supposed to be out there. And I was very much like, oh, maybe it's not him. And I'm like, getting him. Because obviously the last time I saw Lee Wanell was in like Insidious 3, so it's like, oh, maybe he's like older and I didn't like, maybe I didn't recognize him, but someone else went up to him and I'm like, okay, cool, that's him. I'm gonna go right after. But the moment that guy left and took a picture of him, they immediately ushered him away. So it's like, oh. But that must have been cool for him because, like I said, the audience was like really into it. So I'm sure he was like, man, it's great. So I don't know if like I saw a cut, like a different cut than people are seeing that like kind of like
well, you said you're a big fan of him and you went in kind of expecting what it would be.
Yeah,
you might be like, this might have been targeted for you and maybe that's why you were super into it.
I didn't rewatch it, so maybe I rewatch it, I'm like, oh, it's okay. But
actually, yeah, if you rewatch it, let me know what they changed.
Okay.
Yeah, let me know if there's any big changes.
I'm gonna bring up one thing and I'm gonna see if you guys can maybe explain. There was a part when they're in the barn. And from the way it was shot, it looked like he just teleported in the barn. Did they show how he got in the barn?
Oh yeah, he was digging.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that was okay. I don't think that was finished then.
Okay, yeah, he dug, and even though he's grunting and making noises, as soon as he got done digging, he became super quiet.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was definitely done in a wow, he's already in the barn kind of way, but you see him digging for a couple seconds earlier.
It's kind of like that in there too. I don't think they had the shot of him digging because it literally looked like, oh, he could just teleport. That's a werewolf power.
No, they show him digging. It reminded me of the Lost World where the raptors are digging underneath the door.
So yeah, I might need to rewatch it. I really enjoyed it. Like a lot of the things you guys are praising, like how he's kind of like he's trying to like be this good dad, but it's almost as if like this werewolf disease stops his character development, and now he's turning into like this monster. I thought it was a really good way to like kind of do the tragedy thing. And like I enjoyed like I really like the design. I really like how it's like a Native American like type of like sickness. It kind of reminds me of Wendigos a little bit.
Yeah. I actually don't mind maybe not like him because he's not like fully changed yet, but the dad I thought looked awesome.
Yeah, I think the makeup's really good. And then I've been getting to really like Christopher Abbott, who plays the lead. He's like in Poor Things. Funnily enough, I actually liked him in Craven.
Oh my God, was he the foreigner in Craven?
He's the foreigner.
That's how bad Craven is. I forgot there was a whole character.
He's like one of the better parts of Craven, which isn't saying much because at least I don't know. Maybe it's like it's just.
According to Monica, there's only one good part of Craven, and that's what's his face's abs.
So like I like him as an actor.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I can't believe within 2 months he played one of the most forgettable, bland performances I've ever seen. And then like this really compelling character that I really liked, and I didn't recognize. It's because he was wearing sunglasses in Craven most of the movie. It's a Superman effect. He took those sunglasses off, and I went, "Who's this new actor?"
So like I need to check out more of his movies. Apparently, he's in a movie called Possessor that's Brandon Cronenberg, and he's like,
oh, I wanted to check that out.
He's apparently really good at it. And then there's a movie he's in of Margaret Qualley.
Qualley, yeah.
Okay, sorry, that's my Californian accent. I can't pronounce a normal last name. There's a movie where like she plays like a dominatrix or something, and he's like his sub, and it's like that sounds interesting.
Whoa,
Check
really?
that out.
Yeah. What movie is
find
that?
the name of that movie, please.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll look it up. right now.
Also, I'll be in California next week. I don't know where to do a meetup. I'll let you know.
All right, cool. I'll probably be the only guy that shows up, and it'll just be me like complaining about like, hey, does Vito have to be here?
You know, we always have at least one person who shows up. People are like, Tony, what'll happen if no one shows up? I'm like, that'll be fucking hilarious. I win
But
either
no one
way.
would know. You just make up someone.
No, I would just
Be like
take a
Tony, be
picture-
like, yeah,
take a
yeah, with a
picture of
random
you.
fucking person walking by.
I would make comedy out of it. I would definitely
I'm
make comedy
sure
out
you
of it.
would.
The movie's called Sanctuary. with him and Margaret
Sanctuary.
Qualley.
Okay, Sanctuary documentary. Okay.
I do have one more thing, and it's a callback to what you were saying about them not playing the theme and stuff in adaptations.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of the Kamen Rider franchise, and they did Shin Kamen Rider. It was like
Yeah.
the next thing of like, you know, Shin Godzilla, Shin Ultraman.
Yeah.
And the whole time I'm like, man, I just want them to play the theme song. This is a very iconic theme song that even today in Kamen Rider shows they will reference the song.
Yeah.
And literally the opening is just the Kamen Rider riding his motorcycle as the song plays. So there's a shot there's a scene at the end of the movie where he's just driving the motorcycle through like the country, just like the opening. I'm like, okay, the theme song's gonna play, and then it plays some other song, and then the movie ends, and in the credits they play the theme song. And it's like, no, you gotta switch that shit. You can't do that.
That's so
That's weird.
stupid.
Because he used the Godzilla theme all throughout Shin Godzilla. So
Yeah,
maybe he knew
and
that, yeah.
Ultraman they just don't, which I guess like if
Mm.
I either use it at like a good spot or don't use it at all. I feel like.
Yeah.
Just do the thing where you have a character's phone ring and the ringtone is the theme
Yeah.
song.
They used to do
That's
that
the
in like
classic
old,
trick.
like superhero, like Iron Man has that. There's
Yeah.
a couple movies that have that.
I actually like that. It's like make it cute or like
Yeah.
put it in where it's trying to reference the opening or something like that. I actually lied. Shin Ultraman, they do play the opening, but not of Ultraman. They
Yeah.
do it from the first Ultraman show. That's like
Ultra Q.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
they
call
play
you
the
out on
Ultra
that,
Q
but I was
theme.
gonna let it slide.
Thank you, Gil. For
Like,
not
this guy doesn't know what the hell
calling
he's talking about.
yeah, they play the Ultra Q theme, which made me really happy. And then I don't think they play the Ultraman theme.
I still need to see the other Shin movies. I'm not like I've watched a little bit of Ultraman. I want to get more into it. I have the DVD set. Joe gave me it. But yes, thank you, Lucha Steve, for stopping by.
All right, bye guys.
Goodbye.
See you, Lucha
Hopefully, I
Steve.
see you next week. I'll let you know when and where.
All right, sounds cool.
First up, Companion. I saw this. This is one of the 3 movies I watched within 24 hours on Valentine's Day.
Same.
This is
Same.
the second one I watched. And I brought a hot babe to each movie, a different hot babe on Valentine. It was like a wacky sitcom where I scheduled 3 Valentine's dates at the same time. I definitely wasn't watching these by myself in theaters on Valentine's Day. Anyway, first up is Companion.
I was gonna joke. Some of those girls you brought were even real, but you went even sadder.
Companion tells the story of, I mean, I want to say spoiler, but like I think the second trailer already spoiled it. A love robot, Jack Quaid's love robot,
There was some.
played by Sophie Thatcher, I believe is her name. They go to a weekend getaway in the mountains, and then shenanigans happen. She ends up accidentally killing the owner of the house that they're staying at. And they debate how this happened, what's going on with her, and it turns out it's part of a big conspiracy that's gone wrong, and now she's being hunted by everyone there and has to like work around her protocols and stuff to protect herself. This one was a lot of fun. I genuinely didn't really know, like I kind of guessed that she was going to be a robot based off the one trailer. But I had a really, really good time with this film. Joey C., what did you think?
I agree. First of all, I could have played Iris a little bit better, but is Iris the future of single men, Tony? That really really concerns me. But I dig the themes of like the dangers of entitlement that's like played throughout the movie. That was like a really cool theme to play with. Also, what was the mobster's name? Sergey.
Yeah.
His mustache fucking rocks. It's my goals, but I can't grow facial hair. Matter of fact, there's a lot of good mustaches in this movie. The cop had a great mustache. This movie has so many fucking twists and turns that my head is still spinning, and it's basically a heist movie. That's basically what it is. Do we want to do spoilers?
We can do some slight spoilers. I guess
I'll
don't
just
mention
say-
the ending, but
I'll just say the death, the major death at the end made me afraid of can openers. That scares me now. So, yeah, this movie is awesome. I loved it. I was with plenty of women, of course.
wow, you had multiple women in the same theater.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's so many in a row.
As we all know, Joey is very polyamorous.
It's true.
He's very into it.
He's just a pimp. He can't help it.
A lot of
can't-
All
muscles going
sexes
around,
love him.
baby. It's true. That is true.
Crystal, what did you think of Companion?
I really enjoyed it. I didn't know what it was going into it. All I knew was I had to watch it. I said, okay. Walking in, I saw on the poster it said about creators from Barbarian. And I was like, oh, okay. So I guess this is a horror movie. I literally had no idea even what genre it was.
Hmm.
I sat down and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I truly did. I'm nervous that AI roles or like the characters of AI characters may start becoming overdone, especially the AI girlfriends. Because didn't Megan Fox just do one or something?
Yeah, I didn't see that one though.
And I'm nervous that that's just going to be a trend that's going to be overdone, which sucks because this movie I think was amazing. I think it had done it perfectly. Tons of surprises throughout the entire thing. It kept you on your toes. Acting was really well. I was nervous that what's his face? The main
Jack
guy.
Wade.
Quaid.
Jack Wade.
Yeah. I was nervous he was going to play the same character he always plays, especially because I keep seeing the damn trailer for
Novocaine.
Novocaine.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm like, God damn it. He's just the same fucking character over and over. And I was like, shit, is this what this movie is? Especially in the beginning. It's like, fuck. But as it kept developing, I was like, okay, I'm loving this more and more. Each character is changing throughout the story. It's, I think, phenomenal. As I was walking out, though, because I went by myself, I saw it was a group of a few people in front of me, and they're just like, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. And I was like, okay.
That is worse when
I
you
love
see like a movie you love and then you just hear people shitting on it. You're like, oh, we had very different experiences.
Yeah.
Gil, what did you
Whatever.
think of Companion?
I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. I went in knowing nothing about it, and I think it's a bummer that the trailer and even just the posters spoil the movie because you see her with the white eyes. And I think it was very clear the movie was written so that you wouldn't know going in. You wouldn't know until it's revealed like 30 minutes in.
Yeah.
And then it's fun rewatching it. There's a bunch of hints early on, like where Sergey meets her and he's like, what a beautiful creation you are. It's like you could read that as just it's a double entendre, right? You could take it literally or not. And I think I also liked, in terms of satire, I feel like it touched on like legitimate questions about AI, through the lens of how relationships with AI will affect us. They bring up questions of like, what's the difference between life and imitation of life? What's the difference between fake memories and real memories, considering our real memories are flawed anyway? One theme I really enjoyed, there's like one particular moment where Jack Quaid's character, he picks up the phone and sets aggression level up to 100%. And it's like with the swipe of a finger, contrast that to a few minutes later, the impact of that is this robot like punching a guy's face off. And I feel like, people always focus on AI becoming sentient and taking over the world as like the danger of AI. But I think a more realistic danger is that even if AI doesn't become sentient, it can create more distance between the decision makers and the outcomes. So like if you think about the person pulling the gun to kill someone, like that might be a little bit difficult to do. There's like moral qualms. The person giving the orders easier. AI can put even more distance where all I do is swipe the slider up, aggression 100%, and people start dying, and I don't have to think about it. So I thought the movie was funny. I thought it brought up some good ideas. I do think the humor was hit or miss, like especially when the POV of the movie kind of splits, where you're following Iris for half of it, then the other half is Jack Quaid and the other characters. And then sometimes it became sort of a slapstick, like, the door closed on my hand. And these characters were so incompetent, like the sort of thing you'd see in Big Lebowski or a Coen Brothers movie, where it's just dumb characters trying to pull off a heist and people just keep dropping
I
like
kind of
flies.
appreciated that, how dumb
know.
they were.
Yeah,
My only
I
thing
don't
was
know.
like,
Yeah,
it's
go
like-
ahead.
no, you can finish.
I was just going to say, I appreciate that sometimes depending on the context, but I feel like this movie where half the tone felt a little bit more grounded and not quite as ridiculous. And then when it does start to feel these characters are just so stupid, I felt like it undercut some of the genuine suspense. But that was kind of nitpicky. Overall, I was a big fan of the movie.
Yeah, one of the things I liked about it, so just a slight spoiler, you find out that she's able to do all these things because he jailbroke her, which is a fun idea because people jailbreak their phones, their consoles and stuff so they can have it do things it's not supposed to do. So he jailbreaks his love robot to up the aggression and everything so she kills the dude. But I love that they like reset her and she's like trying to escape, but like she can't lie and the cop pulls her over, so she just switches her language to German so the cop just won't understand her, so that way she gets around lying. I'm like, I really like stuff like that. And I love the whole setup process, like the meet cute that you get to pick, and like the robot thinks it's real, and then we get to see like two different versions of it. The only thing that's awkward was like they're pretty much like sex robots.
So
But they're sorry, what
go
were you
ahead,
saying?
go ahead, go
I was
ahead,
gonna say it was real awkward that people are bringing like their sex robots to like dinner parties and stuff. It's different if you're bringing like a person, but like when you bring like a sex robot, it's like, well, I know the only reason that thing exists is for you to have sex with it. Like, it'd be like bringing like a vibrator or a pocket pussy to a dinner.
Well,
It'd be very awkward. What were you gonna say, Crystal?
I'm gonna mention one of the guys that had the gay couple.
Yeah.
He actually was in love with his.
Yeah,
And
well,
it was so cool to see the contrast of, clearly she was just a sex robot. That's all he wanted her for, because she met him, and then 30 seconds later he's fucking her.
yeah,
So it's interesting to see the contrast of using AI versus using it for bad versus using it for good.
yeah. That
and
guy
what it was meant for.
That guy liked this robot a little too much when they're trying to split the money. He's like, "Oh, and we're gonna split our share." And he's like, "Wait, what?
That
Like,
was
that's not a
hilarious.
person. What are you talking about? Does it even have a bank account?"
I need the Grimace DLC for that.
That's
Crystal
the other
Tier.
thing. I feel like there would be like way goofier ones out there. They'd be dressed like way weirder and shit.
Well, like, are they the question I was asking was like, do they have like a template? Like, because there's like 50,000 fucking dolls that look like Iris, sort of thing.
Yeah, they talk about how there's different
Right?
models.
At the end.
They
Apparently,
definitely
the game
have like
was,
other
an older
species
model.
too, like Star Trek aliens and stuff.
Yeah.
Avatar.
Well, hang on a second now.
My parents
Goodness.
get mad whenever I bring my Klingon sex robot to dinner. I don't know what their deal is.
You'd think they'd be happy that you just brought something that looks like a female or just a companion.
Wow, just
Oh, that means I'm moving up a level, right? Now I just need Joey to say something. mean.
now I see why Jack Quaid liked this robot so much. I can just be like, Crystal, quiet. Crystal, talk.
Fuck, I'm on the
Crystal, quiet. Crystal, talk. But yeah, I had a really good time. I think most people watching it will like it. Yeah, I try to avoid the first trailer. I think was just vague enough. Try to avoid any other trailer and stuff. Well, we just spoiled it for you. If you're gonna show this to someone, tell them not to watch any of the trailers or teasers. Just have them go in blind, because it would be cool to see what it's like going in blind to this.
It was really cool because that's what I did. I had
Yeah.
no idea.
Yeah,
And I was like, oh shit. Because you really think it's just like a girl about to get raped and stuff like that. And all of a sudden she's protecting herself and you can't. It got me angry listening to the beginning of her explaining herself
yeah,
and her friends being like, what the fuck did you do? Like, mad at her for protecting herself. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden you realize why.
Yeah, you figure out the
Right.
context is how did a robot do that? They're not allowed to do that, but
Literally
yeah, it switches.
Lips.
By the way, she's like in everything now, Sophie Thatcher. She was in Heretic we covered a few months ago, Boogeyman. She's like in
Maxine.
Maxine. Yeah, she is in
Yep,
Maxine
she was.
briefly. The first time I saw her, she was the Exorcist TV show, the first season, which was very,
I want
very
to watch
good.
that.
It's so good. They do a flashback to Reagan, like post Exorcist, and she played the young version of Reagan. But yeah, I like that she's in everything. You might remember her as a bunch of guys complaining about a robot arm in the Boba Fett show. And then the Boba Fett show came out and no one watched it and everyone stopped complaining about her. Do you remember that, Gil? Do you remember that?
I don't even know. Like, was that a sentence? You were like complaining about robot arm. I didn't.
They did a trailer for the Boba Fett show that came out and they showed this girl with like a robot arm and everyone was like, woke girl boss, woke girl. And then you watch the show, she's like barely a character. She like almost does nothing in the show. Like,
If
wow,
they
so many
hated-
guys spent a week bitching about her.
And if they hated that her arm was a robot, they're gonna hate
They're
this
gonna
movie.
hate this movie. But yeah, next, Heart Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is your typical romantic comedy, and boy is it! It'll hit all the appropriate story beats. About like just a girl who's working for a company, and she ends up having a meet cute, but then it turns out the guy she had the meet cute with is like a competitor or something, or like puts her job at risk because she works for an ad agency. And it turns out in this world there is a slasher. That's the thing. It's a romantic comedy if it took place during a slasher. And he kills people on Valentine's Day and he hasn't been caught yet. And then she had the bright idea to do an ad campaign that was all about lovers who got like tragically killed at the end of their stories. So she meets with this guy. They clearly have some romance, and the Heart Eyes Killer, as they call him, targets them thinking that they're a couple when they are actually not. And he stalks them throughout the whole movie. And while this is happening, Jordana Brewster and Devin Sawa, I guess now that Chucky is done, he doesn't have to
Devin
play 10
Sawa.
people a season. They are on the case to figure out who this killer is. And wackiness happens. Crystal, what did you think of Heart Eyes?
I liked it a lot.
Mm.
I did go see this on Valentine's Day with a girl. So
Oh.
So I went with a really good friend. And she does not like horror films. And she really enjoyed this because as gory as it is, it's not scary.
Mhm.
So she actually truly enjoyed it, which I was surprised at. It really feels like a Christmas Lifetime movie with a killer. That's all I kept thinking.
Which is what I liked about it. I like that it was so formulaic.
Yeah, I went in with a different mindset. 'Cause, like, once again, I didn't watch the trailer or anything like that. I just went in because Tony said to watch it.
Oh,
And what?
no, I'm glad you mentioned it. I didn't really look up anything about it. So I kind of went in blind, and I didn't realize the director did, Josh Rubin. He wrote and directed and starred in this movie Scare Me, which is also a really good, clever horror comedy.
Sweet.
So yeah, we both went in blind. I didn't expect it to be as humorous as it was. But anyway,
Yeah,
continue.
I was expecting like an actual more like My Bloody Valentine
Mhm.
kind of thing. And then so the comedy, because I just wasn't in the mood for a comedy, kind of put me off. Knowing this, I would probably go in and enjoy it more.
Mm.
I hated the ending. Hated
Oh,
the
yeah, it
ending
was
more than anything.
super convoluted.
It was just dumb. It was just you didn't need to be there. There was no reason for that.
Mm.
There was no horror aspect. The killer didn't show. Like it was like a happy ending, but like a not needed happy ending.
Well, it's a romantic comedy. It needed a happy ending.
It already had a happy ending. They needed a second happy ending a year later. Like, why? Why did we need this? And then it also had, I was like waiting, and then all of a sudden, like, I was taking my time. And then it had something in the credits. And I was like, oh, thank God there's something like a little bit through the credits.
Oh yeah, that was stupid.
And that was stupid. And that
Yeah.
had nothing to do with anything. I was like, what the fuck is happening?
Okay, so the epilogue is a little weak, but everything else I thought was fine.
It was fun. It was fun.
What did you think, Joey C?
Yeah, I think the only thing I knew about this movie was, I think it might have been you, Tony. Somebody texted me and said the movie fucking rocked, and I was like, all
That
right,
was
it's
probably
gotta
me.
be good.
As I was walking out of the movie, I probably did that.
Yeah. The grape crusher kill was fucking awesome. I thought I was in for it. I was a little disappointed in the kills, but that one was pretty cool. A lot of love drama in this movie, and I wanted to rip my fucking eyes out.
But
And
that
the whole
was the point. It was a parody.
I don't like it. It cringes me out, man. The whole coffee shop love scene was so awkward. You know, have I mentioned I'm single, by the way? A lot of rom-com tropes in here, folks.
That's all. Yeah, it was mainly that's exactly what it was. It was mainly that.
It's so cool that it takes place in, like you said, Tony, a universe where a slasher movie is happening. The twist is kind of fucking weird. And it was hinted at, like, in the very beginning after the grape crusher scene. But when they're like investigating in the grape crusher, I don't want to spoil it.
Someone says it's like
she says a line
or something.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think they'd actually do it. I mean, yeah, sure, it's kinky, but
and by the way, Jordana Brewster was in, I think, one of the first episodes me and Joey C reviewed, The Faculty.
Really?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, she just happened to disappear conveniently during the cop station. Yeah. I thought it was all right.
Gil, what did you think of Heart Eyes?
I thought it was pretty good. I think, Crystal, like you said, it's definitely not scary. Like, they set the tone with the first two kills where the couple that's killed are insufferable and annoying. So you're excited to see them die. So it's less about, I'm worried someone's going to be killed, and more, what creative ways is this movie going to find to mutilate people? So it's more, how much do you enjoy the comedy of it? And I'd say for me, it was like 50-50. I think when it was clever and doing something fun with the romance horror mix, that was funny. Like, just the idea that these two characters aren't a couple, but the more they fall in love and the closer they get, the more they put a target on their back. Like, that's a funny idea. But when it's just doing humor that's not connected to the premise, I thought it was a lot of just saying words that are very of today, and we're supposed to laugh because it's self-aware, but there's nothing clever about it. Like saying canceled, doxed, or using the word algorithm, or saying like, my sugar daddy. Oh no, that's not PC. Now we say sponsor. I didn't think that stuff was funny. Or even my favorite one, the detectives' names are Hobbs and Shaw. Oh, you
like
mean like the movie?
Yeah.
What movie? I don't know.
Which is funny because Jordana Brewster is in those movies.
Yep.
Yeah, it's no gangster holding bubble tea, but yeah. Yeah, I didn't really get a lot of those jokes. So to me, the comedy was like 50-50. The romance I thought was okay. Good chemistry. You want to see them fall in love. But yeah, overall it was good. Like, if you like horror comedy, I thought this was solid. I thought The Monkey was a better horror comedy, but this was pretty good.
Look,
Why didn't we see that one?
Remember when I said I wasn't too into Longlegs and how the director's previous movie also was a disappointment? I never got around to watching the other movie people told me to watch. So I was like, no, I'm not giving him another chance. And
instead,
now
I'm watching Love Hurts.
Instead of watching Love Hurts, but fuck it.
Yes.
Apparently this one is good, so I'm going to watch it, and I'll decide if I want to give it its own live episode or if I just going to tack it on the end of year wrap up. Don't forget, like, there is an end of year wrap up. If there's something you think
I have to wait till December.
Well, maybe I'll like it so much I think it needs its own thing. Let's wait a little bit, all right?
Right.
Or maybe I'll hate it so much I think it needs its own thing, like when we did Burt Kreischer's The Machine a few years ago, which is still, which by the way, you guys talk about, like, if you want to see a bad like comedy with action, Burt Kreischer's The Machine. There you go. Thank God that movie's
just
lost.
listen to his goddamn comedy about it. Way
Don't
better.
listen to Burt Kreischer ever. He's terrible. He's like one of the worst people ever.
He had a joke about me. I told you that, right?
He had a
I don't know
joke
if I
about
said
you?
that. Yeah. He legit had a joke, and he said it on a podcast once.
What did he say?
Mickey Gall, who's a MMA fighter, when I worked at a comedy club, Mickey Gall came in and was showing people, like, at the end of the night, because everyone just fucking, all the staff and the comedians, we all fucking drinking bullshit. Mickey Gall was watching a show, stayed, and was teaching people how to choke other people out. And I came in, and I was with my ex at the time, who was a Marine for freaking forever. And I was like, he was like, yeah, you do it on me, Crystal. I was like, okay, cool. So I did it, but no one taught me what the tap out was.
Oh.
So next thing I know, he just falls flat and Bert dies. Just fucking dies laughing.
Did he? I've heard his laugh. If I heard it in real life, I think I'd just rip my ears off. But
yeah, so he said the joke, but he changes it and then says like, "How's the server?" And I did it to a busboy, and he gave me the worst Jersey accent ever.
Oh wow, he's known for just taking other people's stuff and butchering it.
He's really, really nice though. I will say he's a fucking sweetheart.
Yeah, I just wish he would stop podcasting. But yeah, that was a really bad movie. But yeah, so I will watch The Monkey, and I'll decide if it needs its own thing or not. All right, guys. I'm sorry I didn't do The Monkey. God, I didn't think anyone would care. Was that 3 movies? Can we do the mid-show super chats? Love Hurts. This was the last movie I watched on Valentine's Day. Starring Ki-Hoo Kwan. Did I get it right?
Sounds right.
Is anyone going to... Can I just call him Short Round? Am I going to get shit for calling him Short Round? I can't hear you.
Gil, you're muted. What are you doing?
It's good. It's okay. What I just said was stupid. So
okay. Love Hurts, starring Short Round from Temple of Doom, tells the story of a former, I guess, like hitman or muscle for a crime group who was supposed to kill this lady who was, I think she was Calypso in the Kraven the Hunter movie. Remember that movie? Came out just a few months ago. No one remembers it. Anyway, he was supposed to kill her. She was like the accountant for the gang, but he spared her. And now years later on Valentine's Day, she's like hitting him up and letting him know that she's going to go after his brother, who's like the head of the gang. Since then, he's retired and become like a realtor. One of like the best realtors ever. He works for Sean Astin, apparently. But yeah, he gets sucked back into this life of crime. His brother wants revenge on the girl. He's mad at his younger brother for lying to him. And then, Beast Mode's there making a lot of funny jokes. I fucking love it. I'm not a football guy, but everything I've seen him in comedy-wise, he was on that show. Oh, God. What's the show on Netflix where Will Ferrell, it's like an improv show. No, not Will Ferrell. Will Arnett. Murderville. Did you guys ever see Murderville?
Nope.
Oh my God, guys. Murderville is a show where Will Arnett and a bunch of other people, they're like detectives, and they have a script, but their guest for the episode doesn't have the script, so they have to improvise the whole show. Marshawn Lynch is in the second episode. It's hilarious. He was also good in Bottoms, if any of you have ever seen Bottoms. Yeah, so there's plenty of action and comedy and wackiness about, and I had a really good time with it. Joey C., how did you feel about this one?
Same producers as Nobody, from what I understand.
Which I've never seen.
I fucking love that movie. That movie rocks. So I was excited for this. I do feel like the whole plot of like, oh, I used to be a deadly killer spy and now I'm a normal guy and I have to return to my old life is super played out. Which was basically the same plot as Nobody, if I remember correctly.
But this is like the comedy version, I guess.
Yeah, but even that was funny. I mean, the fight scenes were cool. It's really hard to fuck that up, but I enjoyed the movie. I just thought it was kind of dumb.
Wait. It's hard to fuck up a fight scene? You know Captain America 4 is later in the show, right?
That's true. We'll get to that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. It's really easy to fuck up a fight scene, but continue.
I will say Marvin, I think, was his character name. He has a ton of personality, by far the best part of the movie. Not the best movie realtor. That goes to Jim Evers, Eddie Murphy, and the 2003 Haunted Mansion, of course. Instead of fine and fun, this is like fine and dumb. You know, I had fun with it.
Gil, what did you think?
Oh man, I was going to be really snarky, but now I feel bad because I was going to say the only thing that hurt about this movie was watching it. But what hurts more than that is listening. Tony, you said you had a really good time with it. That hurt even more than actually watching it. I was going to say I developed an exercise to determine if the movie is for you or not, if you need a recommendation. So I think audience participation. So if you haven't seen this movie, everybody listening, you just close your eyes and picture a mobster, like a really bad guy, somebody, no ethics, no morals, kills people just for fun. And now I want you to imagine that in his hand, he has a bubble tea. If you are right
got a
now
picture of it.
struggling to breathe because you can't stop laughing, you will love this movie. But if you're like me and you're like, is that a joke? I don't get it. Then I would say skip this movie because it seems to think that is like the height of comedy. They call back to it like 5 times. I will agree the action, some of it was pretty cool, but I would say like fairly repetitive. But everything else in the movie, I thought, okay, if you try to just take it as a romance, I've never seen less chemistry between
Yeah,
two
that
romantic
was the
leads.
weakest part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've said everything I need to.
Crystal. So Gil apparently just hates love.
I'm going to go ahead and agree with Gil on most of
Oh, whoa!
It's a movie that I would not. I'm glad I have that AMC pass thing because I would have been really pissed if I spent money on it.
Wow, I didn't think you hated that much. Oh, okay.
And I didn't hate it.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was a waste of my time going to the theater. Thank God I saw Companion right after it, because then I wouldn't have felt that my drive to the theater and back would be, not worth it. So it's a movie that I would put on TV in the background, not thinking, or if I just want something dumb.
So
on
a
TV,
Netflix
I would
movie.
put that on. That's exactly what this should have been. This
By the
should
way-
have been a Netflix movie.
Did we talk about this on this show? Crystal, they like a thing came out where Netflix is specifically picking scripts or designing scripts to be made with the idea that you're not actually going to watch the movie.
I think
Like,
this
that's-
movie did that because it has a voiceover for no
For
reason.
sure.
Multiple
Yeah.
character.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
What?
Hello, I don't know what the hell
Oh my
just
God.
happened.
I
How am I
froze.
here
I
now?
got scared.
Hello? Did my internet go nuts?
They heard we were bad mouthing this movie. They're like, shut him down, shut him down.
It was
We're still-
Crystal doxing us so she could get back up there.
We're still on. Something must have
How
happened
am
to
I
my
up here now?
something must have happened to my internet. It like cycled or something and it switched
I'm
everyone.
so confused. How did I get here?
Can everyone still hear us? Do we sound good? Are we
Yeah, I see somebody just said still on. I think we're back.
Okay. I always get nervous when that
I
happens.
was
It looks like
close.
we're on all the platforms still. Whew. All right. Yeah, so they're designing stuff to be made with the knowledge that you're not going to watch. And Gil, you're right. The constant narration in that, maybe this was developed as like a Netflix thing. I don't know.
Yeah, because
All right,
it'll be so. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, go. Say words.
Oh, I would forget that it has voiceover, and then all of a sudden it would pop up, and she'd be saying to herself, like, maybe I do love him after all. I had to leave the business, but maybe I want to come back. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I was watching.
Yes. That kiss at the end, I think that would probably be one of the most top awkward kisses in a movie. It just they didn't look right together.
Mm.
They didn't, there was no chemistry. There was literally nothing. You're just like, I still am confused about this.
This
Wait,
movie
what?
can't do relationships at all, like romantic or otherwise,
Mm.
because if the movie didn't say like 50 times, like, he's my brother, we were brothers, you would have no indication that these two characters know each other or have any shared history at all.
Yeah. And
Well,
then
I
you
mean-
also had the other two that met the poet and his assistant.
Oh my
Oh,
god,
the
I
poets.
totally forgot
Yeah,
about
I
that plot
did
line.
forget about that.
The Raven, the
That
guy who
was
has
so
throwing
weird.
knives.
If you think
I
a mo-
almost kind of enjoyed, I was like entertained by that. But that was
It's the same joke though, where it's like a
Yeah.
mobster doing a thing like, it's a tough guy, but he likes bubble tea. He's a tough guy, but he likes poetry.
So quirky.
And then the other two henchmen, Marshawn Lynch's partner, is like fighting with his girlfriend, and they're constantly bringing up their relationship issues. I don't know. I guess the action, short round, and Marshawn was enough for me. Also, you can see Drew Scott from Property Brothers get shot through the face. That was kind of fun.
That was funny because that was so unexpectedly gory. Like, there's not
Yeah.
much. I mean, there's like a little bit of blood in the movie, but that felt like it was out of a different movie. Like when they
Yeah.
were writing this, they were like, "This is not great. Let's just throw something crazy in here at the end."
I just love he does feel added in last minute because there's one mention of him early on, and then his close up outside of the house is like obviously green screened. So they must have like shot his insert in like a day and then green screened him.
He's
and
like,
then
hey,
like,
what are you doing over there?
yeah, and then like CGI'd his face on all the other for sale things. He must have been like a late addition. I don't know why they thought True Scott for
This will
property
save the
coverage.
movie.
No, I would say the straw through the eye?
Yeah.
Was that what it was?
Oh,
I thought
God.
that was a little bit like I think that was probably the goriest kill because you saw the blood leaking out of the straw.
Ew.
I actually
No,
enjoyed that kill.
I obviously covered my eyes. during
Using
that shit.
straws in a lethal manner is a thing now because this isn't the only movie that we're covering.
It's
which
not. It's not.
involves that.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's another one. It's like a big
Wow.
thing. And I was actually getting confused which one has the specific straw kill in it. But no, I thought it was okay. I guess me and Joey C are the only ones who are in that camp. Look, I'm probably never going to watch it again.
No, not a chance.
But I had,
Okay,
you know,
Tony,
when
you
I
can
was
be
on
honest. You're
when
gonna
I
watch
was-
this movie every Valentine's Day.
Look,
Loved it.
look, if I end with the 3 hot babes that I was with, and I'm not going to mention that it was Sydney Sweeney and Vanessa Kirby or Anna D. Armas, who are all 3 of them are going to be in a movie coming out this year, so that's definitely going on the list. I'm not going to say it was
what
them.
you're talking about anymore. You're like,
No,
this is like
I'm not-
listing actresses.
Just rambling.
Those are the 3 girls that I went on dates with. I mean, I definitely didn't. I don't want to expose them. But we enjoyed this movie, okay? And I'm glad Short Round is in movies again. Next up, Captain America New World Order. Oh, wait, sorry. They went back and changed the title. Captain America Brave New World. Featuring Seth Rollins. Oh, that's right. They cut him out of the movie and replaced him with an elderly Giancarlo Esposito who looks like he can't even stand up, and he was absolutely terrible in this film.
Yeah.
Yes, and it also features a comic accurate leader from the Hulk. Oh, wait. They went back and completely reshot all the scenes with a worse non-comic accurate design, but they didn't do it in time, so all the merch coming out is for the previous design of the character. So if you are one of the 5 people who did like the redesign, you can't even get any merch from it. Yes, Captain America, Brave New World. It's about Sam Wilson, who took up the mantle of Captain America, which was told in a very disappointing Disney Plus show, which wasn't very good. I was real excited for Sam Wilson to become Captain America. I liked him as the Falcon. In the MCU, it made the most sense that he would be Captain America. People kept saying it should be the Winter Soldier, and I'm like, well, he was a brainwashed like Hydra asset. Like, they're still fixing his brain.
If someone sneezes the wrong way, he's gonna suddenly start assassinating people.
I don't think the American people would trust him enough to be Captain America. Apparently, they trust him enough to vote for him in Congress. That was stupid. Anyway, so he's still struggling with the Captain America mantle, being taken seriously as Captain America. There's a new president. It's Thunderbolt Ross, but it is obviously not William Hurt because William Hurt died. So they replaced him with Harrison Ford to get butts in the seats. They clearly did not see how that worked out for Indiana Jones 5, or else they would have completely just gotten a cheaper actor. I feel like they should have got Sam Elliott. He's a great actor. He's age appropriate, and he played the character in a different version of the Hulk, but he would have been a way better pick, I think. Yeah, but don't worry, Captain America, he has a team with him, Latino Falcon. Although in the comics, this Falcon merges with Red Wing's DNA, so he's a Birdman. But Red Wing in this universe is a robot, so they couldn't do that. So now he's just Latino Falcon. He's a Latino guy with the Falcon suit. And we also have Israeli Black Widow. Gil, I noticed the blue color in the background there and the white shirt. You're definitely feeling this character.
That's my subtle.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah.
Yes. Sabra. Even though she doesn't use that name and she doesn't have her powers, and she literally has nothing to do with her comic book character other than one mention that she's Israeli. And she's just a lady Black Widow. And I had a bunch of jokes about how she's very tiny, but then I found out it was linked to like kidney cancer she had that stunted her growth. And then I felt bad about all those jokes and I threw them all away. Yes. Oh, she does have a superhero suit. that she wears for one scene, and she has a jacket on top
Yeah,
of it. So I don't even know
underneath
why
the
they
jacket.
bothered giving it to her. And we get the return of whatever that thing was called in the Eternals, baby. Real quick, go down the line. Gil, who's your favorite Eternal?
Fast Boy.
Joey C, who's your
Boy,
favorite Eternal?
definitely Fast Boy.
Crystal, I know you love the Eternals. What's your favorite?
Fast Boy.
Fast boy.
That's it. We learned that this thing that was turned into a weird metal at the end of Eternals got turned into adamantium, the thing Wolverine's made out of. And they probably wrote this at a time where they were like, yes, this will get people excited for the new Wolverine. But then they just made a different Wolverine movie with Hugh Jackman, so no one really cares anymore. Yes, and the president turns into the Red Hulk. The bad guy has manipulated things. He's brainwashing people to get back at the president. And at the end, it's revealed that he is the Red Hulk. And that is a surprise unless you saw the poster or that poster or this poster or that poster. It's definitely a surprise that the movie is building up towards, even though it spoils it every chance it can get. Yes, this movie was plagued with a bunch of production issues, and it's been rewritten. It's been a whole mess. It kind of like really encapsulates the MCU at the moment. They just don't know what they're doing, and they can't make up their mind. Gil, what did you think of Captain America: Brave New World?
I don't know where to start because you can dissect the movie and what's wrong with it, but I feel like everybody already knows. Nobody's sitting there saying like, "Is this a good movie? Can they help me understand if it's good or not and why?" I feel like at this point I've been enjoying the MCU on a meta level of just I'm curious, like as a company, what decisions are they going to make, and that's kind of the fun. It's like fantasy football, and I feel like right now we're at a weird point where Kevin Feige announced like a year ago, we're going to try a new strategy. We're going to try making good movies from now on. But the problem is we've already made a bunch of terrible movies and TV shows and we haven't released them yet. So there's a few different strategies. Echo was like, let's rip the Band-Aid off, release all the movies at once, and put Marvel's spotlight at the beginning. People will get confused. They're going to think it's a Sony movie or something. It won't be associated with us.
So they try to make it like it was its own thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
But now this movie, they took like a middle of the road approach where they're like, I feel like they should have gone the WB David Zaslav route, because I appreciate what he's doing where he's like, we're not going to release Batgirl. It's a terrible movie. Just don't release it. And I feel like that's what they should have done with this one. Instead, they sunk a ton of money into it to try and reshoot the movie. And they were afraid to offend anybody. So they took this out. And they were afraid to offend anybody on that side. So they took this out. And they like gutted the movie until there was nothing left. And the thing is, you don't need to make a political statement with your movie. You can also just tell like a good story where characters have an arc. But they didn't do that. I remember years ago, a friend of mine complained that the MCU, these movies aren't movies. They're like MCU episode 15. And I was like, that's not necessarily a problem. Like, it's just a different approach to movies where they're more of a series.
Which is what they're doing like what comics do. But
exactly. So I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. But this was the first time where I was like, that is, at least the way it's executed here, this felt like a procedural. It was just like another episode where there's like a bad thing and then the hero stops it. But the hero has no arc or arch. I'm confused now after the last movie we just talked about. Like to some extent, like maybe there's this thing of I don't have powers like Captain America did before me, so I have to kind of like live up to him. But maybe because I don't have powers, I'm somebody you can look up to. But I have an Ant-Man helmet, I have like magic wings, I have all this technology that essentially gives me superpowers. So that's not an arc, and that was really only mentioned in one scene, which was clearly a reshoot where they inserted Bucky.
yeah,
It's a sequel to a movie from 20 years ago, and that really, okay, fine, it's a sequel, but whatever. You don't have to remember what happened, just take it as is. But the closest thing we have to any kind of character arc is Harrison Ford, like trying to reconnect with his daughter, which only works if you watched Hulk back then. But if you didn't, the only setup is like him mumbling into the phone every 20 minutes, like, daughter, remember when we used to walk the cherry blossoms?
Yeah.
The only tension for me in the movie is I wonder if Liv Tyler's actually going to show up. That was like the only thing that kept me in suspense.
Yeah, she showed up on a green screen and they put like that was clearly green screen and they make sure to film her like through a window to cover up that it was like digital, maybe.
Anyway, I thought it was great. Like at the end of it.
That's the thing. The best you're gonna get, because I've seen reviews for this, and people are just like, "It was all right." That's all you're gonna get from this is all right.
Well, like, there
But
was
if you've
nothing. Like if I watched Quantumania, there are parts where I'm like, there's nothing in this movie that makes me, do that. Nothing like particularly annoys me. It's just not a good movie.
Yeah.
And I just look at it and I'm like, I don't know why you released this movie.
Joey C, what did you think about Captain America: Brave New World?
The reviews that you mentioned where they were like, oh, that's all right. That's pretty much how I feel. I do feel like the effects were pretty rough, as they typically have been in the last couple of years. Specifically, like when the shield is flying in between a bunch of enemies, and like it's bird's eye view, it just looks so fucking bad. Like one fight scene was good. The rest of them were pretty fucking terrible. How do you fuck up a fight scene? I don't fucking know.
The fight scenes were clunky, and Captain America, the movies are specifically known for how good the hand-to-hand scenes are, especially Winter Soldier and Civil War, but these were just very slow-paced. But yeah, what were you saying, Joey?
And filmed like shit. The one like fight scene that I loved was the jet fighting scene. That was fucking sick. The story really reminded me of like your typical spy movie where like the bad guy's going to destroy the world and the good guy has to go against his bosses to go rogue and save the world. So it's nothing special. And I mean, the film itself is pretty forgettable, but did I hate it? I don't think so. I think it was like 25 to 30 minutes too long. I feel like after the jet fighting scene,
it's funny because I think it's actually one of the shorter MCU movies, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, I think it's just under 2 hours.
Yeah.
I do feel like they should have fucking did it in an hour and a half because like after the jet fighting scene, I was like, all right, sweet. We're at the end of the movie. I got to piss. Let's rock and roll. And it just dragged on. I feel like they should have went straight from the jet fighting scene to the whole Red Hulk scene. And it should have just gone right into the finale after that. Because that jet fighting scene felt like a fucking finale scene. That dragged on in and of itself. Forgettable. I definitely won't watch it again, but it was all right.
Crystal, I'm assuming you didn't see this one.
Nope.
That's okay.
Smart.
Totally. She asked me about it, and I was like, don't even bother.
I have no interest.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're right, Gil. They clearly were making this a while. When did they start production on this?
I feel like it was years ago.
Hold on.
I feel like it was done shooting like 2 years ago. And like, it was originally supposed to come out. Let's see, started shooting March 2023, I think.
Oh, okay. So yeah, early 2023, and it's only coming out like now. That's rough. Because they did have to like shoot everything. Wasn't like Harrison Ford at it like late into this one? I know Giancarlo was definitely at it very late.
Which I don't know why they thought like this will save the movie. Like Giancarlo Esposito like walking around with a gun, and like totally unbelievable that he would at all be an impediment to this like super powerful guy.
So they were doing the Serpent Society, and it looks like from this, Seth Rollins and them, they had like snake themed outfits and whatnot. And they were like, all right, get rid of that. Now it's old man.
I don't know why did they even do that?
I don't know.
I don't think he's a draw anymore. Like I think like this character where he just plays another villain like he did in The Mandalorian. I think it's played out at this point. Like for me, when I see he's in something, it no longer excites me. Instead, I'm like, I don't want to see that. Like, I know exactly what I'm gonna get. I'm sick of it.
I feel bad for Anthony Mackie. Anthony Mackie is good. But the whole time I was watching this show, I was just getting excited for Twisted Metal season 2.
Yeah, Sam. That's all I was thinking about.
Because he's funny. So, like, there are scenes where he's really, really good. He can be funny. And then there are scenes where he's kind of phoning in. Like, he doesn't deliver the comedic stuff that well. And after watching, like, Twisted Metal, I'm like, I know he's funny. And I know he can act. But he's very hit or miss in this movie. And maybe that is a result of, like, oh, they're changing everything last minute. Trying my best here. So, okay, the new Falcon. I don't remember this character from the show. He made no impression on me, which I guess is fine because after watching him in this movie, I'm like, they need to get rid of this character right away. This is one of the worst MCU characters ever. Did he make jokes? Was he jokey on the show? I don't remember that. But by the way, the MCU humor, which is everyone trying to be like Joss Whedon, but they're not as good, this is like the worst offender of it. Like when he kicks those guys' ass and like dances and stuff, I'm like, oh no,
it's
oh
so
no.
He's
fucking
right
bad.
behind me, isn't he?
Yeah, it's literally that. Like, and like Deadpool kind of made fun of that. That's the thing. Like, I know that formula worked, but like Joss Whedon was the best of it, and everyone is trying to be like him with the quips, and
Yeah.
they've never really pulled it off. Every time he opened his mouth, I just went, "Oh my god, shut up, you're terrible, you're awful." She was a nothing character. What is her? So she was a former Black Widow, but she works for the president now.
That's it. Nothing more needs to be
Yeah,
said.
literally,
That's
that's
it.
it. You fucking got it.
Is she like? I didn't understand why she was like part of this, other than like she's the president's security, but she's not around him like ever, except for like 1 or 2 scenes.
Yeah, like in
Yeah.
the beginning.
There's like, if I remember correctly, doesn't she like she believes Anthony Mackie's character and like kind of
guess.
sides with him against the president?
yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Like,
at the
in
end,
theory,
though,
there's a story there. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh,
it
then
was
she's
cut.
just at the final fight, which by the way, the final fight in the Cherry Blossoms looks okay. And then it cuts to like Anthony Mackie, and he's clearly like, by the way, it's all green screen, but then it's a worse green screen. I'm like, oh, that must have been like they changed the outcome of this fight or something. Yeah, there were just too many characters.
And the way he, when he stopped Hulk, like the big like killing blow is that he poked him. They
Yeah,
poked him with
he
the
like
corner of his
stabbed
whip.
him.
And I think back to I think it was Age of Ultron, the second Avengers movie, when Tony Stark had to call in like the Hulkbuster armor,
Yeah.
like to stop Hulk. It
Yeah.
was near impossible,
Yeah.
and that wasn't a great movie, but I thought that was a pretty good scene. And like when Hulk transforms, it is essentially a nuclear level event. There's going to be a lot of civilian casualties, and to stop him, Tony Stark literally needed to call on a special armor. I
Yeah.
think it launched from space.
Yeah.
And here it was like he's poking with the corner of your wing.
Well,
and
they
that'll stop
didn't
him.
have vibranium. That's the thing.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
I mean,
yes.
that does raise the stakes where he's not super strong, but like he has so many gadgets and stuff, it kind of doesn't matter.
There was only one scene where I felt like they played into that. I forget. There was a scene early on where I think he didn't have his armor and he had to
Yeah.
fight. And I was like, that was solid. Like more of that would have been good.
Yeah.
But the MCU has definitely painted itself into a corner now
Mm-hmm.
where there's so much magic and science that it just feels like anything can happen and can be
Yeah.
explained and rationalized. Yeah. Just
Yeah.
diminishes everything.
This I'm now more excited to see after so many like failures. I'm actually excited to see like what happens next. Can they course correct? Because it lasted longer than it had any right to, really. Like the MCU, I'm surprised they even got up to Endgame. They were able to like
Yeah,
evolve a
same.
little bit, but they got too comfortable. They got too comfortable and
Yeah.
too carried away. And it's like, can you fix your reputation? Like the fact that like Deadpool and Wolverine is their biggest movie, and it's related to movies they didn't make, and it's just about 2 dudes hanging out.
And it's spoofing your whole franchise.
And it's moving it.
Yeah.
You know, all their other movies are like, yeah, it's about a hero, but it's really about his diverse, multicultural team full of women. And then your biggest hit is just 2 bros hanging out to beat up a woman, ironically. But yeah, after like Marvel's Quantumania, Thor 4, which me and Crystal talked about. Remember Thor 4?
No.
It made that much of an impression on
Which one
Crystal.
was that one?
The one
Love and
with
Thunder.
with the lady Thor. Remember
Christian
Lady
Bale.
Thor and Christian Bale? We literally did a whole episode where we went through every Thor movie, so that's really funny. that sums
Oh,
up
is
modern.
that the one that with what's his face is in it?
Christian Bale.
We just
I know we said I didn't know if it heard the Chris
No.
Hemsworth.
Yeah, that guy.
That's
there was like a little girl in the movie, and
Right?
then
Is that the one? Was that it?
with the girl, yeah.
I don't remember a girl.
So see, that's the modern MCU. They
he
put
had
out
a big
movie.
hammer.
Yeah,
No.
they put out a movie
Oh.
that looks unfinished because that was Thor 4 was another one where they completely like, just redid the whole movie. Just changed Russell Crowe. Is that who you're thinking of? He was Zeus. Remember he danced a little bit, and no one can remember it because they used to have some. I mean, they were mostly products. I'm not going to say they were
Chris
ever
Pratt.
like high art.
Was it the one?
Yes, Chris Pratt
was
was in it. Yeah.
I remember the Chris Pratt part.
Yep,
Honestly,
and they just put out garbage.
honestly, I just remember him.
Yeah. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. They have to course correct. This is a mess right now. Or they could just like stop making movies. That'll be
stop.
fine.
Yeah.
I think we got enough.
The fun
some
thing
really good
is,
ones
so
in
like the course correction that they announced, again, like this was already filmed by the time they made that announcement.
Yeah.
So I think technically the first post course correction thing we're gonna see is Fantastic Four. I don't know if Thunderbolts when that started. And I feel like
sure? I
Fantastic
feel like
Four,
I feel like they were being developed around like the same time, though.
Yeah,
but-
that's what I thought.
really? Okay,
was
so
it
we have to
early-
wait for.
Yeah, because they might have been filming those while they were refilming this. So maybe that isn't the case.
Maybe. Yeah,
Although
we'll
I
see.
saw that they took off a bunch of shows they had planned, apparently. There were some shows they had in
Armor
development.
Wars.
Oh, thank God they cut that.
Okoye was getting her own spin-off. There was going to be like a Harry
sorry, I'm
Potter
sorry, I'm
esque show
sorry.
with Doctor Strange.
Wait, who did you just say?
Okoye, isn't that her name?
Who's that?
She was like the right hand to the Queen in Wakanda Forever and Black
Oh,
Panther.
canceled the
Yeah,
fuck out of that
was one
show.
where they were like, "We're going to
Canceled.
cancel this show," and everyone's like, "You were going to do that show? Who's in charge here?"
Well, that's like, hold on, let me unplug this before it thinks I'm talking to them. That was like the Echo show. Like, I liked Hawkeye, but I'm like, wow, that character really sucks. And then they were like, she's getting her own spin-off show. I'm like, in what fucking world does anyone want
I
a
find
spin-off
so-
show for her?
You can tell they are terrified to release Ironheart. They're like, "What are we going to do?"
Oh,
We've
Iron!
got this whole
I
show."
might actually watch Ironheart. I can't believe they were like, you know who we need to replace Tony Stark, and they were like, oh, so like War Machine, and apparently they turned him into a space alien. So they're like, well, we can't do that. So I know what's gonna save all the people who wanted Tony Stark. We got it. Little Girl Iron Man. Now go to any of your Five Belows or outlet stores. You will see walls of Little Girl Iron Man toys that have not sold from the last Black Panther movie. So that show's going to be a disaster.
Yeah.
I can't wait for it. Oh man. Yeah. So this wasn't good. I hope Anthony Mackie gets maybe one more shot to play the character. But I'd rather just see him in Twisted Metal season 2 instead, where he's actually funny and the action is actually fun. Yeah, this was a huge mess.
Look forward to my update to the MCU timeline in about 4 months, where this will be incorporated, which means I have to watch it again, probably
Yep.
2 or 3 more times.
By the way, I'm sorry, real quick, the Red Hulk thing. Why was that framed like a mystery?
I have no idea.
If it was
I don't know.
such
I don't get it. I don't know.
There was no way it was ever going to be a mystery because they would have had to make toys of it because little kids like Hulk, and this is a red one. So it should have never been a big. I thought it was going to be something that happened in like the middle of the movie. Then like him and the Hulk would fight some threat that the leader made. And it's like, no, it just led up to that. Like, that would have been fine if you didn't advertise it and you like hid all of it. But like, it's literally on the poster when you walk into the theater.
It was
So when
them
it's like
like
a surprise, it's like, yeah, I already know.
they were like, "We need to get people in the theater. There's no interest in this," and they were acting like showing people Red Hulk will be like that's the thing. But I don't think that's true to the general public. I think there are some comic book fans who are like, "Finally, Red Hulk," but I think the average consumer isn't excited by Hulk and like, wait for it. He's red.
Especially after
I don't think and I think history has proven me correct already because it didn't work.
especially after She-Hulk, which had the real Hulk in it and no one cared. So they were like, well, we don't really care about regular Hulk anymore. What made you think we cared about elderly Harrison Ford Hulk? That was the thing in the comics, though. I think when he was established, like, you didn't know it was Thunderbolt Ross for a while. Also, he had some kind of heat power. I don't know much about Red Hulk. I wasn't really reading Marvel around that time. So he has some kind of heat power to him. I don't know. The leader sucked. I'm a big Hulk guy, so the fact that like we're finally getting more Hulk stuff and it's being put into non-Hulk things is really upsetting me. And that's Universal, by the way. Universal still owns like the solo Hulk rights, and they're apparently just ridiculous to work with, which is why they never tried with him again. So that's why he's always just showing up in things. So yeah, the leader was a big letdown. I don't know why they redesigned him. Like, I mean, I guess we would have to see what it would have looked like on film. Maybe it did look ridiculous, but it's a guy with a fucking big head. How is it going to look anything other than ridiculous?
Yeah.
Maybe
But,
if you wore a hat, that could have helped, like a big
like
a Abraham
hat.
Lincoln
Gallon
style
hat. Yeah.
But the fact that they
CGI
like
a hat into the movie.
the fact that they were like, yeah, this will be it. I'm like, what? That looks terrible. It doesn't look anything like the leader. He's not even green.
Well, and it's like they do the thing where the villain's supposed to be always 10 steps ahead, but you never see it play out. It's just him saying, like, I knew that would happen. I'm like, says who?
It's
We
not
only
even that he knew. He's like, I had a guess that would happen. And then, like, he's not 10 steps ahead because he literally goes to Captain America. He's like, my plan was supposed to end with the big sea battle and you messed it up. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And like the real like 4D chess thing he did was get General Ross to become the president of the United States. Like that was all done by him
Yeah.
to get him to take these pills to become Red Hulk. But all of that happened before the movie. So we're all taking it just like at his word that he's responsible for this.
Yeah. And also the reunion between Thunderbolt Ross and his daughter. Like, if you go back and watch that Incredible Hulk movie, it's not that good. And also, it's Harrison Ford, who that wasn't the same actor from the last time.
So
it's not
if
even like
anybody had residual like emotional attachment to that story, it's gone.
It's
and
gone
it
with
would have been
William
gone anyway
Hurt.
because it's 17 years later.
Yes. And again, they weren't that memorable in the actual film that they were in. So the fact that they're back, I'm like, who cares? But yeah, that's all I could say about Captain
What
America.
about, wait, this is the post-credit scene I thought was hilarious.
I don't even remember what it was.
All right, so I have spoilers for the post-credit scene, but
I remember now, but yeah, go.
the leader is like, you think we're the only bad guys? There are other worlds out there, and they're coming. It's like, we know. We've had like 7 movies that have told us about the multiverse.
But he doesn't know. Captain America doesn't know, and that's clearly meant to be Kang, but they had to delete that. They had to get rid of their next bad guy. So I think that's why he said they instead of Kang.
But that's the fun of these movies now. I had a similar like enjoyment from the SSU, the Sony Spider-Man universe. I'm just curious to see like how will they screw this up next? Like what horrible decision will they make next? And now like Marvel's in the same boat, and I'm just like, what are they gonna do next? I can't wait to see.
The monkey.
The monkey.
Osgood Perkins, the monkey, a director that I'm not really fond of. We've talked about 2 of his movies, and I believe the last one,
Wait, I have to pause you. Sorry. I just saw there is a guy, Peter, that plays Michael Darling, who is Peter Pan. He is in Pinocchio as Michael Darling.
Oh, they're starting to cross over now. Okay.
So I have to, I was just looking at the people who are in the movie.
He's going to be the Agent Coulson of this universe. It's an MCU. Remember Agent Coulson? That was like a big thing at one point. Anyway, Osgood Perkins recently put out Keeper, which I think me and Joey C are in agreement with is probably one of the worst movies we saw last year.
Yep.
In a theater. Actually, you know what? Fucking Peter Pan was easier to follow than fucking Keeper.
It's true.
So I have 3 strikes with Osgood Perkins because he also did The Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, which I also did not like. And I was just going to do Monkey because it was Stephen King related. I'm on a Stephen King kick right now. I got a bunch of Stephen King stuff coming up. Me and Crystal were just talking about a future review we have to do. Mm-hmm. I'm like, all right, let me at least watch The Monkey. People said it was good. Gil, I think you actually said I might like it.
Yeah, I remember recommending it to you.
Yeah. So The Monkey is about twin boys who find their missing father's toy monkey. And when they wind it up, bad things happen. People die, including their mother, She-Hulk. Years later, the twins are now estranged. The one is in couples therapy with Elijah Wood. Not enough Elijah Wood in this movie. What the fuck? We needed more Elijah Wood.
I don't think it's couple therapy. That's the
new husband.
That's the new husband.
Oh, right.
No wonder he couldn't follow Keeper. He's like, I can't believe he's married to Elijah Wood.
That's a big
No, you're right.
It's a plot. Yeah. It's part of the plot.
Remember when I said I didn't have a
Tony?
lot of sleep?
Yeah, I forgot he saw Ringo Starr last night, so he's all messed up.
Ringo Starr was headbutting my seat. Yes, it's like a family therapy thing, and she wants him to like. She wants to like basically have ownership of the kid that they share, and he wants to hang out with the kid. I guess wants to drive him somewhere.
I own this child.
Is that what he said?
No, I thought he was saying ownership. I thought was funny. He's like, I own this kid.
So he goes on a
Custody
trip.
usually would say that kind of thing. Sorry, go on.
So he goes on a trip with his son. He's getting calls from his brother about how the monkey is still out there, and people are dying from the monkey. And it turns out to be this big conspiracy. And then the kid from Silent Night, Deadly Night and Halloween End shows up in a really bad wig. And he was once again being manipulated by some supernatural force. We find out that the other twin is kind of a douchebag. And then things get so off the rails that the fucking one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse shows up.
Yeah. That part confused me.
And guys, I'm here to tell you, I actually enjoyed this. What the fuck?
Yes.
And it made me so mad. And I'm like, wait, you're telling me fucking Anthony Perkins' loser son can actually make a good, intriguing movie? And he just chooses to make boring, fucking pretentious slop instead? Is it Stephen King? Was he the missing piece? Is he the thing that made this entertaining? Which, by the way, Gil, I don't know if you guys know, Keeper, the production shut down on this movie because of the strike. So they shut out Keeper in Canada while they waited for this to resume.
Huh.
So
Okay.
Keeper feels like one draft of a script. Let's shoot it in a few weeks.
Yeah, I thought it was weird because at the end of Monkey, there was a teaser for Keeper. And I was like,
Yeah.
why are we rushing out another one already?
Yeah, because they had time to shoot it. I actually really dug this. The kills were really fun. The wacky atmosphere was fun. I'm like, wait, this is good. Joey C, what did you think?
I think it was you, Tony, who texted me and said that the monkey was awesome, and I had not watched it yet. And I've heard from a few people that this movie fucking rocked. And as always, I don't watch any like trailers or anything. I just go in blind to these movies. And there were some crazy kills, but like you said, by the end, it's completely off the rails.
Yeah.
Like insanity with the kills by the end of the movie. Now, the one thing that really tripped me up was like the mean twin brother at the end of the movie. What the fuck is his deal? Why is he still a jerk off? You know what I mean?
He
Like he didn't
brother
mature
from
at all.
Mom's death.
Yeah,
Well, I
well,
love my
okay,
favorite
I
moment
know,
in the
whatever.
movie is when the other, like the good guy twin, is like, when you lost your mom, I lost my mom too. And the bad twin is like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way.
that line got like a really, really loud chuckle out of me.
Yup.
I thought it was pretty good. I really dug the kills. I just like that it's over the top, but I don't know if this is even going to make sense, but it's not like Terrifier over the top.
Yeah,
If
it's not
that
like
makes sense.
the
Like
gore
it's not
is-
overly gory, I guess.
it
It's
is
so
very
cartoonish,
gory.
like when the lady
Yeah.
jumps into the water and just explodes because she got electrocuted. It's
Yeah.
such a cartoonish
Oh, and the
gore.
limbs
Yeah.
fall over, or when the real estate agent gets
Yeah.
blown to pieces. That would never happen in real life. That's so awesome.
the
they're
gore is
not-
fleeting.
Yeah.
It's gory, but it's like one and done. Yeah.
Yeah, like Terrifier it's a bit, you see the kills for the most part. It's
Mm.
drug out. Like you just watch this and it happens and it keeps going. And there's such more of a story to this as well, where you're
Mm.
trying to figure out what the fuck is happening.
Mm.
And, you're just following these characters. I don't know. I like it.
So you two both like this as well.
Yeah, really do. I think it was
Yeah.
set up as you knew going in just from the first, few minutes that it's over the top. It's
Mm.
not to be taken seriously, but it's not too corny to where you're like, what the, this is
Oh.
dumb.
You're right. It really does set the tone with Adam Scott with the fucking flamethrower laughing.
Yes.
That was the perfect tone setter for the movie. And you also
Exactly.
don't know he's in the movie going in.
Yeah. And I love the one character whose only lines of dialogue is just shit. That sucks. He just said that's all he says, but he says it different ways every single time. It was so funny.
I think
It straight up reminded me of when you had Johanna play when we did the Halloween.
Oh, and she only
Totally.
says totally.
She
only
said it in
said
different
totally
ways.
for the
Yeah,
whole thing.
it reminded me of that.
The one funny thing about this movie is that I think because of Disney and Toy Story, I think like Disney now owns the monkey that bangs cymbals together.
Oh, yeah.
That was like a very famous toy. You saw it in movies all the time. In Grinch, they had a giant one, but I guess it's in Toy Story 3, and Toy Story like bought the rights to that toy. So that's why in this movie it's now a drum set instead of the cymbals banging.
Well, I think
together.
they were like unsure, and they're like, you know what? Let's not even fight that battle. Let's just go with drums. But I feel like it worked out better because the pounding sound of those drumsticks, it actually it's intense when you start hearing it play. It's like, oh crap, another one's coming now.
Yeah, and actually, if you guys are Mystery Science Theater fans, I think they once played a movie called Merlin's Mystery Shop or whatever, and I think there was a monkey with the symbol that was actually killing people in that, and I don't know if that was before or after Stephen King wrote this, but yeah, it was just a really wacky, funny time that I was not expecting, and I'm hoping future Osgood Perkins movies are like this, or at
My
least
theory-
entertaining.
My theory about this is that if you watch Longlegs, like I think you see great direction and tone, but when you start to dig into it, it feels like there's just not that much substance there.
Yeah.
So I see potential with Osgood Perkins, and I feel like he just needs to spend more time on the screenplay stage, which is why I feel like it was a bad idea to just rush Keeper out there. And then you get to The Monkey, which leans so much heavier on comedy. So I think the lack of substance or not really digging too much into the themes is less of an issue. And that's why I feel like this movie works better than it doesn't take itself as seriously. And so it doesn't put as much pressure on itself to take itself seriously. But I love this movie. I really want to see him like take his time and hone the next movie. Because
Yeah. Also, I looked up Merlin's Shop of Mystical Wonders. That's from 1996. That's the movie that has a toy monkey banging it. Watch the Mystery Science Theater version.
So
Don't
can
actually watch
no
the real movie.
movie now have it? And I'm reading, yes, Disney does own the rights to the iconic cymbal clanging monkey toy. So can you not use it at all? Like they use it, it's a strong protection of its intellectual property, even for a generic toy concept.
Yep. So I guess you
What
gotta.
is Disney gonna own? What the?
this is like Pokemon trying to copyright the idea of capturing creatures. Look, we do that in real life. You can't.
Wait, no. I'm pretty sure fucking cavemen came up with
Like,
what the wait? They actually tried that?
It was they were just something like that. Like they had a patent that was just way too broad.
Dude, the Japanese and copyright, they are like real strict with
I'm
that
afraid
stuff.
that if I go to Japan, they're going to have handcuffs waiting for me because there are people in prison today for recapping movies in Japan. And I was like, that's all I do. I must be
they
like
put
the
them to
number one
prison?
most
They
wanted
can't
there.
be in prison for long because I don't want to
Wait.
talk about it on YouTube, but there are people who've done some really messed up stuff in Japan and they just got fines for it. I'm like, you would be in jail for a long time in America if you did that. What the fuck?
so
What were you
I
saying?
just looked up crazy things other companies own copyright wise.
Okay.
The Law and Order owns the dun dun sound.
The gavel sound they own.
The you know how it goes dun dun.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay,
that, they
makes a
own
little bit
that.
more. That is a sound that
Um,
they made.
Happy, you know the song Happy Birthday, right? It was previously owned by Warner Music,
That went into public domain recently, like the last few years, right?
which is crazy to me.
Yeah.
Darth Vader's Heavy Breathin' is owned by Lucasfilms.
Breathing. All of us breathing right now.
Yeah.
We're in deep trouble.
But we're not going.
That the company like the Tiffany, the jewelry, that
Yeah.
blue is owned by Tiffany. The
Okay.
color of the T-Mobile magenta is owned by T-Mobile.
So we can own colors now.
Yeah, and then phrases like silly rabbit and Akuna Matata.
I
are
think
also
that's some
owned.
magenta behind you, Tony. Your setback there.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some crazy
Yeah,
shit
but
on
Anna,
this
isn't
stuff.
that just an African saying, or did they make that up?
Cadbury Purple is one.
So we can't make any movies about a killer African phrase or a killer color magenta because
Kim Kardashian's children. Kim Kardashian's children, their names are trademark.
Northwest.
We should do a movie
the
where
one kid's name is Northwest. What are you
Yes,
talking
it's
about?
trademark.
Everyone who buys a compass, some of that money goes to.
we should do a movie that so infringes on all these copyrights simultaneously. It'll be so much they can't come after us. Like a
Nice.
magenta
I like
monkey with symbols that breathes like Darth Vader is catching pocket monsters.
Or they'll just ignore us. Remember that movie Escape from Tomorrow that was filmed illegally in Disney?
Right.
That movie was kind of banking on some kind of legal action to get publicity, and then Disney like did nothing. And I was like, oh. And then the movie came out. Apparently, it wasn't that good, other than the stunt that they filmed.
Who wants to stop us, huh? Just try.
Because I remember it had things on their website like so many days without a lawsuit, and then just Disney did nothing. No, you're not ready yet, Adam. Are you good?
Tony, the word baggies is trademark.
Baggies?
Yes, you know, like a sandwich bag. People call them baggies.
I didn't know.
Apparently, that is trademarked.
Let's try this. Hello, Adam. No, same thing.
No.
All right. Well, that was the monkey. Yeah. So Osgood Perkins, I said I was going to ban you from the show. He watches, by the way. I'll give you one more shot based off the monkey. Based off the monkey, I'm going to give him one more shot. And then, son of a bitch, I'm not watching his stuff again if it's bad. Yes, Mickey 17, directed by, oh God, how do you say his name?
I'm not.
I'll let you hang yourself on this rope.
Yeah.
Bong Joon-ho? Is that how you say it?
Sure.
We're going to go with that. Yes, wonderful director, did Snowpiercer, The Host, Parasite. He's back with a new film. It's in English, thank God, because that little 1-inch bar of text, I just can't get over it, and it stops me from experiencing many films. I refuse to read subtitles. I'm making fun of his Oscar victory speech. He did that whole thing, and I was like, shut up, just dub your movies. Anyway, Mickey 17 tells the story of Robert Pattinson, who volunteers to be an expendable on a space expedition, where he gets sent through a bunch of experiments and tests and dangerous missions. And every time he dies, they just print out a new version of him. And it kind of sucks, but it's a living, I guess. But one day, he accidentally gets they mistakenly think he's dead, and they print out another guy. Suddenly, there's duplicates, which are banned in the society. Yeah, so now there's this whole issue. They're trying to hide from each other. It explores like this whole like idea of like, if you had another you, like, are you the right person? Do you both have souls? It asks a lot of questions. It's got a bunch of wacky characters. Mark Ruffalo is like the president of this expedition. Toni Collette's his wife. Yeah, it's just a wacky, fun time. But I feel like people aren't liking it. Joey, what did you think?
You know, I really wanted to see it because the trailer looked fucking hilarious. But like, it really wasn't what I was expecting. Like, I thought the whole 17 meeting 18 thing was going to be like a quick bit based on the trailer. But that turned out to be like the whole fucking bit of the movie.
Yeah.
And then it turned into like this whole thing trying to stop the evil man from killing an entire population of creepers, I think they called it.
Yeah. They're
Which,
like little,
again,
they're like furry little roly-poly things.
Yeah, it's just like not what I expected at all. I just expected it to be like this goofy comedy of this guy who keeps getting killed and like hijinks ensues. But I come to find out, I think it has some sort of like racism, sexism, classism commentary. I don't know. I was just a bit confused.
Did you see Parasite? Just a heads up.
Yeah.
Did you see Parasite?
Yeah.
Parasite was the same way, where it would be wacky at some moments and then get like real serious in others. Gil, what did you think of Mickey 17?
I thought it was a good movie that was interrupted every 10 to 15 minutes by a terrible SNL sketch starring Mark Ruffalo and Toni Collette. Yeah, my younger brother saw it before I did, and he texted me after, and he was like, I hate Hollywood. He was like in such a mood where he wasn't even making sense. He was ranting and raving, and I'd never seen him so angry about a movie. And then when I saw it this morning, I understand why. because usually a movie's either bad or good. But I feel like this one is genuinely pretty good. But then every 10 to 15 minutes, the movie's like, you having a good time? Are you taking this movie seriously? Stop it. Here are two really annoying characters that are making really obvious and on the nose political commentary. And you get lulled into enjoying the movie, and then they come back. And then by the end, they're so intertwined with the last like 20-minute climax of the movie that I did leave really frustrated. If I take a step back and look at it objectively, I do think they did a lot of things right, but it's just too hard to enjoy. It's not only that, there also is, like Joey, you were saying, it does feel a little all over the place. There's a scene about halfway through, I forget his kind of girlfriend's name in the movie, but she becomes like this really selfish, like drug-addled person for about 10 minutes. But leading up to that point and everything after that point, I feel like is totally incongruous with that. And yeah, it feels pretty random and frustrating. So I left, I feel like it was okay, but very unenjoyable for those reasons.
I enjoyed pretty much all of it. I will agree. Not so much Mark Ruffalo. Not so much his character. Like for the most part, I actually dug those two characters. They were kind of fun. But yeah, the movie would be good for a stretch, and then it would start to like veer off in like a weird like tangent, I guess, because then you're right, his girlfriend gets real selfish. She has a very big character change. She's trying to have like three ways with the two guys,
Right.
and then it course corrects. It goes back to the way it was supposed to be going, and I'm like, what was that whole issue there? And then there's like a thing earlier with the mob boss that they're running away from, and you forget about that for a long time, and then it comes back like toward the end. I'm like, I don't think we needed this.
Yeah.
I didn't really care. That was just a thing to get them on the ship. I don't think we ever needed to circle back to it. So you're right, it does trail off here and there, but eventually it gets back on track. For the most part, I really enjoyed it. I dug the visuals of it. Everything looked great. The effects looked great. Even the monsters look good. Robert Pattinson in his weird squeaky voice was entertaining.
I really liked him in the movie. I thought he was
Yeah,
great.
me too.
It's not the most original thing. We've seen other films with like space societies and like colonies. I think Moon did a similar thing where they were cloning Sam Rockwell, right? Did you ever see Moon?
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Yeah, Moon was really good. They did like a spiritual successor to Moon, I think.
Yeah, it was another movie that takes place in the same universe and makes reference to it. So there are little moments, I think, that provide some follow-up. I never saw it. I heard it was awful. Straight to Netflix, I think.
Someone let me know what that movie was.
I think it's called Mute,
yeah, because I think they mentioned Sam Rockwell coming back to Earth or something in that one. I heard about it. But yeah, I had a good time. I really had no problems with the movie, but I'm seeing people like really hate. Is it just the Mark Ruffalo character they're hating?
I think I did a quick glance at like the headline reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, and a lot of the negative ones were basically Toni Collette and Mark Ruffalo are just an annoying interruption to the movie.
Toni
At least
Collette,
at a glance, that's what I was seeing. Oh, and to the person saying how the character was drugged and that's why she changed her personality, I agree with that, but I just don't see the point. I don't know why we needed that whole sequence.
yeah. Toni Collette was not the best in it. I didn't mind her, but like, I usually really like her. She's great
She's good
in movies. So I kept expecting more from her, and she was just sauce lady. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, the sauce thing too.
I
Yeah.
wanted
That
some
is
more
weird.
from this. Mark Ruffalo's like fake teeth and everything. I enjoyed it. I did see some people, they're like, this is clearly a shot at Trump. I'm like, no, religious cult leader dudes have been a thing in movies for a very, very long time.
I do think the impression is hard to miss. Like there are certain points where I'm like, that's
Sure.
clearly somebody doing
Yeah.
an impression.
Sure. But I mean, there are like mega church leaders that have like the fake teeth and everything. I saw it more as that. I didn't see it from that point of view. Steven Yen was good, but he's like barely in it. He's another one. He disappears for like long stretches, and then he
And
comes
you
back. You're
forget
like,
he's
oh,
even
right.
in there. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I thought they were gonna do more with like him being killed over and over again. Throughout
That's what I
the
thought the whole
movie.
movie was about. That's
Well, up until there's two of them, and then it's not about that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it might be a bit uneven, but overall, I really liked it. It was a new original sci-fi property. and I gave it a chance. That is the thing people are noticing. It's like everyone always complains. They're just complaining on Twitter, which isn't real. But they're like, everyone complains that there's too many remakes, and then things come out and no one sees them.
Yeah, like Novocaine, this.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, like, okay, we watched like Brave New World the other month.
Yeah.
Mickey 17 is better than Brave New World. I think it's
Yeah.
worth seeing, and I don't
I agree.
disagree with anything you said, Tony. It kind of just depends on your tolerance for the negative aspects of the movie.
Yeah, I think a lot of the whole like theater issue is that a lot of these movies just go streaming, like available to rent or streaming really, really quick.
This was supposed to be streaming, I think, like 2 days ago, and they just delayed it like another week or two. But I was shocked when I saw that it was going to be. I was going to go watch it like on streaming a couple days ago. But
honestly, that is what's probably hurting theaters. It's like, well, I could just watch it at home. I know they had to do it during COVID, but like that window is just getting it. I mean, it used to be same day. They moved on from that a little bit. But yeah, that window is getting closer and closer. There are some times where I'm like, I really want to see that movie, but like, do I want to go to the theater or do I want to wait a month from now until it's streaming? How bad do I want to see this movie? I really wanted to see this one. Like you said, Joey, the trailer was great. It's got a really good director. I saw it in IMAX, which was fun. But yeah, I think everyone needs to give it a chance. It's very, very enjoyable. And Robert Pattinson needs something to do until he plays Batman again 10 years from now.
Yeah, literally, if that.
I remember somebody tweeted as a joke. They're like, the Batman 2 delayed till 2027. And at the time, everyone's like, "Pah, ridiculous." And now it's genuinely not coming out till 2027.
It's looking like that.
Well, that was a pre-COVID one, right? Wasn't that one they shot before COVID? The Batman.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So then it took a while for it to come out. Yeah, it's gonna be a while. At least we got that Penguin show. But yeah, I guess moving on. Any last words on Mickey 17? I say see it, maybe not in theaters, but definitely check it out when it's a rental.
Yeah, I would give it a
I agree.
shot.
Yeah. Again, if you like Parasite, Host, and all those other movies, it's worth it. You know, I've actually never seen Snowpiercer.
Really?
I've just never seen it.
You should see it.
Yeah,
see
you
it.
should.
Should I watch the TV show as well?
I would skip that one.
But Jennifer Connelly's in it.
You're right.
Novocaine. Novocaine tells the story of Nathan Kane, who can't feel pain, as the tagline says there. Yeah, so he has a rare condition where he can't feel any pain, so he lives a miserable life because he never knows when he's in danger or not. He falls in love with the hot chick from Prey, and she gets kidnapped by a bunch of Santa Clauses, and it's up to him to avenge her, to go and rescue her with the help of the guy from the Spider-Man movies, who's his online friend because he doesn't have real-life friends.
He plays basically the same role in this as he does in Spider-Man.
Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, Novocaine goes on an adventure. Hijinks ensue. He gets into a lot of brutal fights. And his superpower is he can't feel pain, but he can get hurt. Although not as much as he probably should have, technically. Yes. I had fun with this. I saw this yesterday. Actually, I had to reschedule seeing this 3 times. Because the day I was supposed to see it was the day I got horribly sick. And then I kept pushing it off like a day, and I just wasn't getting better. So yeah, I almost didn't see this movie, and I was going to apologize to you guys, but I was able to make it yesterday.
You should have just fought through the pain like Novocaine. I can do it. You're just throwing up in the theater like, I must for the fans.
Ew.
Yeah, I had fun with this. It's one of those John Wick clones, but a comedic one, which I'm pretty sure there's already been a comedic John Wick.
Some would say John Wick is the comedic John Wick.
So John Wick 4 became the comedic.
Yeah,
John
it definitely
Wick.
did.
It is a shame. It's really hard to just do straight up comedies these days. They all have to be action comedies. But yeah, other than that, I really had fun with it. I was trying to turn my brain off, but there were some moments where I'm like, even if he can't feel pain, he's not going to be able to walk or use those limbs. Like I know you can't feel, but at some point you've burnt and shattered your knuckles so much that they're just not going to bend anymore. Also, his face would have been super swollen, like after like the first fight. But then if I'm going to nitpick that, then I got to nitpick every superhero or action film ever. Joey C, what did you think of Novocaine?
Well, luckily for you, Tony, I can turn my brain off pretty relatively easy. This movie fucking rocked, dude. Classic beat 'em up, great concept. To your point, action comedies to me are like just the best type of movies to watch. What I really appreciate about it is like they took the time to explain Mr. Kane, who has the Novocaine disease, without making the movie 4 hours long.
Yeah.
And he's really like a grounded superhero, because like I think that disease like exists in real life. And I love the love interest lady and Jack Quaid. It feels super fucking natural without like being forced in, which is a problem that I see in a lot of movies. And I think she was a great addition to the movie. But I do feel like the writing and the choreography are better than it should have been for this movie. And the kitchen fight scene stood out especially. I cringed a lot during this movie.
This movie made me cringe more than any other movie. When they were like torturing him, I was like, I don't like that. Real quick,
it's so bad.
I don't want to spoil it, but there is a big twist like midway through that I was not expecting. I went, oh no!
Yep.
I'm like, oh no! So that was fun. Gil, what did you think of Novocaine?
I really enjoyed this movie. I think I've gotten generally pretty sick of action comedy because I feel like action comedy usually just means action, but with a lot of quips thrown in. But this found a way to bring something unique to the table. The fact that he can't feel pain, they find so many ways to like draw humor out of that. And I also totally agree with you, Joey, the chemistry, and they spend like 20 minutes setting up the romance. And I thought it actually worked pretty well just as a romance. And I thought that was necessary. So you'd believe he would push himself to such limits to try and rescue this person. I think you probably could have made the movie a little tighter. Like it went almost 2 hours, and pretty much anytime it strayed from Jack Quaid and his not being able to feel pain antics and went into sort of generic comedy, especially when it was focused on the cops, I think you could have lost a lot of that. And if you made the movie tighter, I'd be more likely to want to rewatch it. But the joke didn't get old by the end. Like anytime we were with Jack Quaid, I really enjoyed this movie. So definitely a recommend from me.
Jack Quaid is like killing. I feel like we review a lot of Jack Quaid movies on the show. We did one last month.
Yeah, Companion, right?
That's right.
Companion? Yeah.
By the way, I tested something out on Twitch. Whenever I have a sequel of a movie I'm reviewing, I'm just going to put a compilation on Twitch the day before. I did it with Superman this week. I'm thinking next time we do Jack Quaid, I'm just going to do a compilation of every Jack Quaid movie I review and just put that up on Twitch. I really have nothing negative to say about it. It was just an enjoyable time. He's very charming. She was very good. I guess the villain could have been a little bit better.
They were so bad. They were straight out of Steven Seagal.
Yeah, it's like where it starts to drag on too long, because then you start to spend all that time with the villains at the end, and it sort of just becomes an action movie for the last like 15 to 20 minutes, because you kind of get past all the him pursuing them. Yeah. So I think they could have tightened it up, but overall really enjoyable.
Although the end where they go like a year later and he's just back to being totally fine. I'm like, no, he would not be walking. Like he would just, he's playing video games. No, I saw the damage he did to his hands. He would never use those hands again. Those hands are good. He would be amputated. He went the whole day like getting more and more fucked up, and he's not really sanitizing himself. Like he's got a million infections.
You just see the hand is getting worse and worse throughout the day.
Bigger and bigger. That would have been a funny bit.
Well, they at least halfway did it, because that hand took so much trauma. And like a few times in the movie, people are like, what is going on with your hand?
It's so gross.
Just for once with these like action movies, I do want to see like someone's head swelling up realistically. They never do. You ever see that with like boxers and fighters?
Right.
Yeah, just get massive.
I was actually going to show a picture, but then I don't know if YouTube will say like, oh, that's violence or whatever. But yeah, look at the lady, Joanna. I can't pronounce her last name. Look up her picture. She went viral a few years ago because her head like ballooned up during the fight. I just want to see that in an action movie where a guy gets into one fight and for the rest of the movie, he's just got this ballooned up.
Yeah, it might be tough in the audience. You're just like, I don't want to like look at it. It's so...
Although in real life, like if you're fighting for like 5 minutes, you're just going to get tired. You're not going to be able to go on an adventure afterwards. Like I need to lay down.
No. They explain that. You need an EpiPen.
Right. He's constantly.
I really want to get one of those now. I wanted one after the Batman where he like injects his leg.
Oh yeah. How many fights are you getting into that you need adrenaline, Gil?
Why do you think I was so late to this? I was about to say meeting.
Meeting.
I'm running late for our meeting, Tony.
This is a meeting.
It's very different from the. I used to work in corporate. Like the video calls I used to have, very different from this one.
Oh, I
They
can
didn't have
imagine.
hashtag cancel Gil in their names.
Not usually.
The Woman in the Yard. This movie, from the same director who gave us House of Wax and Black Adam starring The Rock, is about this family. Oh yeah, there we go. Black Adam. I did include it in the slide. I thought I forgot. It's about a family. The dad has just died. They're running out of money. They're living on a farm. There was a horrible accident, so the mom's injured, and things are pretty bad. And then some woman shows up in their yard, and they get really mad. And I relate. I don't like when women show up places. Every time Crystal's here, I'm like, get out. Get out, lady. I don't want you in my yard. And
That's
basement.
like any woman around you, Tony.
Oh my
The stuff you say, basically say that.
It's not,
You might
it's not
as
even
well.
limited. It's not even limited to humans. Sometimes my cat will meow, and I'm like, there's a woman in the house. Get out.
Now we know why he was so annoyed with the beetle last night.
Female beetle. I was like, get out, lady. No, so a woman shows up in their yard, all dressed in black, like a vampire or something. It just starts intimidating them. And says a bunch of cryptic stuff, and then she looks like a monster at some point, and there's a lot of shadow play and real weird trippy stuff. And then I don't know if it was Amazon's compression, my TV, or just the movie. I couldn't see most of the third act because it was so dark. And then I think they end up in a mirror universe. I don't know. This movie is really bad, and I didn't like it. I didn't care for the characters. The mystery was annoying. I didn't care for it to be solved. And outside of some little bit of shadow play, it just was a misfire. Joey C, what did you think?
Well, today's the day, Tony. Today's the day. I'll tell you what I do like. I like that it takes place in a farmhouse. I love movies that take place in one location. Very fun. As someone who always watches my neighbors, if I saw somebody dressed in black staring at me, I think I would shit my pants. So I understand the ending.
That might be just from the cheese balls and Mountain Dew. It might be a coincidence.
Right. I do stare through my window and eat cheese balls seductively while I just stare at my neighbors. It's very fun.
The woman in black outside your house is terrified. It's literally you just drooling, staring at her.
She doesn't want to get cheese dust on her black outfit either.
Oh God, I'll watch her every day. I understand that the ending is supposed to be ambiguous with like all the jumping around and mirror stuff and all that, but by God, I'm confused. I think it has an interesting concept with a lot of depth, with themes like suicide and grief and loss and not letting your dark side win. Or it's about a lady in a yard. I'm not quite sure. I'm not completely sold that there was a happy ending, like you said, Tony, as we see with the painting and the signature is flipped. It kind of makes more sense with what was her name, Ramona, having mental struggles and her demons winning, if you will, if we all know about the gun scene. Overall, I thought it was pretty confusing. I definitely need to watch it again with a clear head because I don't know what the hell I watched.
I will never watch this again.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
And I don't think I even finished watching it the first time because, again, I could not see anything in the last act. Gil, did you see this one?
Nope.
Okay. Crystal, did you see this one?
I did. I didn't hate it.
Okay.
The concept, like Joey said, I really, really like that. It's something that I haven't seen someone do in a while, something like that, where you are taking this adventure with her from the day she woke up to the end of the day, this whole day of deciding this is the day I'm going to fucking kill myself type thing. And you see what she's going through, especially at the end. I think for someone like if you have gone through anything like this or know anyone like this, you can take it to another level to where you can actually feel more of what she's going through. But if you don't have any familiarity with depression or mental illness, I think it's hard for you to get into this watching this as a straight movie, as a straight horror movie.
I guess, well, the horror is not really that good. So there's also that.
It's more like the suspense, I would say.
Mm.
It was pretty hard to follow, especially as it's trying to get crazier. And I think it tried to get a little too artsy. I think it tried to go a little too hard when I don't think it didn't have to play that. I did like the ending where it's kind of up for interpretation, but I think, you know, she did end up killing herself to put herself in a better place kind of thing. The fact that she didn't kill her kid. It was very touching at the end. I felt like it was definitely emotional, but it was messy.
I just kept getting flashbacks to the Babadook. I feel like this was trying to do what the Babadook did, where the demon is like kind of playing on their guilt and everything about that.
No, because she is basically that character. That is basically, it's not even, it's her own personal demon. It's not a demon feeding on it. It's her demon. It's
how do the other kids see it if it's not a real demon?
I think I don't think that was a demon doing that at that point. I think it was her. I think it was her going through this crazy mental break.
Kind of.
I don't think it's. I guess they did see the girl lady in the. They did say they see her.
There is a man in the front yard.
It's a man in the front yard, but then you do the flashbacks to where it's her up in the attic doing all this crazy stuff.
You know, I think it's some sort of like commentary on how trauma kind of manifests itself to.
I think it's just the fact
I don't
that
think they knew. I don't think they knew.
It's either that or they can sense something's happening, something's off, and it's getting closer and closer and closer. That's the only thing. But yes, it is hard to follow. It is. They did push it a little too. It didn't fully hit.
I will say, I think I saw somewhere on like some list that this was Woman in the Yard, like ending explained was like one of the most searched things when it came to a movie this year, because most people saw this movie, didn't know what was going on. They were just like, what happened at the end of that movie? So they were all explaining it, and Gil didn't see it, or else he could have did the definitive video on it.
Damn it.
You could have been the one, Gil. You could have been the one.
Think of the clicks.
What is it really about, Gil?
I would have needed Joey's help, because it's a commentary on you had me going. I don't know, that really like captivated me.
I can't give up the bit. I got it.
I'm shocked you liked it, Crystal.
I didn't like. It's a strong word.
Okay.
I
feel like
appreciate
you're politely turning down the movie. Like is a strong word, movie.
I appreciate it for what they were trying to do, and I definitely felt the emotion in it. But as the movie itself, I would have watched it again.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Let's see. Adam?
Hello?
There's no delay. You can hear us?
We're good. I can hear you.
Oh,
It's a miracle!
Thank the gods.
Miracle.
Adam, what happened? What was the issue? It was driving us all nuts.
I don't know. Never figured it out. Well, the issue had something to do with Firefox, so I just switched over to fucking Safari on the MacBook. There was a lot of different things going on, Tony. I just updated my MacBook, so I thought maybe it was an update that was screwing up the Rode mic with the headphones, and it was just a whole thing. Eventually, we made it, though.
Good job. Well, we're wrapping up our talk of The Woman in the Yard.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you're wrapping up the live like it's over. Thanks for coming.
I calculated at the rate we've been going, it should only be another 5 hours.
Which movies did you cover?
We did Peter Pan's Neverland Nightmare.
Ooh, okay.
And then we did The Monkey.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And now we're finishing The Woman in the Yard.
Yeah, okay.
Death of a Unicorn from A24.
Do you mean another movie that Tony's like, hey, everyone should go watch this. It's only going to be in the theater for a week.
I had no idea. Okay, this one, it's A24. There's big, all right, Queen of the Ring, that made a little bit of sense. It wasn't in theaters long. But I'm like, oh, this will be in theaters for a few weeks. It was gone. Like 2 weeks, it was totally gone. I'm like, oh, shit. I caught like the last screening of it. But yeah, this is from the director of Blow the Man Down, which I hear is something Adam does regularly. Anyway, it tells the story of a father and daughter who go on a trip to meet with his employer. His employer's about to die. He's got to take care of like his family's estate. And they hit a unicorn, which I was surprised was a practical effect for the most part. I couldn't believe that in this day and age. I would then be let down for the rest of the movie when I saw the other unicorns. But yeah, so they hit this unicorn, doesn't fully die. They end up killing it again. And its parents, which are these giant, scary unicorns, come to avenge its death. Along the way, this shitty rich family figures out a way they can exploit the unicorn because its horn has magic. It has different magical properties. It can heal you, enhance your life, increase your like knowledge and everything. And one thing I want to point out is this lady on the left is the chick from Spaced, the show that Simon Pegg got famous from. I don't think
Leone's in Spaced.
No. That's
she was on the left.
All the way on the left. The one
okay.
all the way on the left.
Okay. Yes.
She's Daisy from Space. I don't think I've ever seen her in an American movie before. It like was jarring because all the other actors I've seen in this movie, I know who they are. Well, I know her, but I'm like, oh wait, I never see her on the big screen. So that was nice. But yeah, I kind of liked it. You know, Adam, would you agree that some people would say this is a dark and twisted cartoon that feels less A24 than most, and that it's never very serious, but it's always entertaining? Would you say that, Adam?
I think that's actually a perfect description of this film. I'm in complete agreement. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it, but I thought it was a very fun, campy, dark, twisted fantasy. And Paul Rudd. I will say Paul Rudd was pretty unlikable in this film, which is almost like that's wildly out of left field for him. He's usually the most likable person in the room, but he was kind of dumb enough to work, I guess. I dug the look of the unicorns as they got kind of like more toxic over the course of the movie. It was a fun time. I had no problem. And I did see it in theaters, thankfully, for the 3 days it was there. And no one apparently went out and watched it but us. So I'm interested to see if anybody saw it in the comments.
Yeah. Logan, did you end up seeing this one?
I know I wanted to try to see it because this was actually the only one on the list I didn't get to see. And I was like trying to squeeze it in from other sources. But
I think right now it's on Amazon Prime. Like you can rent it now.
Yes. What the fuck?
I saw it. I saw it today. I don't know how long it's been up there. No, I actually had a lot of fun with this one. I don't know why it was reminding me of Abigail. I guess because they're in a big mansion and it takes like a weird turn. I was enjoying it. I liked all the unicorn lore they did with it, like their interdimensional beings from space and shit. That was really cool. I like how they had like different ways they could use the horn. No, it was a fun time. It's really violent in moments, which I enjoyed. I guess my only gripe is that when they start to really show the unicorns, they are very digital.
Very cartoonish, yeah.
Yes, that's why I was so hyped up with the practical effect in the beginning, and I was expecting to see more. I know that's obviously practical, but that's clearly there as a lighting reference for the digital artist that was never intended to be in the film.
Would you agree that Will Poulter kind of stole the show?
Yes,
he was fantastic in the movie.
Yes. Again, it reminded me of Abigail when that Dan Stevens character kind of becomes the bad guy later on. Yeah, no, he was great. He really was a piece of shit, wasn't he?
No, I mean the whole family's garbage. The basic concept is they kill the unicorn and the rich ass family's like, how can we profit off of this? And so they start shaving off the unicorn to use as some sort of a medical treatment or a cure for cancer is what they. It's your standard Deep Blue Sea plot, but with unicorns.
But yeah, it was cool to see. We actually got evil unicorns not too long ago, Adam. I'm sure you remember the hit film Shazam! Fury of the Gods.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
This is basically a remake of Shazam! Fury of the Gods. No, that is the thing. If you look into like the lore of unicorns, like they're not supposed to be like the most friendly, but I don't think we've ever really seen that in movies other than Shazam! Fury of the Gods and Cabin in the Woods. So
that's right. Cabin in the Woods. That's a good pull. I was just thinking of Cabin in the Woods when I reviewed Until Dawn, because Until Dawn feels kind of like a crummier version of that movie.
Well, you also got Charlie, a Charlie cartoon.
But wait a minute, Adam. Until Dawn was
was that a reference to the YouTube?
Yes.
Oh my God, where it takes
Charlie.
his liver.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Adam.
We're going
But
on an
Until-
adventure. Sorry.
Until
Go on.
Dawn is the same director as Shazam: Fury of the Gods. You're telling me he let you down?
Who could have saw this coming when you have
You know, I have
Shazam,
I have
two
to see
director,
this movie. This
and
might be.
Sony behind
Wow.
the wheel?
I
Adam,
bet
you
you
are
this
making
is-
me so excited to go watch this.
I bet
cannot wait to
Crystal,
go to
did you-
movies.
Did you play the game?
No.
Oh, you should just
I
play the
didn't-
game and not watch
Yeah.
the movie.
I'm
Adam,
okay with that.
I'm
Yeah,
willing to
yeah.
bet this is another Godzilla -1 Nosferatu situation, and it's great. But anyway, back to Death of a Unicorn. Yeah, the whole movie was like a fun ride. The pacing was really, really great.
Mhm.
It was very enjoyable. The kills were fun. I don't know why it didn't do super well.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it definitely is the quirky, dark comedy thing that's not going to be mainstream audience. But I
Yeah.
thought with A24's, pizzazz and
Yeah.
some of the big name actors they have in it, it would be enough. And the bizarre thing is, I don't think it was even up against anything big. I don't think there was like a Gladiator 2 or a Wicked.
No, I think-
Let me look at the day it came out.
maybe
Also-
they shouldn't have had Jenna Ortega and Paul Rudd. If they had some cheaper main actors, maybe it would have done a little bit better.
Well, I don't think there was a lot of advertisement for it, to be honest, because with Paul Rudd being on it, you would think that there'd be a lot more advertising going in because he is a drawing name. Pretty
Yeah.
much.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, unless it's Ant-Man 3 and then it doesn't do well.
What
Maybe
the-
this would have been a better one if it just went to like Amazon Prime or something.
Did this
but
really
I-
come out? Hang on, did this really come out the same week as The Woman in the Yard?
I guess so. Oh wow, they shat both of those out.
Because The Woman in the Yard, I think, did really well, and it kind of, for some reason, blew up online for the controversial storytelling.
Oh, I didn't
Oh.
see Woman in the Yard. I left it off. Maybe
It
the end of the
wasn't-
year wrap up.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy it. We also had Jason Statham's A Working Man. Okay, that answers everything. Jason Statham completely steamrolled Death of a Unicorn. Same audience. Yeah.
I saw the Working Man like poster. Like, is this just Beekeeper 2? What the fuck is this?
So he's got the gun, like, the shaft of it where his crotch is. So stupid. Like, God.
But yeah, I think this movie is solid. I really enjoy.
Yeah.
I'm excited to watch it again. These days, I rarely want to like watch a movie again, and this one I'm like, no, I actually had such a good time with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega's great in it. I think like she's playing younger than she really is, and it's starting to become less convincing these days.
I did like the stupid bull ring in the nose with the with the vape thing that she's constantly doing,
Yeah.
like freaking out.
I love the guy on the right here, the big pale albino guy who's in a bunch of stuff. He's about to be Calypso in Twisted Metal season 2, and I'm so
Oh,
excited for that.
Okay.
But yeah, enjoyable time. When it hits streaming, I highly suggest you watch it. Again, I was getting Abigail vibes from it, so if you like that movie, I think you would really enjoy this one. Sinners, directed by Ryan Coogler. What the fuck was that? Okay, Sinners tells the story of two twin brothers who are criminals returning home to set up a club. The night they open up, an Irish immigrant comes and wants to celebrate, and they are extremely xenophobic, and they tell him, no, go back to Ireland. Very problematic. Ryan Coogler made those Black Panther movies about a country that won't let anyone in. Now he's doing Sinners that says, hey, go back to Europe. This feels like an attack on my good friend Manny Muskets, who's from foggy London town. Turns out that Irish guy is a vampire. So he decides to make all their friends vampires. They take over the bar. They want to kill everyone. And it's a band of survivors trying to fight off vampires throughout the night. It sounds like From Dusk Till Dawn, but like not really. There's other than two brothers and a bar, the whole setup is a little bit different. They actually hint to the vampire change, whereas From Dusk Till Dawn does it very abruptly. And I will have more to say about From Dusk Till Dawn on Monday for Cinco de Mayo. But yeah, I had a really good time with this, and it has made me forgiven Ryan Coogler for producing this piece of shit and directing this travesty. I'm like, oh wow, he did a good movie again. I knew he was good, but after this glorified HBO Max commercial and this, I don't even know why they made this. Like, we
Money.
lost Black Panther. Let's do Tiny Woman Black Panther. That's a terrible idea. We finally get a great movie again. I have some issues with it. But for the most part, I really, really liked it. Adam, would you say that Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan continue their perfect track record with Sinners? And do you think it is a film that effortlessly blends multiple genres into one cohesive story and doesn't have a similar pacing from Dusk Till Dawn with a richer narrative, Adam?
I feel like you're telling me everything I'm going to say, Tony. That's weird. It's crazy how that works. It's like,
what do you mean? I'm just coming up with these off the top of my head,
it's
Adam.
Like we're brothers. Tony, I think that this is a fantastic movie, and Coogler has not missed with Michael B. Jordan. They did the Creed films together, the first two. Yes. And then they did Black Panther, obviously. And thankfully, Killmonger was not in Wakanda Forever because that movie was absolute trash.
No, he was. He had a cameo. He was not part of the main story, though.
That's cap. We're going to keep going, though. Sinners was a delight. I do think the similarity on Dusk Till Dawn is that the pacing is kind of the same. You have 2/3 of this film that really aren't vampiresque. Yes, there is a scene or two mixed in, but for the most part, you're really backloaded with the vampire action. I like this one a lot more than From Dusk Till Dawn. I'm probably in the minority on that, but I do not care for the first 2/3 of From Dusk Till Dawn at all. I think that the last stuff is freaking awesome, though. Sinners is kind of the opposite. The end of the movie was the cherry, but the sundae was already present. I really like the whole mobster angle with these two brothers, Smokestack, and how they came back to their community. And, this is in Mississippi. This is during
Prohibition.
Prohibition and redlining and all that stuff. Well, this is pre-redlining, I suppose. But regardless, it's not a good time for Black people in the South. And these guys have made a lot of money ripping off pretty much everybody in the cities. And so they're back here and they're going to open up. I can't remember what they call it. It's not like a bar per se. They have a term for it.
Joint.
A juke joint. Thank you.
Yeah.
And this is where you get some of those other genres where they're blending horror, they're blending the mafia stuff, they're blending like this crazy musical set piece where you have a one take camera shot that's moving around, or at least they're making it seem like it's a one take.
Can I talk about the musical scene? So
please.
So the scene starts and I'm like, okay, they're gonna sing a song. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I come back.
You left during it?
I come back. I come back and suddenly there's like people in costumes and I'm like, they're having a lot of fun here. And then there's like a guy in a leather jacket with an electric guitar. And I went, what the fuck is happening? And then the roof is burning down. I'm like, wait, what's I don't know what's going on. And then I realized, this is like an artsy sort of like the music throughout the culture. But man, if you really miss the setup to that because you're pissing in the bathroom and walk into it, I caught on pretty quick, but it was very jarring. I was like, what? This party got a little wild.
I think that was more jarring than the actual vampires because, and to, kind of to your point, I think that is maybe the one thing I would not necessarily criticize, but want more of was some of this musical inspiration more throughout the film. Yeah. Because it's really just at that part. And then, whatever, the guy's playing music throughout it, but that kind of craziness. And then it's at the end credit scene where I think half of my audience left and did not get to see the brilliant ending that really tied it up in a bow. If you haven't seen Sinners, there is an end credit scene that's maybe a minute after the credits start to roll. Yeah. It's enough time though for people to get up and leave and not realize it's going to happen.
Well, maybe they had just seen, not spoiling anything, but maybe they had just seen Minecraft and they were like, end credit sequences are pointless.
Yes, right. Logan, we're only here for the memes. But Sinners was great. I'm actually gonna have one of the actors.
I was gonna say,
not one of the big ones, but Chris is the character in Sinners. He's the guy that's like locked outside of the bar because they think he was bit.
Oh my god, I felt so bad for that guy.
Yeah. He's gonna be on my live tomorrow night. He's actually cousins with my buddy Bless, who I met out here, and Bless is like, Adam, my cousin wants to come on your show. Get a hold of him. So he's gonna come on. We're gonna talk about the movie and just some of the other stuff he's done and produced. That'll be fun.
All right, everyone, subscribe to Adam for that video, and then unsubscribe when it comes out. Logan,
of course, yes.
What did you think of Sinners?
I thought it was great. I thought it was fantastic. And this is one of those things where, like, when people talk up a movie so much, it kind of like it makes me start to worry because it puts a lot of weight on people to like, okay, now I'm going to go in it with like a microscope. It's like, is this actually freaking good or not? I did the same thing with Black Panther, and I was like, because hell, when Black Panther came out, I couldn't get a freaking ticket to see the damn movie for like 3 weeks. And then I finally was able to see it. And it was fantastic. This movie's awesome. It's got like almost like a Quentin Tarantino script vibe, like how people speak the screenplay and stuff like that. Like I thought that was really fun. It is very funny at times. I love the vampires in it. The vampires are fan-freaking-tastic. I mean, Michael B. Jordan, he's always been good since he was in The Wire. So he's fantastic in this. And
he was fantastic in Fantastic Four. I think we all agree on that.
He was. He was the only good thing about that.
He was Fan-Four-Stick, right?
Everybody's favorite.
But no, man, the movie's great. The violence was great. The character development was awesome. I don't really have a bad thing to say about the movie. And the funny thing is, it's 2 hours long, but it didn't feel like it was 2 hours. It felt like it was an hour and 30 minutes. I was like, where did the extra 30 minutes come from? Because you're so engaged in the story. And that scene that you were talking about, I thought that was so cool. How it was, we travel through time. You have this gift, and you see that. I'm like, that's freaking cool. Like I like that, like that kind of shit. Like it made me think of like the scene in The Northman, where you see like his lineages or whatever, and you see the twins are growing. Like that little
that again.
It just takes you out of the movie a little bit for something like magical. I like little things like that, but then it brings you back to the movie. I like when we take a little trip outside of the realm of the movie and then come back to the movie. It was awesome. It was a great movie.
And can we also talk about how jovial the vampires were? Like, what a great group of people. I kind of wanted to go hang out with them.
Yeah. I mean, all right, so it, by the way, it does teach a good lesson. If an Irish person wants to hang out with you, say no, get out, or you'll be surrounded by...
Take your potatoes and get a hike.
You'll be just surrounded by disgusting redheads. Crystal, what did you think of Sinners?
Oh, wow.
So,
you love this. You were texting me about this.
So once again, I went on AMC and I was like, all right, I have to see some movie called Sinners. Looking it up. Okay,
you
great.
You missed all the hype for this?
I did.
Oh, wow.
I don't know where I was because I walk in right as the movie started. I realized I was the only white person in there, and I see some people in a field picking cotton, and I was like, oh, shit. Did I walk into the right movie? Like, what is happening? I sit down, and I'm like, all right, guys. All right, let's see what's happening. And had no idea it was a vampire movie or anything. So I'm fully engaged going through this journey, which was really, really cool. And I'm actually happy I had no idea what this was about because that entire experience, honestly, I don't even have that many words to explain it because it was so cool. It was so cool not knowing anything about this movie, going in blind, and it was just phenomenal.
Did you see it did you see it in IMAX?
Yeah.
Yeah. I made a point to see it in IMAX, and that really helped.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Seeing that spit strand from Haley Steinfeld go into Michael B. Jordan's mouth in that big, beautiful screen. Oh, God. That was so nice. Yeah.
Well, I thought what was really cool is the aspect also changes during the music. And I was like, I didn't realize it was happening. And I was like, holy shit, this is cool. Love the music aspect. There is music throughout this entire movie, and you don't.
It's important to the story and everything.
It's so important, and you don't realize there's a little bit of music here, and you're like, okay, they're singing on the side of the road and stuff like that, and then he's also playing. You don't realize it until that big musical scene where it kind of takes you to a whole nother level, and you realize how important music is to everyone. I loved that scene so much because I obviously huge music lover. It's literally my career is in music, and especially the blues. The blues, I think, I love that we are talking about the blues and it is incorporated into this film. The entire way on the way home, I was listening to Buddy Guy, who I love in that last scene.
Yeah.
I see he popped up on the screen. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, holy shit, this is really fucking cool. And I was just like listening to Buddy Guy with a little mix of Stevie Ray Vaughan on the way home. And I was like, oh my God, I was like living. This movie is so good. And then also with the horror aspect, the visuals were awesome. There's the
It was-
Irish music in it was fine. The dancing, the actual prosthetics and the special effects. I actually, if I was there, I probably would have picked to go with the vampires because I was like, wait, I get to know everything that everyone just felt and have this bliss. It's like they really sold it, and I was like,
Yeah.
why is no one wanting to do this? Because they were saying, hey, we also want to go to that KKK group over there and tell them they're fucked up, murder all of them, and bring them in, and all be happy. And I'm like, this is going to solve world peace, making everyone vampires.
By
So
being
why are we not
soulless
doing
demonic
this?
vampires.
Yes.
They had soul. They could play.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could. They were dancers.
Yeah.
So yeah, the
Got it.
vampires have a hive mind, which is really
Mhm.
cool.
That is cool.
Much like from Dusk Till Dawn, there's no like, oh no, what's happening to me? Once you're a vampire, you're like, I am full vampire. I want to kill, and I'm on board with all my homies that I met 5 seconds ago. So that was cool that they have this
Yeah.
hive mind, but they also share all their memories. And he's very old, so he has a lot of memories, and the memories of people that he's been killing for like hundreds and
Yeah.
hundreds of years,
And
if not thousands.
Yeah, and they play the rules too, which is cool. The
Yes.
rules of the vampire. They cannot come in unless they're welcome. I was really, really happy when I saw
Yeah.
that. The voodoo magic I love because I love voodoo magic. I think it's so
And-
it's cool to learn and know about it because it is so ingrained
they
in being
establish her
ancestors and
as like a voodoo sort of witch doctor person
Yeah.
in the beginning, so it's not weird
that's
when
cool.
she suddenly knows everything in the end. By the way, this actress who I'm gonna butcher her name if I try to say it, she was in the horror movie His House, which is on Netflix. That was one of the best horror movies I've seen in years. I highly recommend His House. She was also in Loki. I guess she was one of the time traveling people that tried to
Oh,
kill
maybe
Loki.
that's what I know her from. I couldn't
Yeah.
place her. I knew she looked familiar though.
Yeah.
Okay.
so good.
Also,
Also,
yeah,
I cried also at the end when she shows back up at the end.
yes.
I'm sitting there
yeah.
trying not to be that person bawling her eyes out, and I'm like, I swear I'm okay.
Well, that's why I
There's
said it's really sad for the people that didn't stay for the end credits because it really was a beautiful ending to the movie.
I guess the ending is the only thing I really had issue with.
Which part of the ending? Which part?
Yeah, no, I really,
The killing of the KKK
The
or
Django
the beautiful
Unchained?
Well,
moment
that was
where
the thing,
he's
that was the thing.
reunited with
It
his
was a little
family,
weird that they
or
were
Buddy
like-
Guy coming back, or
Yes.
being the main person, and
pretty much all of it. It was just weird at the end. It was just weird that the
what
vampires were like,
part?
we're soulless demonic vampires from hell, and we want to kill your kids or whatever. And they were like, but we're not racist. I mean, the KKK are the real bad guys. Like, what the hell are you trying to do here, movie? And then at the end, it's like,
true.
the movie feels like it ended. They're like, no, we also have to. I'm like, look, you can do KKK or evil vampires. If you do both, feels a little cluttered.
No
and then
way.
the post credit, I honestly,
No way. I
didn't-
highly disagree because I think there's such
The
a
vampires
great
see no
social-
color, Tony. The vampires
Yes.
see no color.
Except
there
for
is
red.
such a there is such a
However-
great social commentary in this.
I get it. I get it.
Placed
It just-
perfectly in this time.
It felt
and
like
the
a little
whole
much.
reason. Oh, Cody, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, I can kind of see how, like, if you flip it where it's like the vampires, like, their message or whatever is like, we don't care. We just want you to be one of us.
Yeah.
Right.
And then us perceiving them as the bad people because that's opposite what the current time is being represented as.
That's the whole point of
yeah.
them saying, listen, look at your world. You are not free because of the world that you are living. They fucking physically say it, Tony. They say that you are not free
I get
in
it.
this
I
world.
get it.
But
It
yet
just
you can
felt
be
like
free
a
with
little
us
much
because we
for
don't
me.
have it. Go fuck yourself, Tony.
And then
Maybe
the
we
post-
should get to something more Tony speed. Minecraft, I think we have that to talk
Right.
about.
Thank you,
And
Adam.
look, I knew the one brother was gonna live and what's her face was gonna live because they weren't there at the end. But like the whole thing is like once you're vampire, you're full on vampire mode. You like only want
Yeah.
to use and kill humans. So the whole post credit sequence was like, I made a promise to my brother. Like, what? That one guy was ready to kill his daughter and wife, but you guys are like, you know what? I'm gonna let this one slide. I'm like the vampires weren't like that the whole movie until
Well, I
just
think because vampires tend to have more of a like. There's a whole like they can't be invited unless they're, or they can't be in unless they're invited. If they make a promise, I feel like there's more to that.
I just-
and I thought
I
it
don't
was
know.
believable.
Well, I thought
like
it was
seeing-
also to speak to Smoke and Stack's like super connection they had. They're twins for one thing, which already has that kind of magical mysticism, but you always hear about twins and some of the cool things they can do. But they made this agreement ahead of time, and I think that the vampire, as demonic and as one-dimensional
the power
as they
of
are,
love overwrote the vampire.
But I think there is, they have rules. And so if they made this rule ahead of time, they had an agreement, and he's standing by it.
I just think the vampirism should override the rule. However, the scares were good. I loved when baby Forrest Whitaker is peeing in the woods. I loved the lightning bugs or fireflies, as they're called in some places.
Yeah.
And I was waiting for it. I knew what they were doing. I love when like the lights of the vampire's eyes showed up.
That was great.
Yeah. So again, the ending's not bad. I like it. It was a little much for me. The rest
You
of
just
the
didn't
movie,
get it. Yeah, no, you just didn't get it. That's fine.
I didn't get it. The rest of the movie
He
is
literally
perfect.
watched it after Minecraft, and he was texting me because I was like, "This movie is honestly it's honestly one of my favorite movies." Go ahead, Tony.
No, I have it.
Go ahead, Tony.
I have it. Hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nobody said I am Steve in
said,
Sinners.
Here we go. I said, she goes, I'm so jealous that you get to watch that movie for the first time because holy fucking shit. And I went, I doubt a kid will hold a candle to the hit film, a Minecraft movie. And then she says, I will fly up right now and murder you if you say that again. So then I copy and paste it. I doubt it'll hold a candle to the hit film, a Minecraft movie. But no, it is a solid time. I highly recommend everyone see it. Again, I really, really enjoyed it. Not story issue. There was a technical issue, but I want to know if this was just my experience or not. Randomly throughout scenes, would there be shots that are just really dark? Like the contrast went up really, really high.
Wow, coded racism from Tony.
No, I mean like
Is anyone surprised?
Tony. Wow.
Vampires or KK?
No, there were like it happened at random moments.
They're kind of the same.
No, it was like random moments throughout the film. Like
you're right, Tony. I said it in my review. I think it is so I didn't get to see this in IMAX or like a fancy new fandangled theater. I have a pretty shitty IMAX. Theater. Okay, so maybe it's just a problem with yeah, I had it too. It was very dim in a lot of scenes. I actually left the theater 30 minutes in and talked to the people up front and said, I think there's something wrong with your projector because this movie is really like not lit well in scenes. So I don't know. Other people said it was really crisp and contrast and punchy. So I don't know.
There were moments where it's the same camera angle during a conversation. They're cutting back and forth. And then one of the times they'll cut to someone, the contrast was really, really dark. And it would cut back and be fine. I'm like, what is happening here?
I had that too. I had it too.
Okay, good. Then it wasn't just me then.
But we are technical guys, though, Tony. We're tech heads, so maybe we're looking at a deeper level.
Crystal was too busy crying in the theater.
The water was drowning out the visuals.
But now I'm sitting there. But now I'm sitting there like, oh, do I look like an asshole now that I got up during the musical performance to go?
Yes.
You're like, I can't take this shit.
Tony stayed for all the white people moments, all the KKK stuff. Tony was there, like waiting on bated breath.
Oh, the vampires singing their song. I was clapping. I was, yes.
He was mainly clapping for their first song. And then the banjos.
Played the guitar, and I went, nah, and I walked out. And I came back, and they were doing Irish dance, and I went, yes. I was asked to leave.
Don't you hate the Irish because you're Italian? Isn't that how that works?
We do, and yet we're drawn to them. It's a curse. Worse than vampirism. Dating an Irish person, that's hell on earth.
Let the redheads be, baby.
Crystal, funny story to what you said earlier about thinking you were in the wrong theater. I did that late last year. I went to a movie and the entire theater was black people, which never happens, even in South Carolina. I'm the only white dude. I'm like, huh. A lot of people came out for this like random Jason Statham movie. Cool, I guess. I sit down and The Color Purple starts. I went into the wrong theater. It's I'm the one white guy who gets up and just
no! You should have just stayed there. What did you do?
But I had to review the other movies.
Color Purple's beautiful.
I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to be here. Jason Statham. I don't know if it was Jason Statham, but it was a different movie. That was really awkward. Really awkward.
You also missed a fantastic movie.
It was even great because I was like in the dead center of the theater too, and I was running late. Like the whole theater's packed.
Wow, what an asshole! Wow, this your handle is nothing but racist dicks.
Sorry. Subscribe to Edit This Movie. Sorry.
Wait.
I'm not supposed to
What
be
if
here.
you had missed the opening like the opening credits? Would you have just waited for Jason Statham the whole time to show up? Because I've told a story about this. My one gym I used to go to had a theater full of like treadmills, and they would play movies. And they said that they were playing Tick Tick Boom with Andrew Garfield. But this theater wasn't the best at programming, and they would sometimes play the wrong movie. So I watched the last 40 minutes of In the Heights, and I was like, wow, a lot of brown people in this movie. When's Andrew Garfield show up? I'm like waiting for Andrew Garfield. And then the movie ends and it says In the Heights. I'm like, that wasn't Tick Tick Boom. What the hell? The time's wrong. But I was waiting the whole movie, and it didn't occur to me until the title came up. I'm like, oh yeah, there weren't a lot of white people in this movie. Why did I expect Andrew Garfield to show up?
Did you not pay attention to what the fuck was even happening in the movie?
Well, I didn't know what the plot of Tick Tick Boom was other than Andrew Garfield was in it. So I kept waiting for Andrew Garfield to show up in the film.
Two awesome, really.
I can imagine.
Shows.
I can imagine Adam getting to the end of the Color Purple remake and being like, "Jason Statham's got to be here any second now."
Well, I didn't know he was in a musical. That's not flex, but all right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. In the Heights is also a phenomenal musical, and also so is Tick Tick Boom's a great show.
Hey, look, the last 40 minutes were solid. I want to check out the rest of the movie at some point.
See the Broadway show; it's so good.
What was that? Was that 3? Let's do our mid-show super chats.
This is
Minecraft movie.
All right,
Flint and Steel, baby.
Yeah.
Woo!
The Minecraft movie, based off the hit video. Oh, Crystal's just gone. Based off the hit video game Minecraft. It tells the story of Steve, who enters a mine and finds a magic cube, and he goes to Minecraft world where he can make blocks, and those are cool. And he meets a dog, and the dog's his best friend. But then some pigs get angry, and also they're zombies, I think.
Oh, Tony, I didn't know you were in this movie too.
Oh god.
So then the pigs come, and they're angry, and they're zombies, I think. And they have to. A bunch of people get sucked in, and they go on an adventure to get the cube and stop the Minecraft. Jack Black, this lady from Orange is the New Black, and Jason Momoa are surprisingly entertaining in it. These two kids can't act to save their life. I didn't realize the girl was from Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was
And the
like,
girl's
really-
also
She plays Wednesday.
no,
His
she
friend.
doesn't. That's
You didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish.
no, because I was watching the movie and I'm like, that girl's pretty. Do I know her from anything? I'm like, oh, Wednesday. I'm like, I thought she was like a 10-year-old in Wednesday. Jesus Christ. But yeah,
She looks like she's 10 here.
nah, she looks older here.
No, she looks young as shit. I was like, how does she have a job? I was actually confused that she had a job. And
well,
she could,
she's
like, live in a
early.
house.
She looks early 20s as opposed to Wednesday, where she looked like
Yeah.
13.
Cap. Can you get rid of Crystal and then bring her back so that I'm up a frame? Because I don't like being like, I don't like this dead space.
100%.
There we go. Thank you, Tony.
You know what? You know what?
Thank
For you, Adam, for your big return.
Get rid of Logan. Yeah, get rid of.
Oh wait. Oh, it only makes
you are the king, Tony. You are the king. Yes.
I was gonna let
There
you
we
be
go.
at the top, but it
I
literally
know.
won't let you be at the top.
I know. I appreciate that.
Yeah, this
Oh my
little
god,
boy.
she's back. She's just
Yeah.
there now.
This little boy can't act to save his life. Also, during the plot line, this villager, I guess they're called, meets Jennifer Coolidge, and I would have rather just seen a whole movie about that. Now, look, I don't know much about Minecraft, but I got very lucky because I sat next to Logan at the wrestling event who brought his son, who apparently loves Minecraft. And I said, hey, tell me a little bit about Minecraft. For the next 2 days, he told me a lot about Minecraft. He was playing the game for me and everything.
First we mine, then we craft.
Minecraft.
Minecraft. The Nether. I know all the memes, Tony. I got them all.
I'm glad you know all the memes.
Yes.
So I went in with very limited knowledge. I mean, I know a little bit about Minecraft. I've seen people play it. I'm more of a Roblox guy myself. Okay.
We
So
know
I
why
went
you're Roblox guy, Tony.
Yeah, I went into this. What I don't know.
Who gets it?
Someone let me know what that means. Should I have not said I was a
you think
Roblox?
the 10-year-old looks hot from Wednesday. That's what that
Oh
means.
no! Wait,
Yeah, yeah.
is Roblox? I haven't played Roblox since 2017. Has any controversy happened with it?
Nice try, Diddy. There's just
Oh,
a lot of
No,
there's
I'm being
a lot of-
legit right now.
It's pretty bad. If you like, it's
Fuck.
pretty bad.
What's another game like Minecraft? Can I redo that joke? I didn't know about
Fortnite. There's just a
Fortnite.
lot of like,
I'm more of a Fortnite
there's a lot of
guy.
There
like
you go.
sketchy adults that prey on kids and
Wait,
Roblox.
that's okay. So I
Yeah.
used to play Roblox as a joke.
I'm sure you
Because
did.
they would always remake games in Roblox. So like when PUBG was really big, I would always stream that I was playing PUBG and make it the thumbnail, and then people would click on, and I'd be playing the Roblox version, and I wouldn't break character, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, "I know, I thought the graphics would be better. This game doesn't look that good." So I did that for like several months, and I haven't played Roblox since. So I'm gonna have to do some Google searches after this to figure out what happened.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I didn't really care going in. I thought it was going to be cringe. The trailer was bad.
Mhm.
Although I did find out it was the director of Napoleon Dynamite. I'm like, okay,
Yep. Yep.
maybe it'll
And
at least be-
Gentleman's Bronco.
yes, and Nacho Libre.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, Nacho Libre, yeah.
So I'm like, all right, let me give this a shot. The funny thing was before this, literally the night before, I went to see Rocky Horror live, which I've seen many, many times. Now, granted, it was at the drive-in, so we were in the car. I didn't hear the crowd participating unless I left the car to go to the concessions.
Why
But it was
didn't you
fun.
participate?
I have before. It's just at the drive-in, it was cold, so we were all in the cars. So I
What a
wasn't
pussy.
outside. Sorry. So I would, but when I would left to go to the concession, I would hear everyone joining in, and that's something I've experienced many, many times. So I was seeing adults do it. And then the next day, I go to the Minecraft movie by myself, which I
Yeah.
probably shouldn't have done now that I know about this Roblox thing. And I just said I was a fan of it. I
Wait,
go by
please Tell
myself.
me you were the only grown adult by yourself, surrounded by children.
Well, you know, I didn't see a good look at the theater because I was supposed to go to my seat, the assigned seating. And look, I'm not being I'm not fat shaming here, but for some reason, whenever anyone steals my seat in the assigned seating, it's always a morbidly obese family. I don't know why it keeps happening. Literally, no, I'm like, this isn't even a joke. Johanna was there for one of the times we went to see Godzilla and Kong, and they don't understand the assigned seating. I don't know how they got in the theater because it's all assigned seating, and they took up like all our seats. They're like, "What are you doing?" So I didn't even bother. I'm like, I'm not even gonna. I don't give a shit. I'll just sit right next to the screen. So I'm by myself, right next to the screen. But yeah, it was a cool, surreal experience because all the kids were joining in on the jokes and shouting all the things they were supposed to say. I'm like, wow, two movies separated by like, I don't know, 50 years with two very different audiences doing the same thing back to back. It was kind of a cool experience.
It's cool. It's cool. It's cool if you get the good version of that and not like the kids trashing it and like the adults trashing
pulling
it.
out a damn chicken.
Yeah, this was middle of the day Sunday, and it was like kids with parents, so it wasn't going to get too wild.
Yeah, it wasn't the TikTok cringe crew that all suited up and came out to do their memes.
I think that was week one. I think that had been phased out by the time I got there. But no, I wasn't expecting like all these little kids to actually be shouting at the screen and participating. And I'm like, again, Rocky Horror and that back to back. I'm like, this is a weird experience. The movie itself, I don't care. It was okay. There was a lot of stuff that was going over my head, but I'm like, it was not very accessible to people who don't play the game.
Yeah.
Like every time something weird like the chicken jockey, I'm like, I'm guessing that's from the game, and I don't get it.
It's not from the game.
Well, there is a chicken jockey in the game.
It's
right?
it's like a meme thing. I don't think it's actually like in the game. Like, there's no chicken jockey character as far as I know. I've played a bunch of Minecraft because my son is like obsessed with it, or he was. I'm not very good at it. I'm really like into making everything look perfect. So I waste like 3 hours on one little stupid pillar of a house. It's like, what the fuck am I doing with my life right now? I'm like, hey, look what I did over here, kids. My son's got like this like palace built, and I'm like, I'm done. I'm out.
Dude,
No,
it's a rare thing in Minecraft.
All the things that people were yelling, like I am Steve, and first we mine and we craft. These aren't like quotes from the game. They became like cringe memes online that they just ran with.
Well, it seems like, because I assume a lot of these kids are seeing it for the first time. I'm assuming they saw the memes on TikTok and now they want to participate.
Exactly.
I knew when to film when Chicken Jockey was coming because I wanted to hear the audience reaction because I saw that meme so much. Now, Logan, what did you think of Minecraft? How did the kid like it? Because he told me it was going to be the greatest movie ever made.
Yeah.
Did it live up to his expectations?
Okay, my son is 6. Just some backstory, and he loves Minecraft, loves it. Yes, he was trying to show Tony how to play Minecraft at the wrestling event. But no, he loved it. He thought it was great, and this is one of those movies. I want to say. And I know this sounds like an old person. I always say that. Well, that's stupid to say that, but I think this is just one of those movies that's just not for me. It's not for me. And the people that it's for, which is the true fan base, really appreciate how far they go into the mechanics of Minecraft. And like to the point where like I was looking up things about it, and then when I looked up stuff like on YouTube, and I would ask my son, I was like, "Well, what's that?" He said, "Oh yeah, because I would see like in order to get your cart to automatically move, you have to put these
the redstone,
or you could put the lanterns or whatever, like and stuff like not lanterns, but you know what I mean, the little torches,
switches, and
and it's funny because then like it is true, like apparently. The redstone only goes so far. If you don't lay enough, it'll run out of momentum. So when he goes to his creeper farm and he runs out of momentum because they weren't set far enough apart, I'm like, well, that is like literally, they really do care about the game and put this shit for the game in the movie.
Literally, I'm surprised the plot wasn't they got sucked into the video game because they're not trying to make you think that this is a believable world that resembles the game. Like, no, you're literally in the Minecraft game. You're in it. So you got to follow the rules.
This movie is Super Mario Brothers if they actually cared about the concept of Super Mario Brothers back in the 90s.
Right.
Like, literally, that's what this movie is. And I don't care for it personally, but I understand why people like it because it is true to the game. And then also the one thing, that's the last thing I would say, but I didn't like, did you know the whole thing about the pig wearing the crown? I didn't know that.
Online influencer.
Yeah,
gamer.
I didn't know that. And when I saw that and they said it was a legend, I'm like, holy shit, that's going to bring a tear to my eyes. That
was actually really nice. Cool. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah. And it like,
I didn't know about that.
And they're actual sets. I thought it was all CGI. No, they actually built freaking sets for the movie. I was
That's
like,
cool.
Some of the interior where like they're in the house, the mushroom house.
When they're when the trees, when they're like when it's just the two girls together.
Yeah.
What's called that's all sets. And they're walking back and forth. They're talking back and forth, and like because they're going to try to find the map. That's all real sets. That's
right when the two girls were together. All right. So here's a confession. After that big attack in the village, I kind of fell asleep. And when I woke up, they were like nearing the end of the mine experience. I got home really late after Rocky Horror because it was at the drive-in, which is like an hour and a half away. So I got home at like 3 a.m. And I was like in the theater. I didn't realize I woke up and suddenly they're in a mine cart fighting people to mine. I'm like, uh-oh, I hope I can figure out what's going on.
I hope I could piece together the intricate plot.
I hope I could piece together what's happening. Spoiler, it was pretty easy to piece together what was happening. The specifics of everything. Were
Adam,
complicated.
what did your son think about it? I'm sorry, I meant to ask that.
My kids loved it. I thought it was fun. We had a great time with the movie. We didn't have anybody yelling anything, unfortunately, because we saw it like early on the first day it came out. So we were ahead of the game. We were the only ones yelling "chicken jockey" to no one. No, we didn't yell. But no, we had a fun time. As someone that has played the game, but not like hardcore into it or anything, I did appreciate all the references. But I also am like, out of all the movie kind of genres, family kid movies, I'm super lenient on when it comes to reviewing because it's like, what the fuck? These don't need to be high art. They just need to be entertaining for kids and for families. And I think young and old can at least get through the movie and have a good time. They're kind of like Despicable Me. The first couple are actually pretty damn good and clever. The later ones are just awful. But Minecraft is in its early stages of Despicable Me. It's not so insulting, and it's having fun, and it is paying respects to some of the people that have made the game and were involved with it. So yeah, not bad all around.
So, Adam, you would say that you left a Minecraft movie with a dumb smile on your face, and that this movie might not work a lot for critics, but families will love it. Is that what you're saying?
Are these Rotten Tomato pull quotes? Is that what
I
you're
don't know
doing?
what you're talking about, Adam. I don't know what you.
Logan, I'm much like I believe Tony's Rotten Tomatoes certified. I can't remember. Are you Rotten Tomatoes
No,
certified?
I'm not. I'm
Oh.
actually not. I've never tried
Oh.
to be, though.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, I don't know if I tried. I think I was nominated. I don't. It doesn't matter. But yeah,
I'm not even on Rotten. I maybe had a Rotten Tomatoes account in like 2007. I haven't done anything with Rotten Tomatoes in forever.
You know, to be Rotten Tomatoes certified, Logan. Just a little information. Tony knows this.
Yeah.
You have to have guts in this industry, and calling movies out when call a spade a spade. Nosferatu was artsy up its own ass bullshit, so it got a Rotten Tomato. Godzilla minus fun. Well, we already know that story. We don't need to go into it. And Rotten Tomatoes respects that. All right, that's moxie, bravery.
You know what? As soon as I get certified, I'm going to go into Havoc and I'm going to give it.
Don't let the haters fool you.
Exactly.
This is a modern classic.
I'm going to
Havoc
get
is a hell of a
ChatGPT to
good
write me up
time.
something really nice. Okay.
I will say
Hardy
that
has done it again.
I do want to call out the people our age. Crystal, don't you fucking say anything. The people our age who are shitting on like kids for enjoying this. I'm like, motherfuckers, we dragged our parents to maybe Adam, he's older than us. We dragged our parents to the Power Rangers movie and the Pokemon movie. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, every generation of kids likes a really stupid thing that adults won't get.
Yeah.
I'm like, how do you not have enough awareness that you
I
did
didn't
that?
know
to
they
your
were
parents?
taking the old homes over to the movie theaters, Tony. That's so nice.
The first
They pick
thing
us
she
all
says
up on a bus.
in
We
segment.
get to eat at Country Cafe. I mean, it's great.
But yeah, people were being real assholes about it. I'm like, oh, come on. The Pokemon movie is like animals saying their name over and over again.
That movie, the Pokemon movie's not even good. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No.
But, I
Yeah,
was
it's
a big
awful.
Pokemon fan.
I'm
You
sorry.
two waxing poetic for like
Yeah.
45 minutes, circle jerking? No.
I will say I enjoyed
Who
this more
am
than
I?
I enjoyed this more than Detective Pikachu.
Yeah, Detective Pikachu's bullshit.
Yeah, that fucking sucked. I wasn't even in the review for that when we did rental reviews. But I had to go to the theater and watch it, and I was like, I was on my phone half the time. This movie fucking
All right,
great.
come on. Fuck. What are the kids into? Ryan Reynolds, Pikachu. Wait a second. We combine them. This is the movie.
I will say it's been a minute until we've had like cartoon movies or movies that are literally just for kids that don't really tell a big message. You know what I mean? I feel like
Yeah.
for the longest time, like we've been used to watching Pixar's that every movie is sweet and kind and there's a message behind it, but there's also like a tragic story. This is like the first movie that's really just for kids.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
The Minions, those kind of a lot of the stuff by Illumination is
what's
kind
the dog movie? I took my son to see the dog one.
Secret Life of Pets.
No,
was it
the
Dog Cop, right?
Dog
Or-
Cop. Yeah.
yeah.
That movie
Oh,
is
Dog
just
Man?
is it Dog Man? Yeah.
It's Dog Man.
That is just a kid's movie. Like
Yeah,
I watched it and I was like, oh, I really have no interest in this. And this is not a Pixar movie. This is really just dumb.
Was it
Yeah.
bad? I actually didn't see
I
that
slept
one.
through it pretty
Okay.
much.
My son loves the Captain Underpants comics, and that movie was actually fine. But it's the same kind. It's like a spin-off of that.
Yeah, this one-
Dogman. Dogman wasn't even good in graphic novel form. That
No,
one was
it's
bad.
the-
Yeah.
The movie, it's like they try to make you care and there's some sort of a storyline and Pete Davis is in it for God knows why. And I don't know. It's just like, and then when you get to that part, there's like one little sweet little clip, and you're like, yeah, but everything else you're doing around this is awful. And but like I said, it's just good for kids to watch, and that's fine. I just feel like this is one of those kind of movies, and like I said, it's not for the fucking critics, it's for the kids and the people that grew up playing Minecraft. Because if you did do that, this movie gives you everything you wanted, which I think at the end of the day, they did their job and they should be rewarded for that.
By the way,
that's what the new Mario did too. I think it got pretty bashed by critics. I enjoyed it.
It was fine.
It was nonsensical, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my first live.
Other than Chris Pratt doing a hate crime, pretending to be an Italian, which
the pasta face was a bit much. I agree.
Which I was very, very vocal about. Other than that movie was fine.
Crystal hasn't talked in a straight hour. Crystal,
she didn't see Minecraft.
Well, she can still have a thought. I mean, come on.
Did you play it, Crystal, at all? Like
Did
once
you
or
play
twice?
Minecraft?
Were you a Roblox stan?
When it came out, you weren't an adult, Crystal. When it came out, you weren't an adult.
I was an adult when I came out of the womb.
What do you mean? It came out. When did Minecraft come out? We were all adults.
Minecraft is
Dude,
like
that-
12. Isn't it like
no,
12
we
years
were
old?
18. No, we were like 18.
2009.
No.
2009.
2009. Yeah, no, that's college.
I was 19.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 15
College.
years ago.
That's
Yeah.
what college students played was Minecraft.
Oh no,
I wasn't playing that.
I was playing school, trying to work, trying to go to a tour
Oh my
party.
God.
Like,
I was
Hey.
working. I was paying the bills.
I was
I
gonna say
told you I was an adult. I am
Yeah.
now more of a child now than I ever have
if I was
been.
playing anything, it was probably like Arkham Knight or something. However, speaking of kids films, I don't know, Adam, maybe you saw this one. It was very, very limited. A few months ago, they came out with a movie called Night of the Zoopocalypse.
I don't even know what that is.
It was very limited release. David Harbour's a voice, but the funny thing, Crystal, this is a kids animated film based off an unpublished story by Clive Barker, famous horror author. Clive Barker, who did like Hellraiser and shit. Apparently, he made an unpublished story called Zombies. There's already a movie called Zombies. And some studio was like, yes, let's water whatever this is down. Clive Barker and children. That goes together.
I'm
the movie-
obsessed.
The movie came out. I heard about it. It was not screening anywhere near me within an hour. But I want to check it out to see if it's any good because I'm just like, what a weird fucking thing to exist.
You know what I did see, and I didn't even bother reviewing it or putting out like anything, was the Looney Tunes Night of the whatever. The day
I
or
was
the
telling
day,
Chris
I heard
the
that's
day
that
or
pretty
it
whatever.
good.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
it got a lot of rave reviews. I didn't like it. I watched it with Lindsay. The kids checked out after like 20 minutes. It seriously was really funny and solid for about a half hour, and then the plot kicks in and it just falls apart. I'm like, God, this is not good.
I heard people were praising it because of the 2D animation, but like, yeah, but it also has to be like funny and
Right,
television.
right. Well,
What
yeah.
was it? Oh, she
The
was
Looney
looking at
Tunes
Zombies.
movie. Remember I told you there's a new
Yeah.
Looney Tunes movie that came out, like a 2D one?
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
pumped for it. I thought it looked great. It just falls apart. The
Well,
plot's
we're
not
getting
good.
the,
It's stupid.
acting one.
We need
Yeah, I'm hopeful that it'll be good, but
Well, because that did well, that's why we get
Yeah.
to get that. So that's kind of cool that like,
yeah.
that is something that was going to be shelved and never seen is we're actually going to get. So
I actually don't
that's
think
kinda
it did do well. I thought
No,
it under
fun. Oh,
it
I
did
thought it
pretty
did.
bad.
Oh, my bad.
But the
No, it's just that
distributor didn't have to make the movie. They just bought the movie. So maybe it did
Yeah,
well
yep.
enough for them since they didn't pump money into the
It's
production.
like Ketchup and Mustard Studios or something.
Yeah.
It's like this really rinky-dink little studio that
Yeah.
bought the rights.
At least they're trying.
Yeah, I would love to see more 2D animation from Disney out of all of them. Like,
Yeah.
That would be
I did
awesome.
hear some rumor that they were talking about opening up a studio and getting back to the
Hopefully.
roots. So
The,
yeah,
That'd be really cool.
that would be great.
The next kids film I have to see, I don't have a choice, is Lilo and Stitch.
I'm
Oh,
excited
yeah.
for that one.
No.
Yeah, I'm a little
No.
upset. I don't like the fact that the two aliens are dressed in drag.
Oh
It
yeah,
bothers me
was
that they're real people. I think like that's kind
the
of
funny thing is, I don't think I've seen Lilo and Stitch the original all the way through once. I probably
Oh,
seen
really?
the
Oh,
whole
it's
movie.
great. It's great.
No, the twins
Wait.
love Lilo and Stitch,
It's
and
such a good
they found out about a new movie, and they are like, new one. That's what they
Yeah.
always say when they watch a remake of a 2D one. They go, new one. So yeah, I'll be back for Lilo and Stitch, and then
Yeah.
I hope to God they don't do another straight to Netflix Woody Woodpecker, because then that'll be 3 kids films I'll review this year. But yes, that is it for Minecraft. I thought it was okay. It's not for me. It's not absolutely terrible. It's not as cringe as I thought it would be. But you're
Well,
not
it's
gonna...
like self-referential cringe, right?
Yeah.
No, I mean it's in on its own joke. It's silly. It's having a good
Yeah.
time.
It's
Yeah,
Jack Black being Jack Black, really.
Exactly.
To be honest.
Yeah.
It's like he's double downing on his persona through the entire film, and
He's
it's
had
kinda,
a great run, man. Like
Well,
has
yeah, he
had
needed to
every
win after
decade.
that controversy last year in that stupid Santa movie. He needed a
No. He had the freaking
Wait,
Billboard
the-
chart topper with Bowser's song Peaches.
But
and
after
now
that,
he's-
he
Wait,
got
are you
into
talking about
controversy.
the Satan one that was Santa?
Yeah.
yeah, that was
I
awful.
enjoyed that.
Oh,
I
Oh,
literally
God.
watched it
That
on
is-
Christmas, and I was so tired. I was delirious, and I watched it, and I was like, "This is the dumbest thing ever, and I'm having fun.
If
That
I'm
is
gonna
the
watch
most
movie,
Jack Black movie. Like
It is
him
1,000
being
Jack
obsessed with
Black.
the devil and heavy metal, and then he actually gets to play a demon devil.
It was so bad.
Look.
I loved it.
if I'm gonna watch a movie about Santa Claus being the devil, I'm watching Santa's Sleigh starring Bill Goldberg,
And Chris
but-
Kattan.
and Chris Kattan.
Ooh.
Just
But I
one
do
more
have-
note. Just one more note.
Yeah.
Steve's Lava Chicken song is also it's cracked the top 100 Billboard chart.
I saw
and
that. It's like the-
10
the
seconds
short-
long or something.
Yeah, it's the shortest song ever to crack
Yeah.
the Billboard.
He's killing it.
that was one meme I didn't have a heads up on. So he starts singing, and then I just hear little kids going la 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 la. la. I'm like, what the?
That's cute.
But yeah, I mean, Jack. By the way, Jack Black owes me an apology because I reviewed 2 of his movies, Tenacious D and Saving Silverman, and those reviews were horrible flops.
Mhm.
I'm surprised Tenacious D flopped. It's such a
Well,
good movie.
the Tenacious D aired right during all the Tenacious D controversy, and then I guess everyone forgot about Saving Silverman. That movie's great.
Well,
I-
you
Anyway.
think it would
That's a
do
good
well.
movie. I like that movie.
It is good. It is good.
Yeah.
Drop. Directed by Christopher Landon, who did a bunch of the Paranormal Activity movies. He's more of a writer. He has directed though. He wrote a bunch of the Paranormal Activity movies, and he also wrote Heart Eyes from this year, which I really, really enjoyed.
Yeah.
And I
Oh, he
think-
did? This
Yeah,
is
and
the
I-
same director. Holy shit.
Well, he
Or
wrote that, but he
wrote
wrote
it.
that movie. He
Okay.
didn't direct it. This one, I think he wrote and directed. Yeah, it's a
Huh.
movie about a girl who's going on a date with this guy who's everywhere and might be the next Batman. That's that people really want him to be Batman. She's going on a date with this guy that she met online. Her sister who's from the Flash, is watching her kid at home. She gets to the date and suddenly she's getting messages dropped to her phone that are all like memes that are like threatening her. And it's basically showing her that like there's someone at her house ready to kill her family if she doesn't kill the guy that she's on a date with. And it's real suspenseful. She has to figure out who at the restaurant is doing it. And she's got to figure out in time so she can get home and save her family. Oh God. I actually dug this one. I was actually really invested in it. I love how they showed like it was actually Gil, it was kind of like John Wick, how like the font was showing up everywhere when it was the messages and stuff. I had a good time with the mystery. When the payoff for the mystery was kind of lackluster. And the third act, it was like, wow, so they're all just really good at kicking ass. It kind of makes the whole threat go away. But the whole buildup was really, really solid. The only thing I couldn't agree with was why did that guy stay on the date after the table switching fiasco? I would have been fucking out at that point. If a woman forced me to switch tables and then went, no, let's switch back, I'd be like, okay, this is weird. I don't know. You keep going to the bathroom. I think you're on cocaine. I'm out. This guy.
Tony, if you go on a date, you better do anything to keep that date going because it doesn't happen very often.
No, you've heard of some of my dates, and you know, like the one I actually went to the bathroom hoping the girl would leave, and then she didn't leave for some reason. Anyway, less about that. Joey C, what did you think about Drop?
You know, replace the sun with my cat and the nice restaurant with McDonald's and the hitman with my father. And this movie is my worst nightmare. I have to be honest with you. I couldn't really connect with this movie, to be honest with you, because I kept thinking about that scenario. It might have been good as a standalone movie, but this was the last of like the 13 movies or whatever that I watched for this episode. And I feel like once it was revealed that the guy was trying to kill the guy was trying to get the girl to kill her date due to him having dirt on the mare or whatever, I was just very confused. Now, to be fair, this may be a fun little action standalone thriller, but compared to the other great, fantastic movies that I saw, it felt kind of weak. And again, this made me more scared of my father somehow. I'm not sure about what happened, but
Joey, are you in therapy?
I had a whole therapy session about this movie today. So I fucking hope it's working.
Like, sir, this is a McDonald's.
I'm here for breakfast.
I know. I got dirt on Ronald McDonald, man. You're after me.
I know.
I got your grimace.
I know what he does at that house. I gotta stop him. Gil, did you check out Drop?
I did. I liked it. Everything you said. I actually, Joey, what you said about Woman in the Yard, you're like, it takes place at a farmhouse, and you like movies that take place in one location. I do too. Ever since I was a kid, I remember seeing trailers for Phone Booth, and I was like, I have to see this movie. Because they always have this hook where there's this like very clear, time sensitive, how are they going to get out of this? And for this one, it's right there in the trailer. You're at the restaurant, they tell you have to kill this guy. And how are they possibly going to resolve this? It's always really intense, these movies. And then it comes down to the reveal at the end. How is it all resolved? And I don't think this one really landed that, like you said, Tony. Yeah. But the ride along the way, I thought was really effective. Even the awkward date stuff, like the part you mentioned where she has to move tables and then stop that in the process and get them to move back. I was like, that would be so uncomfortable. And because it's all in one location, so few characters, there's so much put on the actors. And I feel like Megan Fahey, I think is her name, did such a great job. She's pulled in so many directions at once. It's like, be worried about your kid while at the same time trying to get out of this, at the same time smile and try and keep this guy here, order something off the menu. I thought she did great. I love the John Wick visuals where the texts themselves are this overbearing visual thing around her. So I thought it was great. Not super satisfying in the end, but it's more about the journey than the destination with this kind of movie.
That's what I tell my wife. Yep.
Crystal, this affected you. You like told me you had to stop the movie and look up the ending because you were having like a panic attack. What the fuck?
You knew my dad too? Whoa.
So what was it about this?
I saw the trailer, and sometimes movies, I don't know, certain movies or shows or something like that, when it's a certain vibe, it gives me anxiety. I don't know why or anything like that. When I saw the trailer, it gave me like a little anxiety. I was like, oh, I'm not going to watch this movie. And then I forgot about it. And then I hit play, and then I was like, oh, shit.
This is the one I didn't want to watch.
Okay. So I ended up looking up the ending first, and I was like, okay, this is good. That settles me. And then I watched it, and I was like, oh, it's really not that bad. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not bad when you know what the ending is.
Yeah. But even if I didn't, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I don't think I realized it was just her trying to kill. She had to kill him.
Yeah.
I think in my head when I saw the trailer, it was a lot of people in there trying to kill other people. I don't think I realized it was just her and him.
Wait, so what were you afraid of? Just people airdropping stuff to you? Does that freak you out?
No, it's not me. It's the watching of it and the suspense.
Okay.
It's the suspense of it. There's like, I think like 2 other shows that it's only happened to me before where I was watching and I was like, I don't know why the suspense is giving me anxiety, but it was. But no, I watched it. I really liked it. I liked the characters in it a lot. I liked the storyline a lot. I thought it was interesting. I just don't understand why she just didn't turn her airdrop off as soon as she got the first
I feel like
one.
most people would have just turned it off.
I try to have mine off on purpose, especially when you're on planes, unless you're like a teenager or whatever that likes to fuck around like that kind of stuff. But no, you get a weird one. No.
Airdropping is for the young kids. And when I think of youth, I think of Adam Does Movies. Adam, what did you think of Drop?
Beautiful transition, Tony, as always. It's crazy that this movie came out in 2021 and we're talking about it right now. Why do these movies feel like they're fucking old as hell? It's crazy. I thought I saw this movie 3 years ago. It's wild. This one, Christopher landed for me, you could say. I liked it. The ending was very subpar, but I'm a sucker for a thriller. I'm a sucker for a speed type of film. And this kind of did give me that speed vibe, except for it's at a fancy restaurant. And unlike Joey, I kind of expect the finer things in life. When I go out and dine, I want a 5-course meal, which includes me sitting in my car eating Chipotle, using my tears as a little extra salt.
It really makes them taste good.
I like how we have so many metaphors to describe this movie that no one can be confused about it now. It's Joey at McDonald's. It's Adam crying in the car.
I don't have much more to add. Seriously, I feel like I saw this movie 3 years ago. I remember it being good, high energy, high stakes. Sure.
Yeah, it was solid. I never use AirDrop. Like, I just keep forgetting
Really?
that's even a thing. Yeah.
Wait, can you do that on Sam's or with
No,
an
you
Android?
can. You can. Shut up. Yes, you can.
That was a real question. I
No,
didn't
you
know.
can. I just always forget that it's a thing you to do.
You can do that
I-
with Boost mobile phones. You can do that, Tony.
You
Remember
can
Boost
do it with
mobile?
Boost mobile phone.
Oh, well.
You know what's funny?
Where are you at? Where are you at?
My brother-in-law's bachelor getaway weekend that I was there for, even though I didn't know who any of his friends were, and it was awkward. Now I know who they were, but that weekend it was awkward. We all went out to a bar the one night, and my brother-in-law liked my shirt. He's like, "Hey Tony, can I get a picture with you in that shirt?" And I went like this, and then suddenly, I noticed people at the bar are staring at me and laughing. I'm like, "What happened?" He just goes, "Oh, I just airdropped that picture to everyone here." I'm like, "What the fuck?" So everyone just looks at a phone with me with this blue banana shirt going like that. I'm like, "What the fuck, man?" And then someone tried to kill us. Not actually. Drop. Solid. I'm seeing Christopher Landon didn't actually write this one. He only directed, but usually he is mostly a writer. But yeah, I didn't expect it to be that good. I really liked it. Also, I thought she was this huge actress that we've seen in a bunch of things. The only thing we've ever covered with her was that Your Monster movie with Melissa Barrera, and I don't even remember who the fuck she played in it. But she was good. I want to see her in more stuff. She was really, really solid in this. Thunderbolts Asterix, the new Avengers. Thunderbolts.
So we're doing spoilers. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been out for 2 months and already flopped. The Thunderbolts is a really good movie that's easy to follow if you watched these three things: Black Widow, Ant-Man the Wasp, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, every Captain America movie, and every Avengers movie. And if you've done those things, it's a real easy movie to follow. Gil, I know you've done that.
Yeah.
You've seen all those.
It also wouldn't hurt if you've watched Hawkeye. There's Florence Pugh's characters in that too.
That's true.
Crucial backstory.
It tells the story of Julia Louis-Dreyfus from Seinfeld being investigated by the government. She tries to get all of her dirty work and everything into one location to destroy it all at once, which of course are her team that have been doing Black Op missions for her. They stumble on a guy named Bob, who is one of her failed experiments, who wakes up. He turns out to be, they get out of there. There's a big mystery. It turns out he was a prototype for a superhero called Sentry, but it didn't work really well because he also turns into the Void because they decided to make a meth head a superhero. Now, I just kicked a meth head off my show, and the last thing I'm going to make Vito Gesualdi is a superhero, not on my watch. So yeah, he's able to send you into the void. There's cool powers. They're a ragtag group of people. They're all misfits. It ties into the major MCU. But I think for me, it works pretty well. It's a fun, decent movie. It looks like a movie.
It does. I know.
It doesn't look like a million green screens, even when it was green screened. It didn't look like obvious green screens and horrible digital backdrops. It looked like actors were there in front of cameras. How did you feel about the movie, Joey C?
I thought Bob was fucking awesome. I'm glad that the one comic book character I wanted back. Bob is the man. The Void is menacing. How the fuck could you defeat the Void? That was so awesome. And
With
it was
the power
really
of friendship.
trippy. Yeah, clearly, yeah. I did think it was a little too long, though, to be perfectly honest. After the jet fighting scene, I was like, all right, this has got to be the fucking the finale. I gotta piss. And then there's 25 more minutes after that. So I did think it ran a little too long. They could have cut it down a little bit. But other than that, it was a fun watch, man.
Yeah. Gil, what did you think?
I actually feel like it either could have been longer or at least they could have sort of reallocated the time, because I feel like the Void was very menacing and you are like, wow, how do you defeat him? But you're only wondering that for 12 seconds until you realize, oh, he's not killing people. He's just sending them to this to shame rooms. So I would have loved to, I love the design of this character. He looks like, before Brave New World came out, they released that one image of the leader where he was all in shadow except for his glowing eyes.
Yeah.
And here they actually do it in the movie, and it looks really cool.
Yeah.
I just wish we could have lived with what are we going to do about this guy for a little bit longer before it just goes to,
Yeah.
oh, that's what we're going to do. But otherwise, I feel like they went back to the winning formula for Marvel. Likable characters,
Yeah.
interacting with each other, and fighting bad guys, or in this case, worse guys. It was just a good movie.
And they apologize for ruining Taskmaster by killing them. They're like, hey, remember when we did Taskmaster and it sucked?
Yeah.
We're just gonna shoot her in the face. And I'm like, oh. Like everyone knew she was dying. There wasn't a single person who thought they were gonna make it out of it. I didn't expect her to get off that quick though. Sorry, I look like you were about to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it really I think I remember hearing that there was some storyline between her and Ghost that got like cut out of the movie.
That's
and
what I
feel
heard,
like
too.
it really
Yeah.
stands out because Ghost is the only one aside from Taskmaster who gets virtually no character development in this movie. Which wouldn't be a big deal if there was like a bunch of supporting characters and she was just disappearing into that crowd. But everyone else gets like flashbacks and you find out what's eating at them.
Yeah.
And she's just there the whole time.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they like what's his face can touch you and make you like see like your most shameful moment or
Right.
whatever. But yeah, he never does that to Ghost. I wonder why that is. Also,
People like Joey, the movie's too long. Cut it out.
Yep, that's fucking
I gotta
right.
go pee.
Literally. My
Ghost feels
slushie's
like
gone. I gotta
Ghost
go.
feels like a weird one. I don't know why they felt the need to put her back in it. I'm thinking, I mean, she was fine in Ant-Man 2, but I don't think anyone cared that much. But I think we could all agree that the new Marvel was totally nuts and people are losing their minds over it. Their minds are literally blowing up. It's super nuts. I decided when I reviewed Friendship, every Marvel review, whenever I clip it, it's gonna be like the new Marvel is totally nuts. So I like Marvel Comics. I'm more of a DC guy, so I didn't know. I knew the Thunderbolts existed, and I knew it was a rotating team. I think like in 2006 when I was like reading Civil War, I think like the Scorpion with the Venom suit was in the Thunderbolts around that time. So I looked up the original. The Thunderbolts were first presented to readers in the Incredible Hulk 449 by Peter David, who died recently. And then Marvel did a whole thing like, we're remembering Peter David. And then everyone told Marvel, they're like, you didn't give him enough money from his residuals. And he like died not being able to afford medical bills. And Marvel went, la, 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 la. Anyway, so there were a team of heroes who stepped in to fill up the gap when the Avengers were declared dead. So that kind of fits with the comics and the movie. But then it turns out that they were actually bad guys in disguise, which is not like the movie. They are bad guys, but they're becoming good guys, I think. Pretty much.
Anti-heroes, right? They've all done bad things.
Yeah.
I feel like the movie did a good job of straddling the line where they've obviously done bad things and they don't go into explicitly explaining like, here's the way I'm damaged and why I do these things. But they do some of that, but not so much that it's like on the nose.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I think it's a good time. What did you think of the publicity stunt with the new Avengers title?
I do like the billboard bit they were doing. That was pretty funny.
That was kind of fun.
Terrible kept secret though.
Yeah, that was really dumb. I don't think this is going to be the Avengers team. I think that was literally a way to get people to come back for the second week. I think Marvel knew that maybe the first week, because they've been having bomb after bomb after bomb. They're like, all right, the first week might not do well, but if we do this gimmick where after the first week we say it's the new Avengers, people might rush out. And spoiler, I don't think people rushed out to see this. I don't think it did super well financially. Story-wise, it's great. It's probably one of the better. I really don't count Wolverine and Deadpool to you guys. That feels like it's its own thing.
No, and I think like
it's its own thing.
Yeah, I think most people feel that way too. Like even if they don't know it explicitly, it just feels like a different thing, and everybody puts it in the category of like, oh, that's the X-Men stuff.
Yeah. So when it comes to like Marvel movies, I guess it's the best one since Guardians 3.
Yeah,
I thought was all right.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's a shame that like they finally put out a good one and then no one freaking sees it. Is this the end for the MCU, guys? Is it the end?
Man, I'm so curious about what the future is because I feel like for Avengers Doomsday,
Mhm.
I feel like people are going to come back for that just because it's the actors and there's
Well,
going
they
to be
put 6 trillion cameos in it, but
yeah, it'll be like the Deadpool Wolverine effect where everyone comes back for the nostalgia.
Yeah.
And so I just don't know if people are going to stick around after. And it's hard to picture them just giving up on the whole universe. I wonder if it just gets like smaller scale for a while. But I don't know where it goes from here. Maybe Superman will do really well, reinvigorate the whole superhero genre, and then Marvel can catch. It'll confuse people. Like they'll try and put out a movie that kind of looks like a DC movie. People will go see it.
Marvel needs to like make a good character in a movie, then give them their show, not give them like a show and then work them into a movie because
Yeah.
that's not working at all.
Yeah.
A character that people like. No one actually cared about Ironheart in Black Panther 2, and they're like, give her own show. It's like, do people really like her that much? I don't think people liked her that much.
Well, I think the problem is they said, give her own show. And then they came out with the movie and they were like, oh, crap. Now we have this show that nobody wants to watch.
So hopefully they figure things out and turn it around. I know the next one is Fantastic Four First Steps. And guys, I saw the trailer for it and it looks totally nuts. I think people are going to be losing their minds. We should see it. We should see it, guys, because it looks totally nuts. So yeah, that was like the big one early in May. If we had done a May wrap up, it probably would have been like the last movie we talked about, but I threw it here.
It literally feels like it's like a brand new movie now. If I rewatched it, it feels like so long ago, like in a fucking time warp.
Yeah,
I was looking forward to watching it again for this stream, and I haven't felt that way for a Marvel movie in a long time.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I really enjoyed Deadpool Wolverine. I'm like, I want to watch that again, and it's been on Disney Plus for like a year now, and I'm like, I still haven't watched it. I'm like, you know, I'll just watch that one scene on YouTube, which is Lilo and Stitch remake.
Good.
You guys may be wondering, Tony, why are you doing a live action Disney remake? And the answer is I went with my nieces to see it.
Yeah, you did say that too. You're like, I may add this to the list if I go see it.
It was like touching because I had some scheduling issues with my sister because like things got real busy, and I'm like, guys, Lilo and Stitch might be on the list. I'm not gonna see this movie for no other reason. Like, I'm not. I mean, I love my nieces and everything, but Lilo and Stitch, it's asking a lot of old Uncle Tony. I'll do it.
Save for me. If I watch a bad movie, I'll text you after. Like, can we add this to the list so I don't feel like I wasted my time?
So yeah, Lilo and Stitch. It's the latest live action Disney remake. Hey, remember that scene from Stitch? They do it again. Remember this guy from Stitch, the shark man? Well, he's not in it. But don't worry. They added a second social worker, and the love interest guy now has a grandmother. More characters. Yay. Who would want giant shark guy? We'll just make Zalakafikinakis the main bad guy now. And he won't be in an alien suit. He'll be in a human form for most of the movie, unless it's convenient. And then Stitch is there being Stitch. I just watched the original today. I've seen it in parts throughout the years.
Like for
never
the first
in
time?
order. Yes.
Wow.
I've seen it in part. So I've probably seen all the movie in parts, not in chronological order throughout the years. I just didn't care to see it when it came out. I didn't care to watch it at all. So yeah, I finally watched it today. I wanted to go into the remake mostly blind to see how it would affect my viewing, and I thought it was like all right. Like, it was passable. It wasn't the worst Disney remake I've ever seen. And then I watched the original today, and I could see why some people don't like the changes, especially the end, which Ohana means leave your sister in the foster care system and go to college.
Yep.
That's what Ohana means. Although, to be fair, the movie, she does have like a portal gun so she can visit her constantly and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's with like a neighbor. So like they try to have their
the
cake.
justification of it, right?
They try to have their cake and eat it too. I think people aren't seeing the movie, so they don't know those details. So they think the sister just goes, "You and your dumb alien are going into the foster care."
See you later.
You know, it worked for Mint Salad and Riley. They turned out great. You'll be fine. Little Lilo and Stitch. But no, when you watch the movie in context, I guess it makes a little bit more sense. But Yeah, it's another pointless remake. I prefer the original now that I had sat and watched all through it, but I didn't hate this new one. It's whatever. Joey, see, what did you think?
Well, first, probably haven't seen the original in like 15 years, probably, but that doesn't change my opinion. First of all, I can't believe that it's still showing in theaters in my local theater since it came out. Like, I feel like it came out at the beginning of May, but
I think it was toward the end of May.
Oh, okay, so that's not too bad. The story, though, definitely, definitely misses the mark. Like, Jumbo changes from like a Russian guy, like crazy scientist, to like the token gay guy.
Yeah,
or whatever, and it's just like no substance in it whatsoever. It's just the worst character ever. And who chose Zach Galifianakis or whatever for the role? Should be shot. Just be shot. I just can't even I can't not think of his other movies when I hear his voice. It's like Chris Pratt doing Mario. Like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, I like Sal Galifianakis. He didn't bother me at the time, but when I watched the original today, I'm like, they couldn't find anyone who could do that accent.
Anybody else, dude.
And then they put Tia Carrera in the movie just because I guess she voiced the character in the original.
Yeah, shoehorned her
as a social worker. But then they're like, and the other social worker is Cobra Bubbles. And I watched the original and I'm like, wait, it was just one character. I'm like, I know, woke, whatever. Why don't you just make Tia Carrera the new Cobra? Why did you add a new character and Cobra? Why are you adding so many more characters when all we want is Big Shark Guy, who sure has a name?
That's the name of the game with these live action legacy sequels, man.
Gil, how did you feel about Lilo and Stitch? And will you be doing a Lilo and Stitch timeline, which includes the direct-to-video sequels and the TV show where there is a woke pink Stitch lady?
I don't know. My head is just spinning still from when you said you didn't watch it in chronological order, because anything that's not chronological order, I just can't handle it. I had never seen the animated movie. And like you, Tony, I thought I'll go in really fresh for the live action one, because a lot of the complaints about the movie are in comparison to the original. So I was like, what if we remove that variable and just take it as it is? And same reaction you had. It's fine, heartwarming, funny. The one thing that really bugged me is just that a lot of children's movies now, I feel like they're a lot more chaotic and like hyperkinetic than they used to be, back in our day.
Yeah.
And so I went back and I watched for the first time the original. I didn't get all the way through it because I had to stop and get ready for this, but I watched like the first half, and pretty much anything I took issue with in the live action one, I feel like was better in the original. Things are a little bit calmer. They're not as crazy. I also, even in the movie, I found Stitch to be pretty annoying at first. And I was like, I get Lilo is desperate for friends, so she'll take anything she can get. But it still felt weird that she was so immediately attached to him. But in the animated one, she's playing with a weird alien doll, which she was also doing in the live action one, but they didn't really draw attention to it. But you also, in the animated movie, see a little bit of her darker edge. Like when the other kids are making fun of her, she immediately attacks them and bites one of them.
Yeah,
live
they really
toned
down
her first. Yeah,
they really toned down her darkness in this one. Which I noticed. I was shocked that Elvis was allowed to be mentioned in the new one without a lecture on how he's actually bad or whatever. I was assuming they could remove all the Elvis references. But no, I was glad that was in there. Did you miss Big Shark Guy?
I didn't know Big Shark Guy enough to miss him.
Yeah, he shows up at the end to steal Stitch back. I mean, the original Lilo and Stitch had last minute changes because originally they hijack a plane to chase the spaceship,
right. Yeah.
and then it takes them through the city and they're crashing into buildings. And then 9/11 happened. They're like, we can't do that. The ending of the movie. And then there's one where she's hiding in a washer and they had to change it because they're like, wait, you can't have a kid crawling in. Everyone says that. I'm like, no, that was pretty stupid. Why would they even attempt to do that?
Or they even think that? Yeah.
That was one of those, how did this get to that point?
Yeah, if you're going to take offense to any of the changes in the movie, I feel like that's one where I get it at least.
Yeah. But yeah, the new one just kind of adds nothing other than it's live action, I guess, which means it's not as fun. Because
how did the twins like it?
They didn't care. They just love that Stitch was on the screen. They like these remakes. They like having the option between them. And then they always think like they have to say new one or old one for every single movie.
That's super.
Jungle Book, new one. I'm like, okay. Although they were like Little Mermaid. I'm like, all right, I'll put Little Mermaid on for you. And then they went new one. And I looked at them and I went, absolutely not. And they're like, new one. So then I did what I always did. I went like, I just went, did your girl say Kong? And they're like, yeah, it's Kong, Godzilla. I'm like, all right, I'll put that on. Let's put that on. Look, I mean, I'll watch a lot of stuff. I'm not watching these remakes, okay? I saw this one. By the way, the one thing I like about this movie making a shit ton of money, I kept saying the whole time when people were celebrating Snow White failing, I'm like, you guys, they're going to make all that money back when Lilo and Stitch comes out. They even put Elio out at the same time, knowing that was going to bomb because they knew they were going to make a ton of money from Lilo and Stitch.
I'm shocked that Elio flopped.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so I don't know how bad it is, but it's Pixar.
They were promoting it when I went to see Ballerina. I walked out. There was when I went to the bathroom, they had a big like Elio banner and like the news was there interviewing kids. And then I had an awkward interaction that I texted Gil about. And I'm not gonna mention on here because I forget I streamed this to Instagram and that's where that lady follows me. So yeah, it was just like that was awkward. But yeah, Lilo and Stitch. I mean, if you have a kid, wait till it's on Disney Plus. That way, if they don't like it, you just turn it off. You didn't waste a day. I did choose this over How to Train Your Dragon's remake, but I didn't care about either live action remake. So what are we gonna do? So none of us really cared about. We either just like it or we didn't care about it.
Accurate.
Cool. The Final Reckoning. They changed the name of the movie. And it's been really bothering me that it's Dead Reckoning Part 1, Final Reckoning.
Yeah, but how could they fit Dead Reckoning Part 2 so seamlessly into the dialogue twice? They couldn't do that. They had to change it. We get someone says Final Reckoning like 2 different times in this movie.
They really did. They really did. But yeah, that leads us to Final Reckoning. Can you read us the synopsis there?
Yeah. Ethan Hunt and the IMF team continue their search for the terrifying AI known as the Entity, which has infiltrated intelligence networks all over the globe, with the world's governments and a mysterious ghost from Ethan's past on their trail. Joined by new allies and armed with the means to shut the entity down for good, Hunt is in a race against time to prevent the world as we know it from changing forever.
I need you to trust me. One last time.
So we just saw this movie today.
Yeah, a few hours ago.
Yes, it's fresh in our head. And this was going to be a big moment for us, Angela. I was very happy. I was like, you know what? Usually when Angela sees these movies, I'm talking throughout it. Finally, I will be quiet during this movie as much as I possibly can be. And I was like, and Angela will finally be able to watch a Mission Impossible movie in peace and quiet. Turns out the elderly couple in front of us, the wife was hard of hearing, so she had to have one of those headsets and it wasn't working. And she let her husband know it wasn't working by yelling really loudly. So then the nice gentleman who worked at the theater came and brought her one of those screens, which I actually never seen before.
No, I was like really impressed.
I heard they existed. I had no idea. So yeah, you hold a little screen and it has the subtitles on it. So you like glance up and down to what they're saying. I imagine it would be difficult. And I think it was confirmed that was difficult because she complained about it. Throughout the film. We had to hear these two talk for most of the movie.
Because she didn't want to read the screen, so he had to like explain to her what someone just said.
Yes. I'm sorry.
I was at first impressed that like this 80-year-old couple was in to see this action-packed Tom Cruise movie.
When they were in their youthful 60s, they must have really liked the first one.
And I just was like, this is cute because the husband's trying so hard to help her. This is so annoying because I'm trying to watch a movie and she's talking so loudly. So I kind of went back and forth, but I got the gist of it. It's fine.
Yeah. If I have that condition, I'm just not going to the movies.
By that time they'll come up with a better solution for you.
Yeah, at home. You just watch it at home
Subtitles.
when it comes out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess time isn't on their side, and they really wanted to see how the final reckoning ended. So maybe, yes, time was of the essence for them. But I mean, before that, anyway. So I felt, although it was kind of ironic, I'm like, finally, the one time she doesn't have to is the time it happens.
But I have to say, it is really fun watching it in theaters. It's
Not IMAX, though. Sorry about that. We
No,
just saw it on a regular screen.
just a regular old.
Look,
movie
again, it's
theater.
Memorial Day. I didn't want to go see this at 6 p.m.,
Yeah.
sit there for 3 hours, and then record afterwards. I'm like, let's not keep you here all night long.
I appreciate that.
But it was still fun regardless. This one feels more like a movie. It feels...
yes, it
it's-
felt like a movie. I like that.
There is wonky green screen, but again, you're always going to
Not
get
too
that. But it's
bad.
only limited in certain scenes. Like,
Yes.
there's like when they're in a cave at the end.
Yes,
there
with
were a
the
lot of like
cars.
blue screen stuff, but it
Yeah.
was limited to that. Whereas the last movie, a lot of weird digital backgrounds. Yeah, this one, it moves a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
We learn. Okay, so yeah, we forgot to mention Dead Reckoning Part 1 is the first one that doesn't have J.J. Abrams like studio involved since Part 3.
Yeah.
And I theorized,
Yeah, you said this on one of the commentary tracks.
and maybe even the actual 3 episode, because there was a shot in the trailer of Ethan grabbing the rabbit's foot from 3, but we never saw that in Part 3. Because remember, it like cuts to him in the building and then him leaving the building.
Yes.
So I was like, okay, is that a deleted scene? Are we going to flash back to that? Is the rabbit's foot going to be involved with this in any way, shape, or form? And if you're really annoyed at J.J. Abrams' mystery box, I guess Christopher McQuarrie is too, because he's like, fuck it, I'm going to tell you guys what it is. I remember Benji in Part 3 said, whenever I hear anything like this, I always think it's what my professor used to call it as the anti-God.
Yes.
So, it turns out it wasn't biological, even though it had a biohazard thing on it.
That was just a.
Yeah. Turns out it was this AI that they were developing. The East was developing,
Yes.
and then the West,
West.
because of Ethan Hunt,
Was able to
IMF
get
got it, and they tried to develop this. And apparently the Russian sub thing, where in Dead Reckoning 1, I feel like that's something that happened recently.
That's what I thought. I thought it happened like at the beginning of the
Yeah.
movie, and then in this one, you find out it happened back in 2012.
Yes.
When did the third movie come out?
2006.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess they worked
So
on it a bit.
They worked. Yeah. He steals it.
Yeah, whatever they were
then-
developing at that lab, the Americans perfected it and they made the AI. So, if the world were to end with nuclear Armageddon, Ethan's like, I feel somewhat responsible for this.
Yet again, we have a nuclear Armageddon because of Ethan,
Because he was
right?
trying to save his wife. He needed
Yeah.
to save his wife, Angela.
Saving his wife, saving Luther. He's always putting the whole
And they call him out
world-
on that. Like every
Yes.
time you save someone, it's at the risk of murdering billions of people.
Which like would include those people he's trying to save.
Yes.
They are part of the world.
Yes. So yeah, now he has a personal attachment to this mission other than Gabriel. Gabriel has been fired by the entity.
Yeah, Gabriel like fucked up and the entity is not pleased. That was
So-
like not in the entity's like
Yeah.
mathity math.
So Gabriel has gone rogue from the entity.
Yes.
And his plan, because he knows he now needs Ethan, because he knows Ethan's the only one who can pull off these fucking stunts
Yes.
to get the box that has the entity's source code in it.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Luther developed a thing that will like kill the entity
Yeah.
when it's connected to the box with the
No,
source
so
code.
it doesn't kill it. This like like the black pill, right? That's what they call it.
Yeah, no, that does kill it.
No, the thing, it doesn't kill it. It confuses it. It like, this is what I was, all right, you tell
Oh,
me.
okay.
Because I was confused. First, I thought it killed the AI, right?
Yeah.
But then there's like an extra part to their mission plan. And then later on, they say, no, it just.
Oh, you're right.
adjusts
It'll confuse it and think it's
its
in
reality.
Right,
And then
you're
it
right, you're
can't
right.
tell what we're doing. So now we can trick it and trap it. But like
Yes.
that was very confusing until we got to the end of that movie.
Yes. Okay, you're right. I messed
No,
it up.
because it's like unclear for a long.
But
a
it
long
will
part of
it will destroy even though the entity's trapped, it will destroy the source code in that thing, so people can't replicate
so you can't
it.
so it's like a whole like a part one of killing the entity. You need this thing.
So because Ethan Hunt's the only one who has the key, Gabriel's just like, you're gonna go get me that box.
Yeah.
And you have to go to the Sevastopol sub to get it, but no one knows where the sub is. So Ethan is now going to like the military. Sorry. After he gets this information, Luther gets attacked. Luther is like dying or sick.
Yeah, did I miss that?
I'm guessing. So this is like 2 months after the first one. They might have cut something out. They didn't mention him being sick in the last one.
I don't remember that happening. And all of a sudden,
but he's very sick in this, and he has a nurse and everything.
Yeah, like he's like in a clean room that they set up for him.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's a deleted scene, like maybe something he did affected him somehow. Oh, and meanwhile, sorry, a little bit background, what's going on with the world. The entity is like brainwashing people who are on the internet too much to want the entity to destroy everyone. I realized that's what kind of happened to Gabriel. Because Ethan gets in this thing where he can communicate with the entity, and the entity is just
like into his brain.
The entity's like, I'm going to do this. You're gonna help me. You're gonna do it. I'm gonna blow up the world. But you're gonna help me get into this doomsday facility, which we learn what that is in a little bit.
Yes.
But Gabriel leaves Luther with a nuclear bomb, and Luther
needs to crack a bomb.
It's pretty sad. It's sad.
No, it was
because Luther, I guess he was already dying.
Yes.
So that's why he's not too scared. Again, I really think they should have explained that a little more. But yeah, he can stop it from going nuclear and detonating the like whatever radioactive part, but it's still gonna detonate. So he tells Ethan, he's like, Ethan, this is what you have to do. I am here to make sure you live and carry out this mission.
Yeah.
He's like, there's that pill thing. Well, the bad guy took it. Gabriel now has the pill. And he's like, I left you a message on it. Please destroy that thing.
Right.
And Luther dies.
And I feel like, okay, this is sad because I love Luther.
Yeah.
But we have that like little bit of a like character arc, a tiny bit for Ethan, right? Where he does, like he tries and then he's finally like, no, I do have to leave Luther behind for the good of like.
Yeah. Humanity.
The good of humanity. So he kind of like makes up for that in a couple.
Also, I like that the movie started off with a montage.
Of
all of Ethan's greatest hits.
I have to say, if you don't feel like watching 8 movies, you can really just watch this one, and it covers all of them.
When you're they don't show too much from 2.
No, they show like the lady.
Well, they he gets the mission briefing, and it's from the president. So Angela Bassett is now the president. She won an election, I guess.
Yeah.
And she's like narrating all this stuff, and it's like showing a highlight reel of his greatest hits. But at some point she goes, all the risks you've taken, and it's him on the side of the mountain from 2. I'm like, that wasn't a mission. He was doing that for fun.
That was his like vacation.
That was him being risky for no reason. In context of the movie,
right?
It doesn't make sense. It looks cool in a montage, but like he was just being an asshole.
He was just like, they like had to take a helicopter to go find him. They're like, we need your help, and he's like, I'm on vacation.
Yeah, he takes one vacation, and suddenly there's a virus. Yeah, so I like that. But yeah, so he now has to go get he has to go to where the sub is. They have an idea of where it might be, but he needs precise location. So Benji is now a team leader and has to take Grace, Blondie, and that other guy. The other guy's guy. Again, too many characters.
He was introduced in
part
1, right? Yeah.
Him and the gray-haired dude who, let's just get it out of the way. So the gray-haired dude who was hunting Ethan in the last movie, he has a one-on-one with Ethan. He's like, what's your name? And he says it, and he goes, but that's not your original name.
Your name.
It's Jim Phelps's son.
Yeah, it's Jim Phelps, named after your father. So I was like, wouldn't that be... Why wouldn't you just call him Jim Phelps Jr. then?
JJ. Instead, he has a whole different name. Probably
JJ
because
Phelps.
his dad... which he's like, the reason we find out he hates Ethan... It's like, oh, let me guess. Were you framed? You seem to get framed a lot. And he's like, no, your dad really was bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not Peter Graves turned evil.
Yeah. Fake Peter Graves.
I was wondering if they were going to retcon it. It's like, yes, I knew your dad, Jim Phelps. He was one of 2 Jim Phelps who worked at IMF. The other one that you know was a nice guy. I was wondering if they were going to go that far. They end up not going that far. So he has a whole thing. He's like, at the end of this, I'm going to kill you, maybe. You'll have your final reckoning.
I think he was one of the final reckonings.
I love the scene with him and the president where he's like trying to tell him, like, you have to trust me one last time. But they're like, what the hell? You've done all this shit and you want us to trust you? And I love that she's like yelling at him and screaming at him, and it turns out she secretly approved it. But she waited until he was out because she didn't want the other generals to stop him. She didn't want anyone else
to stop him. So
Nick Offerman's in this.
Like, so underutilized.
He came out of nowhere.
Also, no beard. That was disappointing. Maybe I just like guys with beards. Is this what I'm discovering about myself?
I don't know. Bob has a beard, right?
He does.
Yeah. Well, it checks out.
See?
It checks out.
Man, all right.
He looks, I think did he have a facial hair in Civil War? The Alex Garland Civil War, not the Marvel Civil War.
Oh.
Did you see Civil War?
No, I didn't.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it was just so funny. I saw his name in the credits and I'm like,
right? We're both like,
I watched the trailers. I don't remember seeing him in the trailers.
He's just...
So that was a surprise.
I feel like everyone's in this movie. Like the whole movie, I just kept being like, wait, it's that person.
Yeah. I don't watch Ted Lasso, but I think the blonde girl is in that. Yeah.
The owner.
Yeah.
Or owner's wife from Ted Lasso's in it.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have her British accent. They give her an American accent because she's part of the American military in this one. I was waiting for her. I was like, ooh, what are we doing here?
But yeah, so she trusts Ethan more. She's just like, we're gonna give him a couple days. So basically, the entity is taking over every country's nuclear arsenal. At the beginning of the movie, there's only 4 left: Russia, China, England, and America. And then it's slowly taking them over. And I like the little. Maybe we didn't need so much of the subplot with the president in hindsight.
Yeah.
It adds extra tension, but like this movie's long. It's like we probably could have cut this. We could have assumed things were getting tense. Because at one point they're like, look, if we act right now, we can bomb all our enemies. And then they basically go, and we can bomb one of our own cities to make it look like we were attacked too.
Well, I think the idea was that were they trying to like bomb the like nuclear facilities to essentially stop I think that was the idea. It was like, okay, we have control of our bombs. The entity has control of everyone else's bombs.
Yeah.
So if we nuke their like one spot that they own the bombs, then we could like stop, like we could prevent the entire world from dying. We'll just have to kill 100 million people, right? Is that what it was basically? And so then they said, well, to show good faith, we'll just also bomb an American city to not create like World War III. We'll be like, we swear we did this out of like, like for the good of mankind.
Which is pretty fun. I guess I misinterpreted. I thought they were like, can you believe it? We got hit too.
No, I think it was just to
show. Oh my God, you got nuked? Oh, we did too.
I think to show like this is a sacrifice that even America would make a sacrifice the way that like everyone else had to. I don't think it would. I think it would just make everyone upset.
I think it would really upset everyone. But I like Ethan calls them out on it. It's like, you all had a chance to unplug, take your nukes offline, and you refused to do it. Because you were all scared of each other. Now the entity's got control of them. Benji, Grace, who's back.
Yes.
Oh, I love the beginning where she has to watch Ethan murder people.
That scene after watching the whole movie confuses me. Because I thought, we're going to get a little goofy in this one. I thought we were going to get a little like.
Well, they have a little fun here and there.
Yeah, but like I thought it was taking this into like a different direction. Or I was wondering like, is this because like Tom Cruise is getting too old to do some of these shots where like.
Well, no, because it's PG-13. What he does to them is pretty brutal.
I guess that's
so
why.
I guess that's what
just her reaction.
But I like that afterwards. He's like, they're bad. They were going to kill you. Let's go.
Yeah,
You're doing
really,
great. We have to go. And then it cuts the fuse lighting.
Yes. And then, we get into like the intro.
Yeah.
But, that was just like, I thought it was like a tone change and we didn't have that tone change. So I guess I was a little like disappointed.
Yeah. So then Benji and his team have to go to to a facility to find. So they were like, okay, it happened in 2012 in this area. There's a site here that records like underwater like sound, and they'll have a record of like anything crazy, like a sub blowing up and crashing.
Yeah.
So they have to go there. The Russians are already there. But it turns out the person who lives here is the CIA guy from the vault in the first movie.
The very first, you called it too. You were like, "It's that man."
As soon as I saw him, like, it's him. It's him. So turns out he got fired that day. Oh, but not fired. He got demoted and relocated to a random island,
like near the Arctic.
Near the Arctic. He got married to an Inuit girl, which was nice.
They like are so in love. It's
and he
cute.
now speaks whatever language they speak up there. I couldn't believe that they brought that again. Too many characters.
There's so many
I don't
people
think
in
they
this
needed
movie.
to bring that guy back and then have him a part of the mission for the rest of the movie.
I like that he was in that scene, and then when he just kept going, I was like, he needs to get left behind. Just like, first I was like, oh, he doesn't die.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still here. Oh, he's still here.
Still-
Like, it just-
and his wife too.
And his wife is like, she's like, look, if you taking my husband, I'm going too. So
yeah, I love the heist for this. We'll get to the big stunt. The heist for this is like, okay, Ethan, once he has the location of the sub, he has to dive all the way down to get the sub in the frozen water.
and like frozen 500 feet, right?
Yes. Go down there, plug in the key, grab the thing, leave, go all the way to the top, get the bends.
Yes. That's they all are like, this is gonna be painful.
Luckily, he has an experimental suit that'll prevent it a little bit.
Yes.
So, because normally you would just die.
Yeah, so this like prevents the death part of
Yeah.
it. It just still really hurts.
Yeah. And he will have a beacon on him. And his team needs to be in the area to see where that beacon is, find him, chainsaw him out of the ice, and throw him into a mobile decompression chamber.
Yes, I don't think I know what that means. I was trying to figure it out the whole
Well, they
movie.
spell it. I love how they spell it. Well, the girl's just like, all right, so our plan means we all have to be at the exact same location at the exact same time with like a moment's notice.
Yes. And like, cool. I guess we'll get to it later. When I was like excited to see how do they use this decompression chamber because I couldn't conceptualize it.
Yeah.
And then when we watched them use it, it just caused more questions for me. I was like, how is this working?
But yeah, the sub part's cool. It does go on a little too long, I feel like.
It was okay. This is where I start feeling like there's no way he didn't call up James Cameron, right? Like he had to have called him up, and because there, like, so much of it felt very Titanic, right? With like the water, like he gets into the sub, and like so parts of the sub are inside don't have waters, and then like water's coming
Because the sub
in.
is rolling this whole. Because when he opens it, he releases water in, so it's throwing it off and rolling. Here's one issue. So like it does feel a little long, but then he'll like see the dead body, and I think for this movie, they assumed that maybe people skipped the previous one, so
I think they did. They
are showing so much of the previous movie, and like, oh, we have to show a clip of all the sailors and whatnot dying, and I'm like,
yes,
we could have pieced it together.
We could have figured it out.
We know.
Assumed.
You showed a little bit of it, and like we didn't need when he saw a body, you didn't need us to show us a clip of them all dying. But I think they were like, box office wasn't great for the last one. So people are coming to see this because it's the last one. We have to like let them know, like, these guys all died previously.
Like the torpedo room. Like they he gets into the room where all the torpedoes had like fallen off the shelves.
Yeah.
And then they like do a flashback of all the torpedoes falling off the shelves. And it's like, well, I assume that happened when it sunk.
Yeah. I mean, that's something you do like if your sequel comes out like a decade later.
Right.
Like if you're doing like a really late sequel and you want to like remind people what happened in the other one. That's also why I think that montage is in the beginning.
Yes, at least the montage was like, yeah, that makes sense because it was like it went all the way back to the very first movie.
Yeah.
And also had more plot points. Like for the sub, it doesn't like none of that was plot related. It's like this sub got torpedoed and is underwater. You can just assume that's why it looks the way it looks. You don't have to watch it get sunk.
Yeah. Yeah, unless they just wanted to pad out the time also. So they'll both be 2.5 hours.
But like there are definitely moments of like they did that rig, right? It felt like they did
Yeah.
the rig where
No,
they
no,
have,
like,
the
all that
cute-
stuff
like,
is good.
Everything's like rolling around.
I just think you still could have had those cool moments and just trim down a little bit of him
Yeah, I
just
mean,
scubaing around.
I
You could have got him
agree.
into that room a little quicker. It is tense when he like has to leave out of the torpedo tube
Yes.
and he like can't fit all his stuff, so he has to take his backpack off and slide it out.
But like
And
the
then-
only way to take the backpack off is to strip. He's like in his underwear.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of this.
Before
movie.
this, he's doing like a stress test, and one of the guys on the sub has been brainwashed by the entity, which he
Yeah.
makes fun of. He's like, "You spent too much time on the internet,"
Love.
and he has a whole fight scene in his underwear. I guess he's just like, "It's the last one. I gotta show
Right?
I'm still in shape."
Yeah, there's like a lot of like shirtless Tom Cruise in this movie. It was really bringing like and we see them like he's on to like before he gets to the sub, he has to get onto like the boat.
Oh yeah, he has to like jump out of the helicopter into the boat.
And so this was like very much giving me like Top Gun,
Oh,
which I
yeah.
just watched recently.
At one point, he's
so-
wearing like a hat, the George W. Bush like boat, and he looks like
Yes,
Maverick for like a
yes,
second.
No, and it was just like and then all of Top Gun, the first one is just him in like underwear the whole time anyway. So I was like, wow, this is like.
I like both Top Gun movies.
I haven't seen the second one because I needed to watch the first one first. So
Honestly, you probably didn't even need to.
Probably
I
not,
mean,
but-
honestly, with that one, you just have to know that Val Kilmer was in it and
yeah,
that he did like a mission. They
he
fill you in.
was so like I guess that's one of Val Kilmer's first movies, right? Because he was like
it's like an early one.
really underutilized in that. I
yeah.
wanted more of him.
He wins Top Gun.
I
He's
know.
technically the guy
he
who wins.
is the titular Top Gun.
Yeah. Oh, if you're wondering what happens to Kelly McGinnis's character in Top Gun Maverick,
Yeah.
never bring it up. They never bring her up. That woman that he loved, they don't even mention. I want to like, can we just? Maybe she's like a senator or something. I'm sorry she didn't age as well as Tom Cruise, so you're not going to bring her back as the love interest. But could you at least
Rude.
mention that her character
Right?
went and did something? Did you like the scene in Top Gun, which was clearly a reshoot? So they put a hat on her, but it was still obvious that her hair completely changed. In the elevator,
Oh my
her
God,
hair is like
yes.
different, and they threw a hat on her. I'm like, oh, that's
just like-
noticeable. That's rough.
Oh my god.
Still great movie. Both of them are good.
Okay.
Both of them are good. I had the same problem with the fucking Blade Runner people, like
2024.
2049. Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm just like, no, that one was mediocre at best.
No,
Fuck
it
you.
just was. I felt like it totally lacked all of like the feeling of the first one. Like it didn't. Like you could tell these are two different directors. These are two.
Yep.
Like it just was like.
And I like the director of the second one. I just didn't like his.
No,
I didn't
it
like his
just-
Blade Runner. His
no.
Dunes are good. His Blade Runners aren't good.
It just felt like it was.
Fun fact: people like this. Dating update. So on Tinder, I matched with a bot, and I knew it was a bot because the first message is "Send me your Snapchat." I'm like, all right, well, this is clearly a bot.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing now, and I guess other people have done this,
Ooh.
and the AI, the evil AI, has caught on. The first thing I sent, I copy and pasted the tortoise question from the Voight contest from Blade Runner.
Oh yes.
I'm like, you're in it, so you you put a tortoise on its back, and then you're not helping, and then and I'm like, that'll be funny. What'll be the AI reply to what I just said? And then they unfollowed me. And I'm like, oh, the AI caught on. The AI caught on. They're like, too many assholes have done this Blade Runner gimmick.
Yep.
Leave it. But it turns out that test works.
Look at that.
So yeah, he
Hunt
has to
is
leave the
in-
sub like naked in the freezing cold, and then get thrown in that decompression.
Also,
chamber.
how does that like? I guess the suit that he was wearing that helps with.
Hypothermia and whatnot.
Yeah, but like also like getting the bends.
Yes.
Is it just from the oxygen he was breathing? Right.
Yeah.
They said okay, so he could
Yeah.
still like get to the top without.
Yeah.
I thought there was something in the like suit that was preventing his bones from exploding, but it was just like the medicine.
No, I think yeah. He's not. I don't think he's at like crush depth, right?
Okay, I don't think so because
He's like 500 feet. I don't know. I'm
I
not.
don't know how.
Captain Boomies isn't here. I don't know. Although she does boats on top of the water. I don't know if she knows anything about
That's not
subs.
the same. I think those are a little different.
Whatever, it's in the water. Who cares? But yeah, he gets saved by Hallie Atwell. And then I regretted not seeing this in IMAX. I didn't think we were going to get extreme close-ups of Hallie Atwell cleavage. So I'm like,
she was like, I really need to save you.
you know what? Screw you. She was. They like cover her up so much in these movies, and then we just got that one scene. I'm like, what the
She's
hell?
got like just a tank top, and she's leaned over on him, and she's going like, given the CPR. It is like close up.
Angela, I don't think I'm ever going to wake up to a Haley Atwell giving me CPR. I just don't think it's not going to, much like Rebecca Ferguson soaking wet being on top of me. I just don't think these are things that are going to happen to me.
I'm sorry.
I'll probably match with another bot. Maybe it'll be Haley Atwell's picture. No, that's what the bots used to be real obvious.
Yeah.
It'd be a super pixelated picture of an Asian woman. I'm like, that's been like saved over and over again, or it'd be like a Russian model picture, and you're like, that's clearly.
Well, now
and
they're
then
all
they
like
started.
AI
Now they
pictures,
just started
right?
using pictures of like normal looking people, and I'm like, oh, you sons of bitches! You sons of bitches! I know what my league is. I know I can't get Russian supermodel. Those were, it felt like the Terminator in the first one. He's like, the first models wore rubber skin. They were easy to detect, but then they got better. I'm the Kyle Reese of the dating world. I'm like, these bots, they're coming for it. They're coming for it. I keep asking them about turtles, and they keep outing them. Anyway, so he gets saved by her.
Yes.
So
this
part
is
of the
my confused part,
yeah.
is that she saves him, puts him in the decompression chamber.
Yeah.
Why does she go in it with him? Doesn't she get unpressurized? Does she get pressurized to be in there?
That I don't know.
Right?
I don't
like
know how it works.
does it decompress? Like she's at one pressure, he was at another because he was under the water, and then she gets in the pod with him to like kind of hook up with him while he's getting depressurized.
Again, it's been 2 months, and they haven't interacted with each other much. I'm like, where is this? We know from part 2 he likes to move quickly.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, but you haven't really even done anything with her, really.
I don't know why she was in the pod with him the whole time.
Yeah.
I just feel like that would mess up the decompression.
I'm not complaining about it, but I also was a little confused by that. Wait, so one of the entities' plan, the entity's grand plan, because it doesn't have all the nuclear arsenal.
Not yet.
But like, why would it want to blow up everything anyway? So it turns out in South Africa, there's a doomsday vault where all the most important information ever is stored in this super bunker that's immune to electromagnetic stuff. So if you launch a nuke, it'll be safe. It's solar powered. So basically it's like the most secure thing for it. So the entity can live there for like 1,000 years.
Yes.
And like, well, mankind rebuilds and whatnot, and can take over slowly, can manipulate people. So basically it wants to go there.
Yes.
It needs someone to upload it there because they can't get to it through the network.
Yeah.
Before it launches all the nukes. And again, it also has to wait until it can get America's nuclear arsenal.
Yes.
Because that's the biggest one. So basically the plan, I like when he tells him, it's like, wait, so your plan is that you are going to let it in? So they have to let the entity in, get the pill, the death pill from...
First they get the death pill.
First they have to get the death pill back from Gabriel.
Yes.
Well, part 1 was getting the source code in the box.
Yes.
He's got it. He's got to get the death pill back to confuse the entity.
Yes.
And then they have to hack the thing inside the server room and then capture the entity in like this weird glass thing.
Yeah, glowy glass
that
box.
Luther made. And they have to do it in a split second. So Grace has to do it because she does the sleight of hand stuff really quick.
Yes.
And Benji has to lead the team. So yeah, they all meet at the Doomsday Vault, and then Phelps and Kittredge come in and kind of fuck up their plan. And they left a bomb there. There's a big nuclear bomb there.
Yes.
Gabriel
Again.
has a lot of nuclear bombs.
Yeah, and they all, I don't know if this is how real nuclear bombs work, but they all this one, just like the one in the beginning, has 2 ways to work. It can either explode with nuclear material, right?
Yeah.
And like everyone's screwed, or it can just explode a little bit and only a little person is screwed.
Like
so.
it'll detonate the explosive, but then the radiation won't like
Go
make it
over.
bigger.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
They can contain
They
it.
stop it from going to a nuclear bomb, but it's still going to explode. So
Right.
then guy from part 1, his wife, and new guy who was added to the team.
Yes.
The 3 characters you care the least about. Because,
Yes.
I mean, I guess the guy was in the first movie, but he was a minor bit part. They have to defuse the bomb. Benji has to go in with the other ones and go with Blondie and Haley Atwell and walk. So he gets shot. So he has to tell one how to stop him from internal bleeding, and he has to tell the other one how to hack a machine. Meanwhile, Ethan has to chase Gabriel in a prop plane, and Gabriel brought 2 planes
He
just in
does
case.
mention it. He's like, I've covered all my bases by bringing 2 prop planes.
Yeah. And then that's when we get the big stunt is the prop plane, which when I saw Dead Reckoning Part 1, Tom Cruise did the thing where he's welcoming people back to the movies. He's like, thank you for being at the movies. And he was on the side of the plane. And Christopher McQuarrie's like, we got to do it again. He's like, all right, I'll see you later. And they did like the bat. They flipped it upside down. This scene was tense when he's just dangling on the plane. That was awesome.
Constantly dangling, and the plane's going. Woo.
Yeah, I love that he just killed that guy. He just unbuckled the guy and
see. That's
flips
what I
it
mean. Like that guy died for like he was just probably someone who
No,
could
he was
fly.
a bad guy.
No,
He
could
was a
fly
bad
a
guy.
plane and needed some cash. I feel
No,
like.
he was the guy who was let go of the
Oh,
bomb.
was
to
he
start.
the bomb?
No,
Okay, good.
He's in on the Doomsday Cult
Okay, I
stuff.
thought he was just like a pilot there to help out with this extra prop plane.
No,
Okay.
he was full on bad guy mode.
Cool, good.
So it's good that Ethan murdered him.
He did.
No, the plane is intense because they're like flying into each other and onto. Somehow Ethan ends up on that plane. I love the bad guy's death.
Oh my god.
So they're upside down. The plane is damaged, and he's like, "Hi, Ethan. I'm so smart. I have a parachute." Ha ha ha. And he lets go, and he doesn't realize like the tail wing though is back there, so he gets his balls crushed. I love that he gets his balls crushed and then flips over and gets his head split.
Splits open, and it's like, well,
That is the funniest death a villain's gotten in this
was
series.
hilarious.
And he was a real son of a bitch. So the fact that he got his
was.
balls crushed and
Yeah.
his head split open, I'm like, oh, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah.
But yeah, then Ethan is falling and he's got to get this thing connected. And
But where does he get this parachute from? Like,
it was in the, I think it was in the
was it
plane.
in the plane?
He just, when that guy said you don't have a parachute, it's like, you don't have a parachute at this moment.
Right, I was like, you just made a whole big deal. Like,
Yeah.
Ethan doesn't have a parachute.
Well,
and
he
like,
probably
very
assumed
next
Ethan
shot
wouldn't
was,
get back into the plane because he was upside down.
I guess. I guess it was just.
He
hanging out
also
in the
thought he
plane.
was not going to have his balls crushed and his head split open, Angela.
He
But you
just
know,
didn't know that it's because the entity stopped
wasn't there.
talking to him.
The entity would have been like, "No, you're gonna get your balls crushed and your
That
head's
was
gonna
part
split
of the-
open."
yeah.
It's bad. It's bad news. But yeah, he's falling. He saves the day. They all save the day, and I really thought he was gonna die.
His like parachute burns up,
Yep.
and then his like second parachute's not releasing, and I was like, good. Not good, but you know, like
Yeah.
I wanted him to die. I'm like, I'm ready for us to close
Well,
this chapter. Let's
yeah.
kill like
So
Benji's
he's not-
dying. Like
He's not dead.
no.
Everyone's alive. And Luther's message plays. Like, Ethan, I knew, because he said, I have a
Right.
message on this.
And
And it's like, I
Luther
knew you
was
would do
cute.
this. You would do the right thing. You were
You're
meant
gonna
to be here.
survive.
It's your destiny and all that. And I like that he goes, this message will and he
self-destruct.
kills the source code so the government
Yeah.
can't use it. And then they have the entity trapped in the bottle,
Yes.
which I assume they will destroy.
But see, that's the annoying. No, like that's it. In addition to like, not only does Ethan Hunt not die, but then they don't destroy the entity on screen. And right, like
Yeah, well, I think they wanted to give it to Ethan so he could do it.
no, but he doesn't destroy it, is what I mean. So I just feel like this is still they leave too many doors open
Yeah.
to have another movie.
Okay. I feel like to help with ticket sales, they really played up the whole fine. Jesus Christ. No, she's allergic to you. Go.
No, I'm not allowed to play with you. I'm sorry.
Go, Space Cat. She's allergic. You can't play with this one.
Run away.
Mint Salad's still here. Go play with Mint Salad. Anyway. She was on here the other day. Are you good?
Oh yes, yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
But thank
So
you.
you have to like touch them.
Yeah,
right?
I have to like yeah.
Okay, good. Because that happened with the other day. Manny Muskets was here, and I was like, she wanted attention. Like, Manny, can you pet her? And he's just like, no, I'm allergic. I'm like, oh God, Manny, she's been sitting where you're sitting. Oh, and he's like, no, I'm fine.
No, yeah, I just can't like pet her.
No, my mom's boyfriend in my last apartment, he sat on my couch before she even moved in. Like I was still moving in, but my couch she had been on, and he just starts like sweating, and I'm like, so now I'm like nervous when
no,
like
no,
you
I'm
and
not
all
that
go,
bad. No, I just
and
can't touch the cat.
I'm just like, wait, I didn't vacuum. Anyway, so yeah, I think the marketing they played up the final stuff and structured the movie to feel like it was. They made they made so many references to the old one. The guy kept the knife from the first movie.
Like they did. They referenced the first movie so much in this one.
Which is weird because at this point it's so far removed from what's going on in any of this.
Yeah.
Bringing back Jim Phelps' son, stupid. That could have been its
was-
own movie, Jim Phelps' son hunting him.
Yeah.
It's needlessly tacked on here just because they want to connect to the first movie because they want you to think this is the last one. The stupid, like, bringing back the CIA guy, and then he still has the knife, even though it should have been evidence.
Yeah.
And then Tom Cruise is like, yes, the knife. I'm like, that wasn't Tom Cruise's knife. That was Jean Reno's knife that almost fucked up the entire plan.
Right, because it falls out.
And I remember in the trailer seeing the knife. I'm like, they show the knife and then him holding it. I'm like, that can't be the same knife. That's stupid. And then I literally in the theater was like, what are we doing? I don't care about that knife. And then, I really think they did this like in post. They played up the whole it being his last thing.
They did. I think so.
Because it doesn't. I mean, maybe Tom Cruise is done doing it, but like the character is still around.
I don't know. I mean, I don't see anyone else playing Ethan Hunt. I don't think like Tom Cruise
you would have
would
to do.
ever allow
You would have to
that.
do a new team. You would have to do a new team.
But like, I was hoping that like we would. I don't know. It just feels like they didn't close it. Like they left it with like Luther's message was like, you need to keep going and you need to keep being an IMF agent. And
not
he's
even like maybe like go back to what he was doing in 3, where he's just training.
Right. Like I don't know. He just feels.
I don't know. Did he calm the world? So a lot of people a lot of people and this entity have been trying to nuke the world for like the last 10, 15 years for him.
Yeah.
So maybe now that that's calmed down, he's like, okay, I can go back to teaching. I think I stopped all the Illuminatis out there and rogue AIs. I think I'm good. I think we can just go back to normal terrorists. I think we're good. Are there any viruses happening? No? Okay, we're good. We got it. But yeah, it's just
like Benji lives. Everyone ends up being Luther's the only one who ends up dying.
Luther's the only one who dies, yeah.
Even like the new
Kittredge
guy
lives.
Yeah,
and then that new guy. Totally not needed that guy.
No.
I would have sacrificed CIA guy, his wife, and that guy for one Ilsa.
Right?
For one Ilsa or a Jeremy Renner.
Yes.
It'd be nice if Jeremy Renner's like, you
him
need me on this one, Ethan.
Like, yes, I do. And of course we get that that fake out handshake at the
Oh God, when Jim Phelps' son pulls out the gun and then puts it in his other hand and shakes
then shakes. Like what?
Yeah, I don't like the fake out of it being there. And by the way, if it wasn't advertised as the end, I think I would have been fine. The thing is, like, he's done 8 of these, so it is time for him to hang it up.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna make it seem like this is the end, just to leave it on, like, and then it'll just keep going. I like when like a character does get a happy ending. I'm not super nihilist where like that character needs to die at the end. And I know I sound like a hypocrite because I like Alien 3, but there's a time to do it and a time when you don't.
Yeah.
I like when the hero gets a happy ending. It's fine.
Yeah, I think I want like I like in theory the idea is when like a character dies, like I don't have to worry about them coming back later. But I mean that doesn't always happen, as we know.
Yeah,
but,
there's that. But I mean just like in the
yes, but I'm like if he like really is like I'm having a happy life, I'm hanging it up, I'm not gonna come back.
It's nice to have the hero like celebrate like there was like and you can also kill them. That's fine too.
Right.
But some people feel like that should be the only ending. But for this, I'm like, no, he's too old to keep doing it. And really, you do need to kill the character off because I really don't want to see him doing this in his 80s.
He didn't retire. It didn't end with him like doing that. Like that was it. Like, and they like someone comes to his door and they're like, "We need you," and he's like, "No."
We're like, "Your mission, should you choose to accept it?" And he's like, "I think." That's where he just goes like, "I think we're in good hands," and he looks at the new team.
Right. Like if we had one of those moments, I'd be okay. But it was like he was like looking at his team in the crowd the way that they did in the other movies.
Yeah.
And it just kind of felt like I could absolutely see him writing the next script right. Like as soon
I wonder
as he
how
got
I feel with this like on a rewatch now that I know how it ends. Will it be as annoying as it is at this exact moment?
Right?
I'm like,
don't know.
I'm like, this is annoying. I thought you were done. Will I get that Blu-ray set? And Angela, as someone who saw the last Indiana Jones movie, Tom, I know you got lucky. And you were in great health and you looked great. You gotta hang it up, buddy. You don't want to be elderly Harrison Ford on a horse. You don't want it. You don't want it.
Or old Robert De Niro trying so hard to kick a guy and with his de-aged face. it just gets to be a point where you can't. You just
Michael
can't
Keaton
tell.
in the thick rubber Batman suit in
Yeah,
his
like,
70s.
yeah.
It's like, oh, buddy, come on.
Only,
Or the worst event, the Ghostbusters in the last two movies. It's
I
like
didn't even bother.
it looks like Bill Murray was like strapped to a pole so he
He's
could stand up.
So old.
And I'm like, yeah, this is terrible. This is so bad. But yes, that brings us to the end.
Yeah. Woo!
Angela,
Tony.
what is the best Mission Impossible by Christopher McQuarrie? Bring her back. From the directors of Talk to Me, which actually I think me, Joey, and Adam talked about when it came out. And then I think me, Adam, and Gil talked about it on a different video at one point. This is their follow-up. By the way, they were attached to another movie. You know what movie they turned down so they can do Bring Her Back?
Hadouken.
The new Street Fighter movie. They were somehow attached to the new Street Fighter movie. And
Well,
they're
that's
like,
because Tony, they made they had a YouTube channel first, and
Yes.
they did a bunch of Street Fighter skits on there that were actually
I didn't know.
They were hilarious and really cool to watch. Yeah.
By the way, Street Fighter trailer. I don't know if the movie's going to be good. I just like that they look like they're right out of the games. Like they gave Cody Rhodes, the wrestler, the Guile hair, not like the dumb, like just a buzz cut. I'm like, oh, that's legit the Guile hair. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's either going to be hilariously fun or just a complete train wreck. But I'm in.
Yeah, I mean either way. So this is about two orphan kids. There's this boy here and his stepsister who is partially blind. Their dad dies in the shower. They get thrown.
Oh, sorry.
God damn it, Adam. Their dad dies in the shower. They get put into the foster care system, and they end up with Sally Hawkins. And when she showed up, I was like, oh, that's the lady with the bear who smooched that fish the one time. She's a crazy lady in this movie. She is like absolutely insane. And the more and more she was doing crazy things like peeing into a cup and making it look like the kid peed himself, I was like, you know what? I'm glad King Ghidorah ate you in that one movie. This one was a wild ride. I heard it was messed up, and then I didn't look into anything about it. I didn't even watch a trailer. It just showed up on HBO Max. I was like, oh, someone told me that was messed up. Let me put it on the list. And I watched it this morning, and I really, really enjoyed it, even though how fucked up it was. What did you think, Joey?
Yeah, I also really enjoyed it. Matter of fact, I think I texted you and said, dude, it's fucking wild. I mean, in particular, like some of the gore in this movie, unbelievable. Like when the arm gets ripped off the tendons.
Yes.
Oh my God, dude. I could not even stand it. I had to get up and walk away at some point. I actually had a dentist appointment, but for dramatic effect, I got up and walked
and you watch the scene where they're eating the table.
Oh my God. Oh, you want to know what the most fucked up scene was? When the kid was eating the knife.
He's got the knife.
Oh my
Yes.
God. You know what I will say though? I hated the ending. I don't know how you folks feel
I was
about
going to
it.
say it.
I am very upset about the ending. I feel like it had so much steam going into the ending and it just completely fucking fell flat. And I don't want to spoil it too much. I don't know if we're going to spoil it here. And if
let's
we
see
do,
what everyone thought first.
yeah, if we do, I'll talk more about it. But let Gil, you go. Tell me how much you hated the ending.
I honestly don't even remember the ending. I saw this in May when it first came out, and I wanted to rewatch it for this. I didn't have a chance, but I feel like it said something that I remember enjoying the movie. I loved Talk to Me, so I was really hyped for this. I remember liking it. Everything you guys are saying, I remember feeling exactly the same way, but it has not stuck with me since then. And I think part of it is just it doesn't have the same kind of hook as Talk to Me, where it was doing something. I'm not going to say Talk to Me was wholly original, but it inserted a few new, very memorable concepts, like the idea of the hand. This felt more like it's doing familiar things very well. Nothing all that unique, but it's executing it great. They do a great job of horror in a grounded manner. So when they do messed up stuff, it's not like Peter Pan or Bambi where you're like, it's messed up, but I don't care. This feels like it's actually happening. And those jaw-dropping moments are very jaw-dropping. But it didn't have the same impact on me as Talk to Me did. Still love these guys and can't wait to see what they do next.
Yeah, they're on a roll. Crystal, what did you think?
I absolutely loved it. It really was a movie that truly had a crazy buildup. It just got crazier and crazier in a very suspense way. I did not think the brother was going to die. Spoiler. But
neither did I. They
Sorry.
took some weird
But yes.
curveballs that actually like worked for me.
yes, I was like, there's no way he's going to actually be dead. And then when the sister came home and he was dead, I was like, they did.
I know. I was shocked that they stuck with it.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, there was definitely some strange things. I was surprised. I kept being surprised throughout the entire movie. It didn't feel super predictable throughout it. Yeah, the ending, it went awesome, suspense, and then end. Like just the pool, I was just very disappointed. You do feel for the mother because you do see, like, I think any mother would do anything in the world. Like, a child's death is, I couldn't.
Crystal, I don't know if they would
imagine.
do what this mother did, but yes, I see what you're saying.
And I honestly though, if a mother honestly lost her kid and knew a way to get them back, 1,000% there would be mothers doing this. We can't. I can't speak on it. I hope I'd never have to go through that experience. Like, but yeah, no, I do think if a mother loses a child, yes, they would go to any length to get their child back.
I think them having to
1,000%.
kidnap another kid is where they might draw the line, but I don't know. I'm not in the situation.
No, I honestly think they would. Are you kidding me?
Fuck you, kid. You're not my kid. I need the other one back.
Well, then, so what was it? The cousin or something like that? Her nephew?
Yeah, it
I
was
was
like a
like,
fake nephew.
wow. That
It's
was kinda
funny. I
fucked
remember
up.
the same debates were happening when Talk to Me came out, where it's like, would you really screw around with that hand if you thought it meant a chance to talk to your dead mother again? Would kids really do this for social media attention? It's funny.
The answer is
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, they
Yes
would.
to all
They
of
would.
that.
They're 100%.
Yeah.
They do it now. What are you talking about?
Yeah, in New York City, every day I hear the announcements where it's like, stop subway surfing. Go in the subway. Stop going on top of the subway. You're all dying.
And I know, Gil, you're upset because you're like the best subway surfer, but we got to get to Adam's thoughts on the movie. Adam, what did you think of Bring Her Back?
I find it refreshing that we have a bunch of people on this platform that love a film about child abuse, beatings, torturing. Oh, give me more. Yum, yum, yum. You've all been reported to CPS. This is disgusting. Yeah,
We
it
don't
has
have children. What the
Yeah,
This
no,
is bad.
it's
You gotta tell
preemptive. It's a preemptive strike. I actually thought this movie was very effective. It was really hard to watch, and that's a compliment to the directors because, my God, this stuff that they put, like, I don't know if one of these guys just fucking hates kids or what, but holy crap, they are constantly getting just completely bodied throughout this film. And like Crystal mentioned, the ending is just so sad and dire. And yes, there's kind of a somewhat happy ending, but it's really not. I mean, the kid's like wandering off into the woods, into the road, and you can kind of go with it where you want, but he's fucked up for life, basically. I'm on Team Gil, where I do think Talk to Me, Talk to the Hand, I think it should have been called, is it's a more enjoyable watch, even though there's still a lot of bad stuff going on. I don't know. It has a little bit more fun with it, whereas this one just feels miserable all the way through. Incredibly effective movie, and they accomplished what they set out to do. I don't know if it's one that I loved watching because, you know, it's just kind of sad all the way through, but I'll give them props for making something unique and different. And I felt sad things.
I like that you say different because there's one part where, like, Crystal, you said you didn't think the kid was going to die. When he gets the girl to visit the house and the mom's covering everything up, I was like, here we go. We've seen this in a bunch of movies where they cover it up and they go, nothing wrong here. You're a crazy kid. But then, like, they only do that for like a minute and then it all falls apart. And then 2 seconds later, she just runs over that lady.
Brutal kill. Brutal
It's
kill.
insane. But her being so extreme and then having that like crisis and moment of doubt in the pool, I'm like, I'm sorry. If this was a day later, I maybe would buy this, but you literally just went nuts and just drove over a lady. I feel like you're in like hardcore mode right now. And I guess my only other issue, maybe it's like a fun mystery, but it's like, where did she get the tape to learn how to do this? Because she's watching these like snuff films that are instructing her how to do this. And I was like, who's out making these tapes?
I feel like if we live in a world where this sort of thing is possible, there's a market for everything. If you go online and start Googling and looking for this, you end up on some dark corner of a subreddit. Like if it was possible, I feel like it would be out there.
Yep.
Now,
You dig deep enough, you can find anything online.
Adam's like, and you've just been reported.
You've just been reported to
Oh, no.
again.
Mental notes.
Like,
mental
did
notes.
you get that? Did you get
Yep.
that?
And-
That's
and
what all
recording.
the audio.
That's the echo.
He's
It was the
wired.
echo.
Yeah, that's what took me a good
This
hour
guy's
to
a
get
rat.
on here. Are we rolling?
One last thing. And now maybe if I watch this again, maybe I'll feel different. But maybe it was my lack of sleep. Adam, we already went into it. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. And watching this at like 7 a.m. I don't think I was supposed to laugh at this part, but when Sally Hawkins just fucking sucker punched that girl when she was in bed, I chuckled.
Oh God.
Really? And I was one of those, I'm like, I'm not supposed to be laughing at this, but I just didn't expect her to just full on just sucker punch her while she was sleeping. I was like, oh my God.
Tony, do you know the audience here? They all loved it. They loved when the kid got punched in the face.
Oh,
They
okay.
loved all of
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not alone in this.
I love the dichotomy of when we were talking about Kid Print from VHS Halloween. We're like, this is
I
too
was
much.
just
This is too
thinking
far.
that.
And
Yeah,
now-
that's so true. We hated
Well,
it.
those
because of
kids
that.
died,
Yeah,
okay?
it was different. Yeah.
She's still doing it for pleasure, okay?
But I agree with everyone. This was a really good follow-up to Talk to Me. Speaking of good follow-ups to hit movies, Ballerina from the world of John Wick. Now, some of you guys might be saying, Tony, did you review the other John Wick things? I actually reviewed all the John Wick things with Gil.
One of the most watched episodes of Hack the Movies.
No, it was not, which is why you notice Ballerina is on a monthly wrap-up.
One of
might
the
be
episodes
time-
of Hack the Movies.
It's one of the episodes. Not a bad episode. It's actually a really good. It was Gil's first in-studio episode.
I studied hard. I watched every John Wick movie like 5 times each. I even watched the Continental series.
Which is funny because the creators have since come out and been like, that was another thing. We're like, we weren't super involved with it, and that's why it didn't work. I'm like, I thought it was fine.
I've watched more John Wick than the creators of John Wick.
I have less issues with Continental than I do with Ballerina, to be honest. But Ballerina tells the story of a lady named Eve, right? Her dad is killed by Gabriel Byrne, who is the leader of a cult. She ends up in the care of the school that trains the John Wick assassins, basically. She is about, because in that school, it's like the boys were wrestlers and the girls were ballerinas. So she trains as a ballerina, a hitman in training. She works her way up to become an assassin. And during one of her missions, she runs into a cult member who's clearly there to kill her. This is a plot hole. So she ends up, she gets her interest in the cult and her connection to it. And she tries to hunt them down all over the world. And it's such a disaster that the assassins send John Wick to stop her.
Between like 2 scenes in John Wick 4.
No,
We didn't
John
see
Wick
this
3.
part.
It was John Wick 3.
No. It was during John Wick 3.
Okay.
Part of it. And then
Yeah.
later, after on his way to the desert in John Wick 4. So
Right.
it's after the first scene, but before the next sequence.
Which at that point, they should have all cut him off because he was like super wanted. Yeah, anyway. So they send John Wick out to stop her. But then he eventually is just like, all right, I'm going to give you a time limit. Go do what you got to do. Then she kills a bunch of guys, including Daniel Bernhardt, who already died in the first John Wick. I'm guessing he plays a different guy. One little slide. I was interested in this movie as someone who actually didn't mind the Continental, despite what the creator said. I was like, all right, let's see if we can flesh out this universe a little bit. And I like Ana de Armas. Yeah, I wasn't super into it. It was just kind of more of the same. If anything, the revenge, it's like, oh, they killed her father. She wants revenge. It's like, well, cool thing about John Wick that it wasn't that kind of revenge story. Now we've circled back to that kind of revenge story. The placing of John, like the continuity bothered me a little bit. But I will say toward the end, when it turned into a flamethrower shoot off, I was like, okay, wait a minute. This might have sold me. This might have sold me. I did really like the flamethrower stuff. That was awesome. There are some ridiculous kills where even me in the John Wick world, I'm like, that I don't think a flimsy table will shield you from a grenade on the other side
Not
of
a
it. I just
chance.
don't think, and I have to suspend my disbelief because it's John Wick. But like they're stretching it out. There were a lot of insane things that could have never happened happening too close together. I couldn't space it out enough.
Were you one of the people in Indiana Jones 4 that was complaining when he went into the fridge and that let him survive a nuclear blast?
No, that didn't bother me too much.
Oh,
I had
okay.
other issues with that movie. No, because my favorite
Hot
Indiana
take.
Jones is the one with the roller coaster over lava. So I mean, I can't really poke too much in it. But no, usually you can space like a couple crazy things out. But that one with the grenades, I'm
Is
like,
that the
you
one
can't
when she
survive
was like
all of them.
handcuffed to the guy or something and she flips over the table?
Yeah, the
and
table one is
fucking
most,
grenade
and then
blows
the
up?
door, and I'm like,
That was
I'm
one of
like-
my favorite parts of the movie. I was like, at least they're
Yeah.
trying something different.
but I'm sitting there the whole time, like your ears would be ringing. You'd be like, the whole rest of the movie, they'd be like, blah blah blah. And you'd be going,
She's just
what?
like,
I'm sorry, 10,000 grenades. I think I have internal bleeding from the vibrations. Someone sent me to a hospital. But Joey C, how did you feel about this one?
I'm getting the idea that you didn't really enjoy it that much, but I thought it was fucking awesome. Now, mind you, I've only ever seen the first John Wick, and I saw it when it first came out. So I never saw the second through the fourth one. So the continuity is fucking out the window for me.
Okay.
Right. So I'm kind of viewing it with fresh eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the action was so badass. Like we talked about the grenade thing. Some of the kills were really fucking sick. And this movie got me to rewatch the first John Wick and then watch all the other ones besides that. And the thing that I really dug about it was so fucking gory.
Yeah.
It was insane. And I kept imagining like, this is what it's like to break into like a Scientology fucking town. Like, oh my God, it was crazy. Dude, I can't wait to watch it again.
According to one person in the chat, Joey, you did see John Wick 4. You talked about it on a monthly wrap.
Oh yeah, I think is that the newer one that came out?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I did see that one, but the second and third one,
trying to keep us honest.
Just watched. Yeah, of course.
Someone go back to that video and see if he's mentioned seeing the second and third one. To find out if Joey is
confirm
lying.
me. See if I'm lying.
You're like, the only thing that can make this better is a ballerina.
Meanwhile, I'm like a fucking whiz. Yeah, I don't. If I did, I don't remember. I definitely didn't watch the second one. I don't think.
This also took a really long time to come out.
Yeah,
I feel like they filmed it a while. Lance Reddick is in it, so they had to have filmed at least that part a while ago.
Well, I think there was extensive reshoots in this movie.
I heard that too, and then recently I heard that was a little bit exaggerated. Like they didn't reshoot the whole movie or anything close to that, but definitely there were reshoots, and that was the story for a while.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they were just sitting on it because we didn't see a trailer or anything for like a really long time. But Gil, what did you think of Ballerina from the world of John Wick?
Yeah, I think, Joey, what you said makes a lot of sense. The fact that you only watched one or maybe two John Wick movies before this and you liked it, because I did enjoy the movie, but I found myself starting to get fatigued with the action. I was just like, I've seen it. It is good. It's
probably the same
competently
bit
done.
over and over again.
Exactly. So anytime it did something different, like the doors and the grenades, or even when they were fighting on the ice and sliding around, and then, of course, the flamethrowers, like anytime they did that stuff, I perked back up. But I feel like there are so many missed opportunities to get even more creative. Like they talk about a cult. And I was like, that's kind of cool. And they tell you how this cult, they just kill for fun. They don't have any higher purpose or rules or anything.
And they're at war with the assassin. Well, there's like a stalemate.
Yeah, there's like a truce there.
Yeah, you never see any cult-like behavior from them, really, other than when you're there, they don't want you to leave. But otherwise, it feels like they're all just living in the town
Yeah.
and just trying to mind their own business.
Are they like also assassins? Are they like a rival assassin?
I thought they were like retired assassins. Like that's where
what
they
kept
go.
saying.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
that's where they go to like live a normal life, I think is what the guy said.
Yeah, if you want to leave the assassin life, you go to this town.
But you're still in a cult and
That's
you're
what.
training.
That's why it didn't really make sense to me, and it felt like a missed opportunity to show us some like weird cult stuff that would give this movie a little bit more personality and differentiate it a little bit from the other Wick movies.
Yeah, because we learned from Continental the coin press to make all their coins is from the Roman Empire or something. So these people have been around for a very long time. So they could have done something. But yeah, we don't really get to learn more about the cult other than them currently. And I think I texted Gil like this glaring plot hole where a cult member spots her and attacks her, knowing who she is. So you're led to believe that they've been searching for her since she went missing and they figured out who she was. But then later in the movie, the leader of the cult and everyone, they're like, oh my God, she's alive? She's been alive this whole time. It's like, who is that cult member attacking her? I don't think he was with the guys that she killed, unless it's a coincidence that he got word that she was a killer. It's very confusing, the setup for the story. I'm like, why did that cult guy attack her? And why does no one know she exists?
I also don't know, like, I don't want to spoil it, but like the ending, like twist, if you will. I don't know if that makes sense in like the existing continuity or something, but when I saw it, I was like, what is that? You could have gone without that. Right.
I don't even remember what it was.
If you're talking about the twist, I think you're talking about, it was so stupid. I was like, it's just not necessary at all.
I don't want to.
I honestly, after she kills the guy, I don't remember what happened.
When the two people are in the house at the end and the house gets lit on fire.
Oh, with her sister?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant at like the very end.
That doesn't land as a twist anymore. Like in cinema in general. Like I'm your sibling or I'm related to you somehow. I don't care.
Yeah. Like I just didn't know if that like tied into like something that happened in the third movie or whatever.
No. Honestly, the third movie, the only tie-in is that he's at that place, so she has an excuse to see him.
Well, I do know because like if I remember correctly, the fourth one. They ended it a certain way and they don't know because they want to make another one how they're gonna work their way out of it.
I think this was them testing the waters, like what if we do these spin-offs and he just shows up in them?
Yeah, okay. That's what I figured.
Which I loved when he showed up. I thought his scenes were great. Just like as the movies have gone on, he's spoken less and less. And when he does talk, it sounds like his throat is just constricting throughout the movies. Like at a certain point he can barely get the words out. And here he's just like, just stop. Go away.
I have a lot I'm trying to do. Can you please? I gotta go kill our leader. Don't tell anyone.
And he's just standing there like up on the cliff just watching his clock.
Yeah.
He's dead. Like he says
sounds just like him.
I mean, I like Ana de Armas, but like she was just fine. There wasn't really I just want revenge. I'm angry.
She brought, I feel like it's like you said earlier, with John Wick, actually, when they were trying to get the movie made, the studio was pushing back. They were like, you can't just have him do all this for a puppy.
Yeah.
You got to kill his whole family. Yeah. And they were like, no. And they were so right to push for that because the fact that it was, just a puppy it made it more interesting. And this movie, there's no interesting angle to her character. It's a standard revenge story. With Wick, I mean, he was pretty stoic, but at least there was the reluctance of like, are you back, John? Everyone keeps asking me if I'm back.
He didn't really want to do all the stuff that he was doing. Yeah.
So there was at least something to his character, whereas she is just a very stoic, cold-blooded killer, standard revenge story. And it even took a while to get started. Like another thing that the creators of the first one talked about was how we don't want too much talking, like just get to the point. And I feel like this movie did not get the memo because there was a lot of talking, a lot of like Kikimura and all this like lore they were adding. And I was like, just get to the stuff we're here for.
Yeah. And I guess you could, I mean, it is interesting to see like a young assassin in this world who's like bloodthirsty and whatnot. But I don't know. It's just, other than the John Wick style action scenes, outside of that, it didn't really give me anything new.
Yeah. And like, what's
or-
the difference between John Wick and a young assassin? Young assassin can beat everyone except for John Wick. Otherwise, they're
Pretty much,
basically the
yeah.
same.
She met her match there in that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But like
It
I
was
said-
a fun like theater experience though, because
yeah.
definitely.
it was a fun movie to watch in theaters. Like those are the type of like over the top ridiculous action movies that I love to see.
Oh, I love watching these in the theaters, the John Wicks. Yeah, they're fun. This one again, I think it bombed. Does this one also bomb?
I hope not.
I think so. I think it did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Uh,
shocking.
Yeah.
I feel like people don't like normies. I feel like they see ballerina in big letters. And they're like, I don't want to see a movie about a ballerina.
Well,
Like
that's why
the
they
little
put-
from the world of John Wick. I don't think it gets the job done.
Well, that's why they started putting him in the trailers and the poster.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't enough.
Probably would have made more sense for this to be like an adventure with her and John Wick. I don't know. That's not. I mean, I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, but it probably would have got people to see it. But I guess also I think people are a little tired of women taking over mainly male-dominated action franchises.
Mhm.
Which
Yeah, I didn't-
no. Look. This is a universe. Sadly, this is a universe where you can do that. They established in the first movie there's plenty of like female assassins and everything. So it's sad that like this universe you can do it, but then other franchises were doing it poorly, and everyone assumed that this
Yeah.
would be another one.
It's kind
So
of
it
the
kind of
same
like was
thing.
indirectly affected by other failures, pretty much.
I was gonna say same thing with like Thunderbolts. Like that's a solid movie, but just the general blowback of you put Marvel on a movie now, and people just assume it's going to be the same as the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'd say when it hits streaming, definitely check it out.
Oh, for sure.
It's a fun watch. You can turn your brain off for parts of it. There's always, I mean, not in the beginning, there's a lot of talking happening. But when the action gets going, it really gets going and it doesn't let up. And again, the flamethrower fight is so fucking cool.
Yeah.
I've been wanting I love flamethrower stuff. That's awesome.
Before the stream started, I won't go into too much detail, but you were telling us a story about that you were walking around your neighborhood today and you saw something and you were like, I want to burn that. I'm going to burn that later.
Dude, it makes so much sense. He was saying that too.
So I have a fire pit out back, which I really haven't been able to use much because the winter was too dry. We had a burn ban. And then, or the autumn was too dry. And then winter came and it snowed too much. And then lately it's either been 1,000 degrees and I definitely don't want to be near a fire, or it's been raining nonstop. So I just have wood piling up. And my neighbors down the street have just had a branch on the side of the road for weeks now. With all these dried leaves, and I'm like, man, that'll burn really nice in my fire pit. So today I was like, fuck it, I'm dragging it home. So I dragged a giant ass branch all the way to my house.
His neighbors were terrified. They're looking at the window. Honey, there's a strange man, Antonio. He's dragging a branch off.
Antonio's outside again. That never happens.
Dragging it home as like a storm cloud's rolling in. I'm like, oh, this is a lightning rod.
You should start a GoFundMe for a flamethrower instead of the championship belt this time.
So there's a possibility where, well, either that. Earlier today there was a bear running around my block. Prison Mike came over to bring lunch, and we just get a Snapchat from him, and he's like, "There's a bear in the neighborhood."
Like, Prison Mike, you think we could burn that bear?
Well, I'm saying there's a possibility that you guys, it would have been like 8:05. You'd have been like, "Where's that asshole Tony?" And I would have been mauled by a bear or struck by lightning. Fucker's late again. That's a being just eaten alive. Like, ah. All right, that was Ballerina. Megan 2.0. She's back, babe. No, Adam, this is outdated. We're doing this now. 6'7".
No, I do this because it's outdated because I'm 55 years old. I have to keep doing the old things. Yeah.
Yes, Megan 2.0. Megan was a huge hit. Actually, Joey, I think the first monthly wrap up, we covered Megan. It might have been the first movie we talked about on the show. Became a huge phenomenon. Joey owns a Megan outfit. I don't know why he would own something like that.
I forgot I actually do. That's right.
But a huge, huge hit. I like the first one. It actually made me hate the Child's Play remake more. Because I actually like the Child's Play remake, except that he looked like Chucky, because he's nothing like Chucky. And then Megan proved that, like, oh, you could just do this idea without having to put an old IP on it. So they came back for a sequel. Jason Blum is quoted after the fact saying they thought Megan was their Superman and they could do whatever they wanted. And they decided to make an action comedy girl boss movie. And everyone's kind of back who didn't die. Allison Williams is back. For some reason, they're still letting her use computers, even though she should be in super jail for making Megan. But now there's a problem. There's another robot, and this one is like a sexy lady robot who can kill people. She doesn't look like a weird fucking doll that doesn't blend in with anything. She's on the loose. Someone else made another AI. And Allison Williams is anti-AI. She's even shacking up with the guy who's also anti-AI and trying to make technology that's ethical. Turns out Megan survived. She backed up her brain somewhere, became Allison Williams and the other girl's landlord, had a secret base underneath, and wants a new body back. So they're like, okay, we need to stop this new robot. Megan, we're going to give you a new body and make you slightly taller to match the actress getting taller in between films. And then at one point she dresses up like a robot. I can't remember why. And they fight over a computer chip from a copy machine that became sentient in the 80s. That's a real thing that happened. Guys, I saw the trailer for this and I went, wow, that looks fun and wacky. I wonder if they could stick the landing. They did not. This movie was not good. I didn't think it was funny. I didn't think the action was good. I know people said, like, well, Terminator 2 was more of an action movie than a horror movie. And I'm like, no, Terminator 1 had action. And also Arnold still acted like Arnold. And it felt like in the same universe.
Megan 2.0 does not belong in the same sentence as Terminator 2 at all.
That's what people who were defending it were saying. I skipped it in the theaters because I was hearing the bad buzz, and even Jason Blum came out and was like, we fucked up. So that's why I saved it for the end of year review. Really, really just a bomb for me. Joey, as someone who reviewed the first one with me, how'd this one feel?
You know, I was trying to remember how I thought about Megan 1, and I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure I remember enjoying that movie. But I also heard the negative reviews for the sequel, so I went in with low expectations. Now, let me tell you the two things that I liked.
Okay.
The only two things that I liked. I liked the thing in the beginning when she's getting investigated and Megan's in like the refrigerator and the thermostat and the whatever out, the hard drive, whatever else she's in. I thought that was kind of cute. I liked that. And I also liked and again, I don't know character names because this movie was fucking bullshit. But the big rich AI guy with like the chip in his brain, how he got hacked.
Jermaine from Flight of the Conchords.
Yes, he got like hacked during a sexy encounter. I thought that was funny. I really enjoyed that.
But what a downgrade to go from him to the Christian character as like the new antagonist.
It's so bad. And like it just, there's nothing memorable about the movie. And I think it might have been, and I've said this before, it might have been because we watched so many movies for this episode that things got lost in the sauce. But I couldn't remember anything other than those two parts.
Well, you remember the Steven Seagal thing because you felt the need to tweet about it.
Oh, I did tweet about it. That's right. They did mention Steven Seagal. They even showed the movie poster, and that, you know what? This movie was fucking awesome, dude. I loved cultured movie. Steven Seagal will live forever.
Anyway, Gil, what did you think of Megan 2.0?
I'll add one more thing to the list of stuff I liked in the movie. I actually thought when it was doing just straight up action, it was fun. It was slightly different action from what you see in other movies because they're robots, so they move differently. There's like weird, unnatural, jerky movements, and they're heavy because they're metal. But everything in between, the storyline is convoluted, but at the same time vague. You're never really sure quite what the stakes are. Like maybe they're trying to take over the world. I'm not sure. And it always has this comedic tone. Like even when nothing funny is happening, it's like they're winking at the camera. Like it's something funny is supposed to happen. There's supposed to be a punchline, but there isn't. And I think the truth is that the first movie was okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I think the reason it did so well is because a certain dance went viral on TikTok. And that really, exactly. And I think this movie tries very hard to recreate that with these pithy Megan one-liners. She is forced to dance at one point in the movie. And I think it doesn't really know exactly what it wants to be. And overall, it's kind of a mess. There are moments of fun, but I don't think worth slogging through the stuff in between to get there.
Yeah. Crystal, you skipped this one, right?
You can't get me to watch this.
Adam, what did you think of Megan 2.0?
I agree with you guys. This was a huge miss. The whole time I was watching the movie, I just kept thinking, why did they do this? It would have been so... Gil, I actually think I would disagree with you on the whole trying to recreate the momentum from the first film. It almost seemed like their hubris was so big, they did the opposite and they ran away from it.
Yes, there was Superman.
There was the forced dance scene, but it wasn't... It was like just bullshit. It wasn't anything. There wasn't really any choreography like the first one had. If they wanted to double down, which they should have absolutely, she should have had like a ridiculous dance number. Maybe you throw in a male version of Megan for her to like have as an enemy. You make it R-rated this time because people clearly wanted that. They were hungry for more of that in the first film. I know they came out with like a director's cut later that had 2 splashes of blood in it. I think it was like a Peacock exclusive or
I didn't
something.
watch that one.
Oh, that's what I told you,
terrible.
Tony, too. I said, which one should, if I'm going to watch this, which one should I watch?
I
And
only
then you
watched
said
the
you saw the regular one, and I was like, wait, it's on Peacock. I wouldn't want to watch this anyway.
Really anti-Peacock.
No, that's the only streaming service I don't have right now. I just don't watch enough stuff on it.
They
Peacock
took
is
off the
home of the
wrestling
Pooniverse,
pay-per-views,
right?
So I don't blame you.
Does it have all the Pooniverse?
I think so. Isn't that where I watched Peter Pan?
Yes.
Yeah, Peter Pan was on it.
Let
And then-
Adam finish.
Sorry.
Please.
I mean,
Go ahead.
there's really not much more to say other than it's 2 hours long, which is already a half hour longer.
Oh,
than it should have been.
God.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's too long.
Ugh.
It is nonsensical. I had no idea what was happening half the movie because it's convoluted as hell. The action was decent. I'll agree with you on that. It was decent action, but again, we just take an eternity to even get Megan to come out of all these different appliances and show up in the film. It's just a miss. So it's a miss.
Yeah. And like, I don't know why they thought like a bunch of girls really liked Megan. And they're like, they'll love her doing anything. It's like, no, they liked her being a scary robot lady. They didn't want her to be a superhero. Like
I did like the line, "Hang on to your vaginas." That was kind of funny.
What
And then
the
they don't
fuck?
and they don't even use it in the movie in the way you think. Like it's not even Megan in her body looking at the camera and saying it or talking to someone. She's in the car at this point as just a disembodied voice. So they even screwed that up from the trailer.
Yeah, and you're right. It's like too many characters that you have to keep track of.
Yeah.
The new villain lady, she's cute, but she's just kind of one note, especially toward the end where you realize she's not really an AI thing, kind of, until she is. It's really stupid. I hate
might
it.
have missed something.
Well, they're like, we're keeping her limited. We're constantly keeping her in check.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it's dumb. And like, again, the whole thing is just like a copy machine knew how to make corrections on documents without being asked. And if it gets into a robot, the world will end. I'm like, it will?
I see. To me, like that had comedic potential. If this movie leaned more into the comedy, the idea that Xerox accidentally created this super AI in the 80s and they've like, been keeping it under lock and key, like there's something there, but they didn't. Whatever was there, they did not unearth it here.
Yeah, and I don't
totally it misses. It totally misses the mark. Again, Terminator 2. I don't know why people are like, that's an action movie. There's a good chunk of horror still in that film. I found that one scarier than the first one when I was
like
younger.
the body horror of the liquid metal Terminator getting split in half and everything.
That whole sequence where he's going through the prison to get Sarah Connor and he's like, gutting people up and going through the bars. I'm like, get the hell out of there. And Aliens is the same way. There's way more action, but there's still a good chunk of horror.
Yeah.
Megan like throws all of that away. I think there's one scene at the way beginning with the supermodel chick. Yeah. That's it. It's closer to Terminator 3 if we're going to compare it to something. And that's not.
I love Terminator 3.
Of course you do.
There's a whole section of my shelf there dedicated to Terminator 3.
I think Terminator Genesis. I would put it in line with that.
You know what, Adam?
I'm sure you probably never even saw it.
Terminator Genesis.
Here's the thing. Here's something really sad, and I'm sure Jason Blum cried when this happened. The first Megan budget, $12 million. Box office, $181 million. Megan 2.0, maybe $25 million, made $39 million. It just...
They made another one already, Soulmate, a spin-off movie about a romance bot. and now they've already said we're not releasing this. They're trying to sell it to other studios.
Wait, oh my God.
That's right.
So there's just a spin-off like that's already made?
Yes, Soulmate with an 8, an erotic horror.
Yeah, it looks
And
more like
it's-
companion kind of, except
Yeah,
for
that's
probably
what it
not
sounds
good.
like.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
gonna be bad. But yeah, because Companion already came out. What the fuck?
And it was great.
Oh.
So
Yeah, I'm sure when that came out, they were like, God damn it.
Oh, it's got the girl from Evil Dead Rise, not the one that looks like you, Crystal, the other one. Um,
horror movies are so easy to make money because they're usually cost effective to shoot. And there's
Yeah.
just such a huge baked-in audience that goes to theaters. Why would they do this with Megan 2? It's nuts.
I don't know. And Jason
Wow.
Jason Blum, say what you will, like he does learn from mistakes. I don't know why he
Yeah.
didn't this time because when they rebooted Paranormal Activity and did that 7th movie that wasn't a found footage movie, he even came out and said that was stupid and we shouldn't have done that. We're only going to do 3 Halloween movies and call it a day and move to something else. We're not just pumping out sequels just because. But this feels like they just pumped out a sequel.
And then
just
he
because.
announced 3 Exorcist movies.
And the first one
It
flopped,
was
and he
terrible.
went, "Fuck
Yeah.
it, we're not
Yeah.
doing that. We're doing something different."
I was gonna say that same thing. Yeah, he bailed.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, Joey, I remembered something about our first review of Megan, the first one, because that was when I still didn't really know you that well. We were just getting to know each other, and I think the joke I made in the review was, Joey, the scariest scene in the movie was that a woman was using a computer for science, and I went, "Oh no!" And then after I said that, I'm like, I don't know Joey that well. Is he just gonna log off after I do that joke?
They should see our texts.
And here we are, 2 or 3 years later. Yeah.
Yeah, look at us.
But yeah, don't watch Megan 2.0, especially if you like the first one. Don't watch it.